Hi guys, we just want to welcome you guys. Welcome to Equatorial Free Forum. I just want to give you one welcoming beforehand as you guys gonna listen to this and those who are coming. We have a great episode here we wanted to do, and it might be a continuation of episode. And yeah, it's something that an eye opener to us Equatorians, and for us really to to yeah, I was just saying that for us really to open our eyes and focus on our unity, and not allow anything to come between us as Equatorians. I wanted to give you guys a warm welcome to those who are coming to listen later, and to those who are joining us. I wanted to welcome you. And yeah, Odysseus is here with me in the Clubhouse, and I think he's coming to the Facebook as well. So yeah, welcome to this great topic that we're talking about. Something that I think we are sleeping a bit as Equatorians. We're sleeping a bit, and we're leaving a lot of things to sleep in between the gaps that we're creating. And some people are using this, to divide us and to break us down, and especially engaging with us on one-on-one fight. And this is all to create a confusion that the enemy is doing to us. So I think we wanted people to restore their focus back. One thing that, if I am so grateful, I'm not regretful of what we're doing. And the other thing that I'm so grateful for, that I know the purpose and I know the unity of our people back home. You see, I know your unity is very strong. I know that you are together, but we have an enemy in the spirit realm. There's something that is cooking in the spirit realm that is creating division among us, and trying to break Equatorians down. So these are the things that we wanted to address, and we want you guys to know. And we had this going on happening for a while, and all of a sudden, people thought, or the enemy thought, that they have won us. That they have won us, and they have broken us down, especially by creating a lot of counterinsurgency, or what we will say that planting division in between us, to take us from inside, from within the separatists, and I created the same counter of us, and then to counter what we are doing, to look like a separatist, but because they have tried to break us for so long, but it's not working. But and then it's coming down to individual. So I just wanted to welcome you guys, and I wanted to thank you guys who are coming to listen, and that we're so grateful for the journey that we have embarked, journey that we have taken. And it's not a journey that one can regret, because it's an eye-opener, and it's resonating with our people back then. It's a fight that is not an easy fight. It can get dangerous. It can become dangerous. It can become fearful. It can become, it can become everything. But it's something that you would not regret to fight for your people. It's something that nobody can take it away from us. So no matter how people try to create, something that might look like a separatist, to look like a separatist as who we are, to break us down, but it's not going to, because our message is strictly going to you guys, and you guys are resonating with it very well. And that's how you guys stayed put. And you guys are making a decision based on being a liberal person, and based on your mind has been liberated with the messages that we're giving to you, and we will continually speaking to you no matter what. I just want to welcome you, Odysseus. Welcome, and thank you so much. I was just sending my greetings to those who are coming, and those who will listen later, and especially so much love to our people down there back home. And yeah, we're here. Welcome.
You hear me, D?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, first of all,
Can you do that on
greetings.
Facebook, or it's impossible right now? Because
No, it's going to make an echo.
I will mute myself.
No, it doesn't. It makes echo because I have two machines here. It does not work.
Okay.
That's what I said.
It
does not work. If I had, I would be able to.
Okay.
But anyway, I just want to say, first of all, greetings to all. It's really what you have said is true. And I know the enemies of Equatoria is many. And sadly, it's just because some lack the history and some never knew Equatorians. Who are they? And especially this conflict that's happening today is causing so much chaos, and especially those who are benefiting from the struggle, the suffering of Equatorian, they will not feel it. They will try to confuse it and make it even worse, to the extent that now Equatorians are no longer, especially in diaspora, are no longer comprehensive or taking it serious. So you can mute yourself, Didi, and you just can hear it from me in your Clubhouse, because when you're talking, I hear your echo. You can mute yourself here where I am while you leave.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, I think my brain is slow in getting it. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I was just a bit slow in receiving the message. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So again, what I'm trying to say is there is one quotation I want to quote from one of the greatest historian, scholars, philosopher. He's an African American. He died in the mid 2000, but he was a great one. He was one of these great giants who walked with great giants like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. He said one thing: history is a clock that people used to tell their, political and cultural time of day. It is also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. The role of history, of course, is to tell a people what they have been, what they have, and what they have, and where are they, going to. So adding to that, but the most important he mentioned in this is that the role of history, if properly learned, it tells the people where they still must go and they still must be. So these things are so deep in his explanation. And the reason why this gentleman spoke this, because he understood the importance of history. Once you know your background, you will never be lost. You will never be confused by any nonsense comes to this earth, because you have a root to base yourself in. Unfortunately, I see a lot of us today, from what is the political chaos that is happening, or this anarchy, a lot of them have been confused, especially confused with the tactic and the game that is happening with these upper Nile politicians. I would say it clear, upper Nile politicians are the biggest danger to Equatorian sovereignty, to Equatorian right, to Equatorian even history and culture. And then I see some of our Equatorian entertaining it to the extent that they giving themselves so cheap to it, to the extent that they are no longer able to understand themselves nor even their history. Today, Equatoria is facing a verge of extinction, and yet you will not see those people willingly to open their eyes and conscience and their mind and see the critical danger that we're facing. Instead, they will, play along with the fire, play along to the extent they don't even know what is coming next. I've seen so many games being played, manipulation, tactics. And then some people want us to be silent, never to speak on the right of Equatoria, never to articulate it in the perfect way as possible. They want us to just sweet talk, sugarcoat, and keep ourselves in this language of that we are all. When you look at the problem and you don't want to tackle it, but we always have to say that. And then when you begin to challenge it, in dedication, this way, then they will turn you as an enemy. An enemy not to the people who are really suffering, but the enemy of those who don't want to hear the truth. The truth is not allowed in that matter. And you could see it. And it's really sad when I see some of our playing with this fire. They're used as a tool to be played to be, kept, dancing around with us, to the extent that we lost our dignity, our respect. To the extent today I see so many jokes about Equatoria, even worse than before. Before they called us cowards, they called us, we are, we are minority, we are less than a woman. Even the men, they have denounced the men of Equatoria less than a woman. Yet some Equatorians have done so much, but they were silenced because some of those who have the power to speak and articulate the issue of Equatorians perfectly have not been able to do that because they want to speak the same language of the enemy. The enemy will tell them do this and they will do it, receptively, quiet and happily about it without even challenging these wolves and these foxes who are lurking around to bite every, small bites from Equatoria until Equatoria be no more. Why I say this? Because we have seen it. The drama even worse and worse when we have, some of us joined the, social club of Clubhouse. You have seen so many groups divided and so many manipulation, so many games, so many mockeries. And Equatorians are willing to let go on this, to entertain them, to be entertainment side of this. And the saddest thing about it, when I look at my people in diaspora, they ask, like now they even wanted to mock Equatorian nationalists, so-called separatists, because we are nationalists, we're not separatists. We already have a land. We're not separating from something that does not exist there. So you only separate from something that if it was connected by, like, for example, like by DNA, okay? For example, if you have a piece of wood, or the piece of wood comes from somewhere, it comes from the tree. Or if you put it even as a wood, long wood, and then you break it apart, that's a separation there. That's a real separation. But when you're not part of this wood from the start, you're a part of another tree, connected with another wood together, glued up. You're not part of it. You were just brought there in this particular time, particular moment to serve a particular objective. And once you have done it, or once they have used it, they no longer need it. So we are just getting back to our roots. And when we call for independent, we are calling independent for a purpose of, we want to start protecting our history. Like I said, Henry Clark mentioned that, history is a clock that people used to tell their political and cultural time of day. And if people are not able to see that, especially our Equatorian brothers and sisters, they really lost course. They really lost. And especially those in diaspora who are willing and accepting to be abused by this kind of behavior. Right now, I see the enemies are really gaining momentum because they see some are not really serious and not really people of character. Let me be honest. They are not people of good character. They are people of lower standard character, where they have no any respect to themselves to the extent they will dance with the enemy. They will dance with the wolf and the foxes. So they will make Equatoria look like a joke in front of them. And they fear to speak the truth. And then sometimes they copy what we say. But they still make it, they disfigure it in their own cowardly way. And I will say, it's my responsibility to say, I'm responsible for this word, because I have seen some cowardness, because only cowardness will allow people not to be frank with themselves, not to be honest with themselves when it comes to the truth. If you can't speak for the truth, then you are no longer a man of a good quality and good respect to yourself, because you are devaluing yourself to the extent you're no longer a man of principle, a woman of principle. Because what is killing us is that we Equatorian in the outside, in diaspora, are willing to let our people die, and then we cry the hypocrisy tears as we understand that the suffering of the people, how it came. And then we want to generalize it as all of us. It's not all of us who are suffering. Some of them are the infliction of their own issues. Let me be clear, and I am going to say it without any backing. They are inflicting their own pain. How? You cannot slap yourself, like many times Lydia have mentioned. You cannot slap yourself and then come and cry to us and say that somebody slapped me, because it would be lunacy and psychosis, psychoticness. The Equatorians are facing so much danger, and yet we see people are entertaining it, especially in diaspora, and especially in the West. those who are aligning themselves in political parties, and I will say this, because those people are not even free on their own. They're politically, captive to the other side that is manipulating them and using them. Those who are using them are now gaining momentum. They are going strong, and they are even showing they are forming their own language, their own standard, the way how they come and when you look at Equatorian, if you're an outsider, you look at Equatorian, you will see Equatorian are pathetic. So I'm sorry to say, we look very ridiculous and a joke, because most of these people who are looking at outside, they will say, okay, Upper Nile compared to Equatorian are just wasting their time. They're not even standing on one ground. And they want to speak on the idea that we are one people, when these people, particularly, they have a solid ground where they hold their tribe name first, and then they talk South Sudan. They use South Sudan as a leverage for them to gain power, but not as a way that they believe in it, in a nationalistic belief that they call themselves their nationalists. Because you could see the true tribalism within these groups, and it's particular. I warn my Equatorian brothers, particular, the oppositions are more dangerous than the regime. The regime is dangerous. The regime has already they set their foot inside in the country, in the land. But for Equatoria to get rid of this regime, this tribal regime within the land, we need to think as one. We need to remember where we come from. We need to know our history, like I said. We need to actually go back into where we started as people of Equatoria, not what these SPLM and these others who always praise SPLM and say they are proud of it, when they were actually part of these thugs who have brought this misery and destruction to Equatoria. These people who are calling themselves proud of the SPLM, even though they were part of the SPLM, they were happy to see Equatoria undermined, they stepped down, throttled to the extent that they have no peace and no voice. Those are the real enemies of Equatoria, and yet we welcome them. We open the door of welcome to these people, and those people are not even share our history or our culture or our land. Their land belongs there in Upper Nile, and yet they come to us peacefully, and that's the most dangerous thing. Because even Napoleon Bonaparte once said that, there is some enemies will come to you smiling and shake your hand, but behind their hands is a big knife waiting to stab you. And if you don't watch out, you will find yourself the victim. And today we are the victim, because these people, just pulled their hands to us, and we thought they're friendly. Not every person put your hand is going to be friendly. I don't know if anybody know, and I know this for military standard. When we were in the military, we even asked how this salute came in. The salute came in through how? Because during the time the Roman Caesars, there were a lot of assassinations. People would come in closer to Caesar, and they would have to come in and stab him. So then they came up with a new idea. Say, you know what, from now on, if anybody approaching the king or the Caesar, they have to come up and salute. And their salute was a hand gesture like the Nazis used to use, but then they have also this hand gesture where they put their arm in their shoulders and give salute, respectful salute to the Roman Caesar, because they feel that these guys, when they get closer to them and they want to shake their hand, they think they're shaking their hand, they get stabbed. The first victim of these things, of course, we know was Caesar, Julius Caesar himself, when he was stabbed about 39 or something stabs, and he was in the Senate. So these things, like when you look at somebody trying to approach you peacefully, you always have to put cautious. If you don't know him in that extent, you always have to be very careful. And this manipulation have started because we all, without naivety, without thinking, why are they shaking our hands in a peaceful gesture? And then we fell into the trap. We got stabbed in the back. Where is this stabbing in the back? Confusing Equatorian, putting Equatorian into fighting themselves in a public arenas where even the debate is no longer a healthy, more like, it's not even logical in a extent. Instead, it's more about, you could see buffoonery, comedy, a comical way, and ignorance begin to show. And yes, some people think this is wisdom. That's why we're not developing. That's why our people are 2.5 million outside the country. Those are just Equatorians. Those are in the neighboring country like Uganda, and other countries are unaccounted for, because we are so buffooning, like we're buffooning ourselves, putting ourselves into this buffooning status where we want to go and and allow these enemies to come close to us and pretend that they're fighting with us. Where are they? We always say those people are not fighting with us. They're fighting against us because they are happy to see Equatorian looking, even dividing themselves in an idea. One thing that does not need any explanation is the land of Equatoria, is the people of Equatoria. Are we part of Upper Nile? We are not. We are not part of Barghazal or Upper Nile. We are our own entity. Our own land is belong to us. Our tribe have lived among themselves in harmony. We have culture. We build culture together. We build history together. And yet some of them will try to even divide. And they use them as a tool now. You see some Equatorian used as a tool to go and divide Equatoria. No, we are tribes. We have to speak in the language of tribe. This is dangerous. This is why we will never, they say, divided we fall, united we stand. I forgot what is this wise people are getting good home intellectuals like Equatorian there. Instead you see them participating in these places that does not even help Equatoria. You can give them a message and then abandon them. Don't be around them because they become dangerous to us. And we begin to give them that boostful power. I'm not worried about how many people they can come to any room, but the most important is the message. Because some few people, if you don't even like us, or some others will like what we're saying, and they will take this message and take it like a Bible. Because I know some people who don't even show up every time in social media or anything, they come and listen, and they will take it and share it with others in their whatever, social media sharing apps, and they will listen to it later on, and they will try to gain some points there and actually begin to awaken their people, because they said this is what knowledge is and this is what wisdom is. But we're not here to incite division. We're not here to divide ourselves. We're here to wake ourselves up. When we speak for Equatorial, we speak with genuineness, and God is our witness. You don't have to take my word for it, but God is our witness. We want to see Equatoria rise. We don't want to see Equatoria be battered by the enemy. We don't want to see Equatoria humiliated by the enemy, because our enemies are now not only they are inside the regime with the regime or the regime itself, they are also outside. Some of them are part of the so-called opposition, and some of them within the opposition are used as a tool to come and destroy and counter Equatorian revolution or Equatorian independence, because they don't want to see Equatoria rise to its potential. They want to see Equatorian silent. They want to see Equatorian unable to speak or channeling the wrong that is happening. Our people, and I plead my people of Equatorians, let us not think individually as those of Upper Nile. Let us not think in the tribal individuality. Let us think as our ancestors used to think. Remember when the Anyanya came out? The Anyanya came out with a purpose, because they saw the suffering of our people and they came collectively. They came with a great idea, and even they included the Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal in it. They didn't have to do it because they even knew the history better than us today. Today we are confused. Today we see a lot of people are trying to blab a history of Equatoria, and yet they don't even know it. They just come up from the other gentleman, this is more like sexist. But I'm just saying, because the ancient time, people like them, we understand that, but it's still also sexist when you say because you're defining that this is irrational thought. But I understand what I mean. I mean, you have to understand what I'm trying to say here. Is that these guys are talking without controlling their thoughts, without understanding the consequence of their words. They will come out and speak the most belittling, the most disturbing thing that will make it look. We know, everybody know their weakness, but we don't have. Do you see Upper Nile ever talk about their weakness? Any tribe in those Upper Nile, they talk about weakness. They have weakness. We see them from there, but they will never mention it because they know what they need to do. And the only thing that keeps them strong is they stand together. If it's good or bad, they stand together. But are we doing that as Equatorian? Even the good, even the bad. I mean, I think Equatorian, I would say the bad, we are more good at it now, because you could see we are divided like chicken without like those chicks without the mother chicken or the mother hen, where they will go around, running around confused, and then they will get eaten by the wolf or the fox. And why is this happening? Because our Equatorians, I think they enjoy that. Some of them enjoy that so much they would never want to see the truth. They don't even want to work together as a team. We always tell them, wise up, my people. Time is running. Do anybody for us here, Equatorian, the listeners today or listeners tomorrow, believe that they can live for tomorrow, for next tomorrow? Like they know that they will never get to a time where their time will come, maybe suddenly, maybe abruptly, maybe by sickness, whatever. Everybody know they will die. But what are you building before you die? What are you making before you die? Are you building something of a great importance, a solid foundation? For us, even as a community of Equatorial, what are we building to leave for the legacy of the next generation? What are we standing for? Always confused, always allowing to confusion. It's almost like we are not, for God's sake, even I've seen some people like the, Latinos, when they arrive to America, they don't know English, but sooner or later they begin to speak English. They begin to learn things. Even today, the world has proven that you don't have to have an academic understanding or academic, status, so you can actually do your own, you can bring your talent. Your talent is there. Even like, for example, you could see a carpenter and you could see a doctor. They all have the same thing I could say in common, is that they're working on making the world better, okay? They're working to make something good for the community. Doctors trying to protect the life, because when he protect the life of this carpenter, the carpenter will continue working on his skills, and even he will, build his skills to extent where he become very genius and productive, to the extent he will actually produce some good quality tables, chairs, other artistic things that even it will be mind-boggling to others who are not, skilled on this knowledge. So when you don't have to be a doctor, you don't have to be a scientist, you don't have to be intellectual or academic. Just understand the importance of what is your significance in this world and in this space. As an Equatorian, we hold that as a sacred thing. We don't see ourselves as a people of divided race or divided tribes. We know our tribe, we know our language, but it holds us even greater because we look at each other with respect and honor. And even today, I'm proud to say I am mixed with many tribes of Equatoria, not one, many. And I say this with honor and respect because I know who I am. And I take this sacredly. And that's why I believe in it. That's why I speak here. I can stop speaking, but it breaks my heart when we see our Equatorian are being used and manipulated by the enemies who want to see the end of progress for Equatoria, the end of Equatoria not to go forward. They want to assimilate us into their own ideology. These people are defining themselves in their tribal names clearly in front of us, and yet we call them brothers. I'm not a hater against them. I don't have any problem against them, but let them not try to distract us, try to destroy our culture, So let me give an example. Have you ever seen oil and water mix? Oil and water will never mix. That's the same thing that's happening between us today in Equatoria and Upper Nile and Bargaza. It will never mix. As much as you want, it will never mix. The only thing you have to, overheat the water, dry it up completely, and let the oil sink on that, whatever that pot, if you call it, and then take that, scrub that oil becomes a liquid, the only remaining liquid. But I mean that will be the extinction of Equatoria. If we are the water, the only way for us to extinct is they have to dry us up. They have to make us spread around, evaporate. We evaporate and then we no longer exist. And that's what's there happening. And yet some Equatorians are comfortable because they see the oil, roaming around top of them. And they say, it's okay, they're just oil, they're few, they're minor, they cannot do anything. Yeah, time is playing a role. Like I said, history is a record. It's something that always play against us, the living, because nobody lives against time. Nobody can live above the time that is given to them. No one. We all know that one time we're going to end up here and we will extinct. So, my fellow Equatorian, if you're not awake, we are not cautious and we're not wise enough to see the danger, then we will continue playing this behavior like children, like lost children in Clubhouse and Facebook, insulting each other, hating each other, dividing each other to the extent that we are no longer saying. Nobody will take us serious either. Do you think these people take us serious? Those who are now, especially, I was in the side of the opposition, because I don't see none of them, if it's the regime of the opposition, will ever save Equatorial. These people want Equatorial to be in this condition. But some Equatorians still holding on this false notion that Equatorian will actually get their right to these people. They can come up with many tables. They can come up with many programs. Those people are crooks. I would say clear. They are crooks because they are playing us. They're destroying us. They're destroying our right. They're destroying our mind. They are creating, and everything we do, it's always like there is a ripple effect. We are now creating a ripple effect with this chaotic behavior. If some people are not wise enough to stop the hate, they stop the jealousy, they stop the foolishness, they stop these grown-up men and women who are doing the most ridiculous. If you're not capable to speak logic, it's better for you to shut up so you can look wisdom. You could look like a wise person in front of the people. Because some people were silent before. You could never imagine they were that foolish until you see them in those forums and you're like, what in the world is this? The foolishness that sometimes they blabber is just so horrific and terrible to the extent that you don't know the consequence of it. And yet we are always allowing this engagement of nonsense and lunacy goes on, and yet the division of Equatoria is beginning to build by the enemies continually manipulating some of our so-called Equatorian, voices, so-called voice of reason. These people are nothing but the hypocrisy itself. Look back to what they have done in the past. Did they ever mention Equatoria? They never cared. If they mention only, they just put it like a title segment in the news. Have you ever seen the news? When the news, they put a headline about Africa. They will only bring something a little bit about Africa, but they focus more about the Western culture, especially in the Middle East or Europe. They will talk about Western culture. Africa only will bring a small segment. It will take only 1 minute to be announced and say, oh, well, people are dying, famine, president of whatever country, he's a loser. But they won't say he's a loser, but they'll say, you know what, he's now killing his people, and that's it. They will end there, and they will laugh at us because we are a joke. And now, Equatorian, we are becoming the joke of those who are not fit to even lead that country. Let me be clear. They are not fit, because you could see them today running the country like a Zariba, like what do you call, I forgot, like a ranch, like Animal Farm. Even the Animal Farm book has different logical standard in the philosophy that they have mentioned compared to what has been written, what is happening in South Sudan. And yet we see the craziness, the lunacy going on. And yet you Equatorians are belittling yourselves in front of the enemy to the extent they will mock you, use you, even to go and spread false accusations, rumors, things that does not make any sense, just to feel like you're doing something. But all you do is destroying your people. You're destroying this sacred thing that we hold. Why do you think nations progress? Nations progress because people are wise enough. Those nations who progress, they're wise enough to understand the importance of every person in that country. They work together. Even if they have small differences between them, they will not allow that to come into their objective as one people. They need to protect themselves. The United States of America is an example. Do you know in the United States we have these so-called racist people? We have these so-called militia-minded people, they're just those obsessed people with the end of the world. Most of them are like these, what they call Armageddon kind of obsessors. They're obsessed with these things. They have a name, I forgot. I'll remember it later. I just remember I forgot. These guys, they always collect things and prepare themselves for the dangerous time. They have them, and they're growing. Especially they grew up during the time of Trump. Most of them are these. Some confused white people. They believe that they need to protect themselves and all that. But this is their own way. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to something attacking United States, they will all come together as Americans. This is the difference between us, Equatorial. I'm not talking about South Sudan. Forget, South Sudan is not a united country. Let's be clear. We Equatorial are the only ones who are united in reality. But we take it for granted. The people in Upper Nile, they would never unite. Even if Bible was, already they have Bible, they have Quran. Even if your son Messiah, with all respect to him, he comes to the earth they still have that mentality of fighting each other because they will never get out of that mindset because they have old grudges, they're holding it, and they believe this is their dignity and right. And then also they're holding another thing, tribal identity, more than the identity to build themselves as a people among themselves, and then they come outside. They just want to force us to believe in this so-called South Sudan, and then we see ourselves diverted, and then later we are extinct and, assimilated in this so-called notion of South Sudan, a nation. We all know the history of what's happening in South Sudan. I don't want to talk much, but we all know the history of South Sudan. And we know the history of Equatoria. Some of us maybe learned a little bit about it today.
I'm just sorry. If I can interrupt you, I just wanted to say, I think StreamYard is telling me, I think it's not connecting me direct to Mona Didi, but I kind of speculated around all over, but yeah, but it's not allowing me to go through the Equatorial Free Forum. So I was wondering if you can speak through the...
It's already there.
Oh, is it? Can you see it?
It's already there.
Can you see it? Because
Yeah,
I had to copy and
connect
paste.
it.
I have to copy and paste manually. Okay. All right. Then that's cool. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted you to know. Thanks. Thanks. I will reconnect myself by thank you.
Yeah. So really it breaks my heart in these things. And I've heard a lot of things that I was looking at many rooms of Equatorians. And I don't know if any Equatorian have noticed that these rooms that they've created, just assess it as a person with a common sense. You will see these rooms are really not helpful to Equatorians. Some of these rooms are just down to the ground destructive. In what way? It confuses the minds of some Equatorians, especially those Equatorians who are already confused. It keeps more confusion to them. It keeps them to not stand on a solid ground, instead standing on a shaky ground. Make them wonder, and then they will go and embrace the enemy, the same enemy that was manipulating them a minute ago, and continue to manipulate them. And they think those guys are the best friends. Those are the same people who once said East, West, and Central, dividing us into the extent. Those enemies are not even Equatorian. They are from Upper Nile. But they're using their politics to divide the notion. And also, people are beginning to hold the politics almost like religion. For God's sake, if there is one thing I like from this person I mentioned earlier, Henry Clark mentioned something very important. If this religion itself going to cost me to fight my own people, then the hell was this religion? But do we have that conscience? Even Aboriginal, those who live in Australia, when the Christians came there and they have done these horrible things, especially these Western Christians, Europeans, the Aboriginal said, tell us about your Jesus. Is he like you? Does he look like you? Is he white? Then we don't need him. When they say yes, say, okay, we don't need him. Because they don't even know. And of course, we know now that even Jesus does not look exactly like the European or Scandinavian, where blue-eyed, blonde hair, this is impossible. But of course, they made it look like that. So it's actually to manipulate the people of Europe, of course, because it's the politics. But this is not our problem. That's why today you see even a lot of them now are trying to get away from it because they have achieved their objective. One of them is they went to the extent they used it to deify their kings, their queens, their prince and emperors, to unify them in that ideology. The same thing with other, you have seen religion always unify people, but today in our time, people have matured up, they have wised up. After the French Revolution, people begin to say, we don't want kings or leaders, kings to become like the absolute power. We need something else. We need a republic. We need people to share. We need people to work together. And that's why people evolved from that. That was the Great Enlightenment, as they call it. But the Renaissance, the one created this image of Jesus during the Michelangelo or Raphael or all those guys, when they made the image of Christ, even people didn't know that the picture of, what's his name, the Last Supper is actually, those guys were prisoners, absolute prisoners. They were prisoners brought from the prison, and then they make them model for these images so they look like Jesus. And everybody goes and worship on these pictures, images. See the irony of it? But again, that's why I said the importance of history is to know yourself before you know your enemy. We need to hold it sacred. For us Equatorians, we have a history background that our people stood against many. against many dangerous enemies. One of them, the Ottomans, the Belgians, all that. And when people talk about the Berlin conference, that was after the Europeans have established and the colonizers have established a line. They drew a line, a map of where they will build those nations. So they made that as a treaty, so nobody will cross the boundary. But it was actually a free-for-all. Remember how the United States, even when the people were coming in from different countries, from France, they took a colony in Louisiana, some in the Netherlands, they took New York, until the British, they were the one who actually evoked the idea of independence of United States. They were the one who later gained the momentum and unified all these states today. We call them United States of America. And this is an idea of people who are very organized and know themselves, because they know they come from England and they fought the English, but they spread around and make sure they gain their momentum. And today they are back again, say we are family. And this is exactly what's happening here, similar to it. Today you can see Equatorian are being used to go against them, because they use the same thing with Native American. Some Native American to go and fight their own tribes, their own friends, their own cousins, their own nephews. And then later, Native Americans are now become the minority in the country by number, even to the extent of extinction. Because you can see them, even those people in the pictures that we know, and the images they used to describe them are not the same people today. You look at them. And we are coming to the same situation. Those people have gained momentum to the SPLM power, to this so-called SPLM regime. And any Equatorian who were part of it, I'm not talking about the soldiers who fought in it. I'm talking to people who had the power, political power, or the language they use to gain more support from the Equatorians. Those are the people who I put the fault on them. I blame them, because they had the power to stop these invasion of into the Dinka hegemony that is now controlling the country, and this SPLM to even become something of become a stigma, or even become like a obstacle, like a thorn in the side, or you could call it like that. That they're becoming so dangerously, setting out Equatorian apart. That's why even those conflicts, when these other groups are holding their grudges and they come up and use their conflict in the political arena, then you see suddenly Equatorian, because they've been so much brainwashed by these so-called leaders of Equatorians and so-called people of historical significance in the SPLM, most of them Equatorians I say, have played a bad role, a very negative role, not even standing for Equatorial to stand themselves apart. Instead, they push us inside, and then we failed to see ourselves where we're going. And today, you see Equatorial now lost. And that's why I say, Equatorial, we have a lot to go. We have a long way to go if we don't wake up. And those enemies of ours, they want to silence Equatorial, not to talk about the reality of what they're facing. Let's generalize the whole thing. We are all South Sudanese. Let's carry the flag and go run around on these and just unorganized, just say, and guess what? The game is somebody else is holding the string, and some people think they're smart. They say, and then even when you're trying to advise them to wake up and get out of this trap, they know, they still insist. And they go like idiots, I'm sorry to call it. They go on it, and they put themselves vulnerable. Right now, this is going to serve the enemy more than serving us. Equatorian issues are not spoken, not even in this international arena. Equatorians will never even get, as long as they go into the same path, and some people are holding these strings. I promise you this, and you will see it. Time will tell. These guys will make sure Equatorial will never get any voice, anything that they want. And you one day will believe us. Today you might laugh at us. Today you might say, oh, these guys are talking. Oh, okay, we're talking. We're speaking to you so we can work together. But some of you are not even willing to work with us. Let me be honest. Some of you wanted to be with those so-called fake status that they come from. Some of them are working as tools for those tribal-minded people who are hiding in the name of political power. Do you think the opposition, why I say I distrust the opposition? Because they're the same like the regime. The regime, when it came out, SPLA, when it started, it really started because they believed in the liberation of South Sudan. They're not like, if you compare it with Anyanya, they're different. Anyanya was really noble on their idea that they want the whole country to be liberated from Hadith Arab, so-called Arab South Sudan, Arab North, because the ideology of the Arabism was building. They want to eliminate these cultures and assimilate us to the Arab culture, like what happened in Egypt and what happened now in Somalia and other countries. Even Somalians, they are African, they call them Arabs, and they begin, and they don't even speak Arabic like us. At least we speak, but this is how they assimilate you, to make you think like an Arab, not to think like an African. The Anyanya came and stood against it, while majority of Upper Nile were fighting or joining part of the regime. They were not even standing on that. Only few who actually colleagued themselves or made allied themselves with the Anyanya, and later they began to play the same mindset of tribalism. They want to rule within these organizations. When they didn't get their way, they had to separate themselves and came up with what? With the so-called SPLM. And this SPLM later built this notion, that false notion that they are fighting for South Sudan. After they have seen they were not able to progress. First they tried as a tribe, they never succeeded. Then they had to combine others for the sake of what? Trying to make it even, complicated, where people will think this is for South Sudan. And then later, also, they begin to evaluate themselves. They begin to take their people outside foreign lands, while these suffering people of Equatorians elected. Few of them were given the chance. Now they're in diaspora. But what did we gain? What these people did do? Did they gain anything from what they have learned from, or the suffering they went through? Now do you see them? They are even aligning themselves with the same people who are not willing for them to get out of the countries, Western countries. They want them to be outside the country. I mean, they want them to be like that, displaced in these refugee camps, and they are the one who change. Because there is a change of balance, or if I could call it, like, if you know, like a weight scale of Equatorial at that time was higher during the Anyanya. Anyanya even gave a chance that we need to re-educate our people. Our people need to make sure they stand on the ground and not to be re-educated in the mindset of the Arabic culture. But the Arab were actually working on it. The Arab North or the Arab were working on it. Then somehow later they moved that by using those, some of them in Upper Nile, one of them, Abel Aliyar, manipulate all the thing and make them like, you know, this is an issue of administration, whatever the nonsense they're now trying to play. And later, they didn't find their way. They had to go and use this idea of let's fight. And especially took a good advantage of the time when Nimeri was creating the Sharia law and all these things. And that's when everything went loose. So they felt this is the opportunity for them. When they didn't succeed in the battle, they had to combine the whole group. Not necessarily they believe that this group, they will give them the power, but they made sure they control them, use them, and then later throw them. The same thing, those tactics that were used in the SPLM are now the same are used by the opposition. If Equatorial are not opening their eyes clearly, I promise you, you guys are going to cry later, because it's happening, and we are seeing it from far away. Even the way-to-day division within the social media, bringing ignorant people to speak on the thing that doesn't even make any sense. Instead, confusing people, saying them things that is not even proper, not even respectful, not even honorable to the Equatorian people, yet they will glorify such things, such people, to the extent you will see ourselves lost cause. And then, do you think these people will take you serious? Because they see how weak you are in the mind, how you are easy gullible to be diffused from logic to become a chaos to the society, like what they call a pariah, you know? And right now, South Sudan is a pariah state, you know? And what is happening is, these guys are too much. And yet, some of them choose to be blind, choose to close their eyes. Even if books were written about South Sudan crimes happening, the tribalism that's happening, even this lady, everybody talk about her, Caroline Berger. I don't know if Equatorial understood the message. This thing is a clear subject to Equatorial to wake up. Do you think Dinka is the only one who is actually now going to be, just if they left the power, everything would be okay? Just ask yourself. Why did even they mention the power struggle in the SPLM? Because everybody have that mindset over there. Respectfully, I have to be honest with you guys, because some people don't want the truth. I could be your friend, but also respect my right. If you see me as your friend, you're from Upper Nile, I give you respect. But let me be honest with you here. When the truth comes, I have to say, I'm not hateful against you, because there's nothing for me to hate you about. And if I'm going to die, why hate? Because everybody's going to be in the same place. We will be eaten by maggot. We will go away if something like that happens. And if as long as I'm alive, we will work our own path. You know, I will never, as long as you don't cross my path to the point you want to abuse me, then I have to fight you. You know, equality is important. Respect is important. For the equality to happen, there must be respect and acknowledgement that you are different, but yet we are working together. But when you're coming to me to silence my people, to divide us, and yet some of them, so-called intellectuals, are comfortable and they're using even other people to use them. You know, they use those people like what they call, you know, asabat. They'll be some asabat of these thugs because they know how to play. They know their level of what do you call the thuggery they have, the thuggery or you know these kind of like behavior of a thug. You know, like if you look at if you ever studied, but I was saying let's cut the studying. Just look at it in a way of a movie. I bet some people saw a movie. You have seen the mafia bosses always use their small thugs. There is a killers. There's those assassins. There is those people who are used as the muscles who go and get the money collectors and all these things, right? That's the same thing. They're using these people in different ways. And this is actually what we call it Machiavellian. You know, they think they can play, and they play Machiavellian very well with people who are not aware of themselves. But they are not Machiavellian. Let me repeat to them. Those ignorant fools who have been used in the string of those who are manipulating the word, we are South-Sudanese, we are trying to help to bring the country to a change. They will never bring change because they were part of the corruption. They were part of this damn regime that is now killing us and destroying Equatoria. Those are the same element. Do you think these people are noble? Ask yourself. Somebody was part of the gang of the group. Don't tell me because they were in different places, they've never been seen. They are all participated. Even in America, there is one word says, if you are befriending criminals, you are guilty by association. I bet a lot of people in America understand that. Guilty by association, that means because the mom, you're part of them. Don't tell me you're not, because you cannot be drinking. Nobody like drink from the same cup. They will not be drunk from that cup. I'm going to share with the same Marisa SPL, and if we say this, they put an example like that. So they cannot play us. And the same thing in Upper Nile. They have the same mindset of Dinka. So you can't say Dinka is a no, because Dinka is actually the troublemaker right now. Because Dinka had one person like Garang and Abel Aliar who were genius enough. I would say evil genius, not good genius, evil geniuses. They used this SPLM as a uniform, as a tool or uniform to cover their track that they're not tribalist until they came to power. Of course, Garang died, but his people came to power. And today we see this chaos and this Dinka hydrogen. And yet even that lady, when she mentioned that, some Equatorians are just using it as a bell, but without understanding that this bell is an alert. This bell is a warning sign for us to wake up and take whatever action need to be taken so we can protect ourselves in the right way. And not everything need to be violent, and not everything need to be peaceful. You need to be wise enough to understand where is the importance. You start from there. Those people are terrified from the word separation, and we will continue. Some people will laugh today that we are not going to separate, but I promise you this: only if Ana Makam, Ana can jidida ma Equatorian. Wana majana ta Equatorian, then land ta Equatorian ma bukun dawla. I know my ancestors Magabir al-Shawlo min aradi btamda. Al-dafanom yala naza jabwana fogo amarati shiniji matta wa yamul fasada. These people will leave that land, and Equatorial will be a nation they want it or not. I know the cowards who are not willing to stand with us. Let them stand on their game. Like in Akidlekum, history will judge you. Even not us, the people down there will judge you. When time comes, I wonder where you're going to be. You hate me, you like me, that's your problem. Because I'm not here to like you. I'm not here to let you like me. I'm here to speak the truth that my people are silent not to speak about. When I see people are being silent, I don't like this behavior. They want us to be quiet. They want us to just be sugarcoating. Naman gasamon group. Asabat bita opposition, asabat bita munu, asabat bita regime. But we are Equatorian. Inta kamab tarif mantik bita kwenta Equatorian, then good luck, my friend, because you're a lost cause. Equatorian need your voice, need your hand. You don't have to speak such a big time to give a message. but you can do your part as an Equatorian. Even in the secret, you can do it. But I don't even see that. Some of Equatorians are just, some of them, they will act like, if you go to Kamsat, inshallah, 24/7, talking nonsense and repeating themselves many times on these things. And then كان في يوم كده قام جنون الناس بيقوم بيشتموا بعض شتائم ذات ما حصل شتم قبيلة زول تاني. This is the wrong thing to go, my friend. We are not in Upper Nile. Equatoria is completely different from Upper Nile. We Equatoria needs to stand for our ground. I know some Venus and we ترجموا بغلط باتشة. بيقول oh nothing كده. Well, you can hate me or like me. That's your problem. But one day I want to see my ancestral lands there. يرجع back and نقدر نفتش تراب بتاعنا سيداتنا ده شالوه كبوين نقدر نجي honor them ندفنهم back. These people have desecrated our ancestor cemetery. And yet في ناس يجي كلنا جنوبيين يا تزول بكون جنوبي بيجي بيعمل الكلام ده وجنوب السودان ده شو ليه إهانة. I'm not Sudanese. I prefer to call myself Equatorian. I am an Equatorian because my region was known, even given to be non-Equatorian. When they divided our lands to many countries, some of them went to other countries. Do you think that was just because they felt like they did it in purpose? I should only weaken us. Today they are manipulating us to say the regime is doing their part and the opposition is doing their part. You don't see the regime now is infiltrating Equatorians to the extent even using people like Nasnanu Kumba and Nas Bokosoro and others like Nazolbita Central Equatoria, I forgot his name, and also like Zolbita Eastern Equatoria, which is sad to even call ourselves East and Western, Central and Western. We are one Equatoria, Great Equatoria, but they divide us to that extent and they're using those people as a tool to make sure that Equatorians are thinking individually and become dumb. And today you can see the dumbness of it. East, West, Central. We need to cut this word Central, Eastern, Western. This word is harming us. And I seen even the opposition are enjoying it. Say, to be separated. Let's not begin to fight each other after separation. Part of the group because separation does North and South. You want to be a nation. You were campaigning. Even some of you worked in the United Nations campaigning for independence of South Sudan. Why now you want to tell me like you didn't know? You guys were dreaming of power that you're going to hold. You weren't worried about it, but we're not here dreaming of power. We are demanding to protect our culture, history, and identity. That's why I started quoting what earlier I said by Henry Clark. When people know their history, they will never be lost because history is a compass, it's a clock to tell us who we are and to keep us continue fighting for what is ours. But are we doing it? We see people that just want to be individuals who want to manipulate and play. And it's the worst one when I see the so-called intellectuals are used as a tool to go against Equatorians, especially Equatorians who are calling for independence. And they want to go and say they are friends to us. I hope you guys can hear me. I know I see my network. So what breaks my heart is when we speak the truth, some people say we're enemies. Some people, because they don't want to hear it. Because South Sudanese are enjoying to play in these mujamalat and tweet talk. They love that because they don't want the truth. Because the truth, they're afraid of the truth. They fear it. They run away from it by making all these assumptions that they will work it the best way they can. But they will never, because every time they escape from the truth come and hunt them back. You have seen it. How many people of the opposition, when they get to the point of agreement federally, but we have seen them when they came outside.
Can you read your back note, please, Odysseus? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. All I want to do is also, I know there is a lot of false accusations have been made to us. And in particular DD also, and all of us, in some futile things that I don't even know, that is just really ridiculous. And I'll tell you, I will let her speak first, and then I'll come up after that. I'll speak. But what I want is return to work. It's time for us to take what is ours seriously. We are the only hope for our people, because we're in the diaspora. We can have the access to do many things. But if you don't want to do it for your people, then I would say You know, I mean, I feel sad even for our ancestors who are resting in peace. They are not resting in peace. They're crying. If there was a tear, we could see it in the ground, it would be flooded there with water. Because these people are really not even resting in their grave. And you see this country even not resting. And yet some of us want to still call themselves South Sudanese. Let us define ourselves clearly where we are. South Sudan cannot come by force or by manipulation. They manipulated us. That's why it failed. These guys, the SPLM, used this independent because they knew who's going to run the country. What community are going to play around. And they did it. And now the others who are not gaining, they are now fighting for their power, their survival. They want to get back. And they're now using us again and again. They're using Equatoria as a stepping tool. So they can step on us and then get in or get in power. And Equatoria don't see their value. Yet they like to be used by the same people who are stepping on them as a tool to go and especially this social media became a place where it became a mockery. I want to assure you, Equatoria, there is a lot of mockery right now about us. You just don't know. We look like jokes. If you are in or out, we look like jokes because we are not serious people.
Network.
I didn't know I was out. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Go ahead. I will come up later. Damn, I didn't know. I didn't just check. I thought I was on until this thing just kicked me out. But go ahead.
Yeah, I had wanted to use the opportunity while other people were here earlier to kind of reveal something for people to hear, but unfortunately they left. So yeah, I just wanted to say that well, it's guys to hear a lot of my jacket. I'm freezing here. I wanted to greet you guys all. I wanted to say hello to you guys, and I wanted to thank you and thank all our viewers and Equatorial Free Forum, those who are faithfully listening. And I wanted to welcome the new subscribers that have, have subscribed this month. We have a lot of subscribers that are coming in, and those who are coming. I wanted just to welcome you guys and extend our warm love, and thank you guys for your, faithfulness and speculating or spreading the word ahead. But here I wanted to play something that I was accused. The whole Royal Commission is basically supposed to be based on, the things that are happening, things that have been happening, and accusation, allegation, division, hatred, and even Equatorians. Once I would say I am so proud of our Equatorians which are back home. They are so united to the max, But Equatorians on social media are wanting to bring up this thing of tribalism, dividing people into tribal line, forcing people to follow each other based on tribe, grouping yourself into tribes, and then tribe hagi ketir, tribe haga ketir, and then we meet up, we gang against other people who are not playing tribalism in Equatoria, which I condemn it, really. I condemn this behavior, and this behavior is played by our elders, people who are supposed to be elders. They are notorious in playing these games. They are very hateful people. First of all, they brought us into these problems that are happening in South Sudan. Right now, Equatoria is suffering, and they do not have any help to help Equatorians. They do not have any help. They don't even run that any help. Mon magodi any help la Equatorians al fi camp, or any help la Equatorian solution la Equatorians al barra, وإيكوتوريانس al fi bet hinaka, كيف مون بيطلع روحهم من المشاكل اللي من فوقه. But what they do is they speculate tribalism and hatred within the community of Equatorians on the social media, which I am not afraid of anybody. I always have a principle that I speak on, I kind of like, for me, respect is different from fear. I'm not afraid of anybody, but I can respect you. But also respect is earned on how you behave, what you've been doing. You see? And also in the Equatorians, I'll play Equatorians in between, which are like the jigsaw. Like each side fits everywhere. You see? Equatorian why wide o min Upper Nile, o wide o Dinka, o wide o Shuluk, o wide o Nuer, o wide min East Equatoria, why them in Central Equatoria, why them in West Equatoria. Gilak batin finus. You see? Just mixing us, tangling us. You gotta pick where you are. Who do you want to help? If you're an Equatorian, you gotta stand by Equatorians. If you're from Upper Nile, move in the line of Upper Nile. And if you're an Equatorian, you do not believe. In Equatoria, I always preach this thing. I say that. And I'm so blessed to find ourselves related at the same line simultaneously, and not tribes. Simultaneously at the same time, na keep languages at the same time. And na ahal, and within our families are represented even almost like a parliament, a political parliament, because each of these tribes is represented within our homes. Alela ana kan indu ahal time in ana mix my West Equatoria wala from East Equatoria, I will play a very good part in the union of Equatoria. What ana kan into relations from outside. But some of us are using this to divide people. Alelo be playing Nasdaq behnak, alelo be play bejai, tribe against tribe, which is really very shameful for someone of this age. I condemn this really very highly, and I speak of it, and I will not regret, and I will not back down. You know, it can arf it into benefit for Equatoria, and it arf Equatoria is for you. Then you have to stand for the for the unity of Equatoria. Like it be use the unity of Equatoria to hijack it for your own political game, for your own beneficial game. You cannot do this kind of things. So Anna Besdar wanted to play something that I was being accused of it. That then I will speak what I speak, what I spoke earlier.
Thank God, Brother Abraham Lolik, he sent me a message just now. Maybe now it's hour now because they are going to New York. He told me, Teresa, and I could read this, and I sent to John, to Uncle here. He said, Teresa, I'm the one who removed Charles and Didi from the room that day. Because at the Equatorial Bridge room, both individual expresses that Uncle John of Shan deserve his account to be suspended. Secondly, Charles continued to disrespect our rally logo since day one. I am willing to confess that in front of him and Didi. I totally disagree with their behaviors against us, the rally team. This is the message Lolik sent me. Because yesterday, in the room of...
You guys heard this very well. Unless we can hold there. Yes. Kalina repeat, Anna repeat it again. Another good, you know.
That'd be great. If you can,
yeah.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Let me disconnect.
Brother Hakim, thank God.
What happened? Thank
God, Brother Abraham Lolik, he sent me a message just now. Maybe now it's hour now because they are going to New York. He told me, Teresa, and I could read this, and I sent to John, to Uncle here. He said, Teresa, I'm the one who removed Charles and Didi from the room that day. Because at the Equatorial Bridge room, both individual expresses that Uncle John of Shan deserve his account to be suspended. Secondly, Charles continued to disrespect our rally logo since day one. I am willing to confess that in front of him and Didi. I totally disagree with their behaviors against us, the rally team. This is the message Lolik sent me. Because yesterday...
What a shame. What a shame, yeah, Jama.
Mm-hmm.
What a shame. What a crop of shame, really. I was just targeted, okay, to be the lamb which can be slaughtered, actually, al-Koruf al-Bidbaho, for the wicked union, for Ochang to be used, okay? My brother Hakim, were you here earlier? If you were not here, I was playing a recording. I hope you heard it. Kanita Masma, you write down, I will play it again. So this is the recording. I is all same recording there. Gal Abraham Lolik Russell recording there. Ajay Russell to testify. I Didi said Ochang deserved to be suspended. In which way? Miten. I remember we were, and also the rally. Let's talk about the rally. I wanted to refer people for room to rally there. It's written as when Ochang first came back. It's written as I am back. I think it's written. The title is like that. I am back, and he's there to advocate for the rally strongly. I think that's what the title is. I'm back and I'm going to advocate for the rally strongly or something like that. You guys go locate the room. You guys go see. You will see me, Didi, popped into the rally room to listen. But then I was evicted out of the room. I never got a chance to write anything. I never got a chance. And indeed, comes and has a bit room. I don't even write anything. I never write anything. I just sit in the room because there is time and place for everything. I just listen. في حاجات تانيين ذاته سلمى دخل في راسي أنا I just listen. I just walk away. The only room I participated in
say, because I have really regretted. I have regretted so much, and I say that, you know, Equatorians, if I see an Equatorian going for a slaughter, I'm just going to watch them go, because Equatorians don't love, they don't love truth. And this is where tribalism is happening here. One side of people went and talked, you know, and they were happily, you know, the fact that even my name has been screamed on this, I went on this recording of this room. My name has been screamed. Somebody has been comfortably screaming my name out as a grown person, okay? As people who are grown of Equatoria and people who are leading parties. This is not what is supposed to happen. Even some people who are here, I spoke to them, some people that I had respect for them. I called them straight away when I heard that. And I told them, you know, I have not said such thing. And I will never say such thing, because I always stand for the unity of Equatoria. And even in my final word in that room, I say to people, I say, look, to me, it does not matter. I know you guys operate in gangs of groups. You know, you guys operate in, group doesn't matter to me. Tribe doesn't matter to me. What comes down to me, the final thing is Equatoria. The unity of Equatoria matters to me so much. That's what I stress about it. Because together we are strong. Divided we fall. What matters to me is the unity of Equatoria, every Equatoria country. And I told them that, you see, in the conference, some community never came in America for conference ESCA. And this should open our eyes. And this is what is worrying me. More than anything is the unity of Equatoria. I don't care if it's my group tamunu, if it's my tribe tamunu. These are things that are lower than me. If it's my munu ya bi meshik, munu ya rajilak, munu ya marata. If you lick munu, if mata lick munu. It doesn't really matter. You talk to me, you don't talk to me. I don't give my messages to the people who are shabanin, the West countries and the Europe. My messages goes down to the people for Khartoum, people for Juba, and they know us by name. They know who is speaking, who's doing what. They know it all. But to use such wickedness and to tangle us together, it's not really right, you see? My final word in that is like, Jama, let me tell you one thing, because they were insisting on the heroism and the what Kalamat al-Mabiji, Yala Gadi what they understanding as Gal whom are offended in the room. A lot of people have spoken again. And I get good as you know. And I got in my final word, and I got a Jama de Giga. I didn't even last for I don't know for how long, I don't know. And I got a Jama de Giga. And I remember I was room Tani Dr. Sholo room. They were raising their fundraising. We all know Sholo has been Bidika, and we all been there. We went there because when people are mourning, you go. And I thought if you them in Gather, and I thought begin speechless. I could not even write condolence because I was just really crippled. I was just listening. So we sat. And I would say, Jamal, when these people are doing their fundraising, Ochang was there, and they said they will help Ochang. So they're going to help Ochang. Plus, us here, Equatorians, we're going to help Ochang. But let's acknowledge Nasal Zalanin Kulu. That was all my purpose of what I was saying. Nasal Zalanin, so that people can join all together and help. And I go to them, hey, in that room of the Cholo, when they were saying they will help Ochang because Ochang has done a favor to them, it's spoken about what happened to them, and he was advocating for the fundraising. They say they will help Ochang. And I was like, that's good. But Pitnen, Panata Jenka Jahinaka, Panata Jagalushunu, they accused Ochang Gal who be paying money, I should kill them. He said that Ochang said he will hire gunmen or something like that to shoot them. And these people who are there, grown, matured people, they say to Ochang, no, you cannot do this. They condemn that. But are they not going to help Ochang? Yes, they say they're going to help Ochang. But did they not stood up and say, Gali, no, this thing is wrong. We cannot handle stuff in this way? Yes, they did. Then I said, why can't we do the same thing? Yes, we will help. Let's help him. But also let's help acknowledge these people. When they are complaining, let's say, yes, we understand you. Let's meet them somewhere. That's what I was trying to say. But because I used similar words that was spoken by him, and I said, no, this thing is not about like this, not about heroism, it's not about this. I think this thing, we have a serious business going on here. There is a division going on here of anger. Let's meet these people who are angry, and also halfway this side we have Ocha, then we meet all in the middle. That's what I was saying. But never in my mouth I say, do not help him. No, I do not say that, do not help him. I said, should we help him? And then I answer, yes, we should help him. That's what I say. Out of all Nas, for I don't know for how long, for many, many months, Nas Biamulo rooms, we Kotoria Bridge. All Nas del, have to share in the social media. Kullum running up and down with Kubar Sukar, making rooms that isn't the Ojang in lock room to block Ojang. Have all them, including him, in. They never come out straight to speak this thing out. That yes, we were behind, blocking you. Yalla, they just look for they look for somebody that has nothing to do with it. Sorry guys, this thing kicked me out of StreamYard. So I'm just trying to disconnect myself. So yeah, I don't know how it kicked me out, but I didn't notice. Now all these things I'm saying is not going down there because I want our people to hear this.
I did open it from my side, but when you get back, I will let you open it. But go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you keep yours open.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You can computer's muted.
You'll see me opening my mic, and now I
From your computer.
Well, I hear you.
It's not echoing. I think it's good now. I think we're listening from you now because I can see it on the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I listen. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is what happened. You see, this is what happened. The only thing I spoke, I said, let's acknowledge the people who are angry. Let's meet in the middle. Let's see how we can help Ojang. Also, let's not, oppress these people down by saying, shut up, shut up, shut up. What we need to do, we need to help him because he's a hero. He's a hero. He's a hero. You see? So this is what I say. So my name has been screamed up and down on this Clubhouse, and I just bunked it down. I just kept quiet because I decided to use what is called the Solomon wisdom, which I did not even realize, but something just shut me down because I thought that it doesn't add up if I just go up there. You guys saw the chaos that was going on, you see? And then as Kubar, that's the Ninkaman, they're running parties. Nasta Uduta Nas. Leaders the Nas. And supporters the Nas. You see? And then there are supporters to Ojang. And it doesn't add up, Kulu. It does not. And that's what makes weaken Equatorians, and Equatorians become weak. People say that we, the separatists, are the one causing problems in Equatoria. But look, Denas Munu after it, as not every quest Denas Munu, there's not a big system of the Hajjal with Juba West, they may have to, they're known as Muni tribal makers, within Equatoria. I'll be like with Equatoria, poke that, and they call themselves that they hold the party. You see? My name has been screamed there for no good reason. Even there was an altercation that happened back and forth between me in that room because I had wanted to continue to speak and I was cut. And I left that room and left there quiet. You see, oppressing people and twisting Kalamata Nas is not really good and it's not respectful at all. It doesn't make you any hero, it doesn't make you any leader, but you're belittling yourself. Namanita the country movement, it's to run around in Suwatat. It's the same person hanging around my people to Suwatat back and forth, and last but of the healer, using on healer, and then you're there. The people from Upper Nile, the people from Bahr al Ghazal to respect you guys. And then the
and confront anybody or to go and say, no, I did not say this. Yes, you say this. No, because we represent something more higher and greater, something more important. To other people is a game. To other people is a position. To other people is they are following their relatives. To other people is their fathers, their nieces. But to us is the life of our people that matters. The general life of Equatoria. What brings us together, that what matters. Every little Equatoria from top to bottom matters. We do not represent relatives. We do not represent family, but we represent the whole front line of Equatoria, from front to back, Equatoria. That's what we do. Since we've been speaking on the Equatorial Free Forum to Clubhouse, which is greater, we're known as Greater Equatorial Nation in Clubhouse, which is where Equatorial Civil, help me, Equatoria
Equatorial Civil Association Council in diaspora.
I think you help me out. So we do not make a division between any Equatoria. We have never spoken along the line of tribe. Can be I had out, we exalted all our tribe. Can be مشاكل قاعد يحصل بين tribe. We will always come in. We come in and we say, Jamaat, this is not how we handle the issue. And they can, if my people from my tribe is fighting with another tribe because of the regime playing us in the middle, I cannot come here and attack the other tribe because I know what is happening. I know already. Our people has been used, and it's not the whole tribe. It's just individual people. So I cannot really begin here to, to say all these things, and you can't do this thing. You cannot represent Equatoria. Equatoria is running to you, saying that represent me, or they are crying. You see them crying, and you say representing them. And it's the same person is using this unity to Equatoria. It's hijacking it into hijacking lab or game or kalam al-baraka al-mananfi. It's not everybody here is after anybody, you see. But people have come against us deliberately. People have hated us on a personal based level for no reason, yeah, Jama, for no good reason. And we have never all, have altercation manas one on one. ما في زول هنا من ناس Equatoria كل قلال, we have issues with them. No. But people have issues when we begin to speak the things that are happening in Equatoria, the most sensitive things, the most serious things. Because people are playing games of you have anything, any organization. Al-ita بتبدأ or any movement بتبدأ في ناس كده بيلعبوا زي سوسة بيلعبوا جيمات بيجيبوا حالهم. Then they recruited it they try to recruit them within you, and so that they can overtake you from inside out to feel like they are part of your movement. You see? So that they can overshadow you, and then you see them speaking together all the time. They think that people don't understand this game. People are talking about this, whether it's Cuba, whether it's Khartoum, because people saw the game that's going on. You cannot do that. You cannot be the same person owning that party, the same person owning the here. You cannot. Stay on your own lane. انت ما تراسل اهلك ولا ايالكم عشان يجوا حاجات movement ناس ثانيين لو ما طلع, and then you started excommunicating people, you started speaking hate stuff against people, you started creating fight عشان احنا Equatoria نشاكل بعضنا. You allow this because you've been used by the Apanal, and especially the leaders, political leaders, them. So that احنا Equatorian, we fight each other like crazy, and then they are climbing up while they are advancing. What the hell are we doing here, Jama? What are we doing? And then there is the other thing, which I spoke about, the hate. Then there is the other thing that we begin to report each other, like after what happened to Ochang. Most Equatorians are included in it, even though whether Equatorians that are denied or not, you already conspire against Ochang in the room. That means you're part of the blocking, that you reported Ochang. And now, including Fogonasta Apanal reporting people, you don't know who's who now. But the Apanal, they come clean. They told Ochang, I reported you, but the hypocrites that he reporting people, and he reporting your own people, your own Equatorian, you do not come out. May you rot in hell. Magilba Aswed there. Gilba Aswed Aslan ma bidikon fi iya mahal. Can the leaders stuck on there that send you from up there, giving you the orders to do the lakbata little bit amolo hina between Equatoria, then you gotta stop it. Can they your leadership hagus there? They will who been to get them the one that Equatorians don't want to follow it. Can they your leadership does that? Lakbata ma been far. Using other people, use using young people or using other people, you know. Some people have ahead of them have like, let me say, they have a future ahead of them. Namni tiji kala bito fi hajata ta movement bitako le ta party bitako use them, and then tomorrow you dump them without ta khalletum fi mashakil ya tude ma bifa. It's not good. You cannot organize Equatoria on social media into tribal line. You know, you cannot do that. Back home, our people, they are not. And I will repeat again, they are not. They are all united under one umbrella through the sufferings that they are going. Shakshaka la bamilupi hina fi Clubhouse hina da, you will better stop it. You gotta yourself to go against other people. You gotta yourself to go against one person. Hatta lo haja da bijib humiliation le party take, you can't even sense it. The damage you're doing to your party, you don't even know. It's the representative the party kibir shunu bidakhala fi kalamat dan. Ana zatu lo kutta yafirum ochangu zora sale message jere, I will by no means announce it. I will dismiss it. Because this is a rumor, and especially when Anna put up the room there and I knew what happened, and I knew who said said what. And all these people who say what they majobara, and even I have the recordings all from A to Z who say what. If I have to play it all here, that's my padiyama biyamuluna. وفي حاجات تانيين ذاته في ناس يتكلموا وناس قالوا هم representing the unity ده في حاجات كتير ناس يتكلموا ضدين ضد حاجات ده وناس دي أبي توبرة هنا they're the civil societies, they're the same people who are speaking for the unity. إنتوا قلتوا كروت بتاعكم ده جماعة دي ما لاحظوا يعني إحنا stupid. We know what you're doing, what you're saying in the background. إحنا بنسكت صح, إحنا بنشيل it because you're my brother, you're my sister. We will stand for you, we'll defend you. You think we are stupid? You see? Yeah, then you target me for no good reason. You could not find me the Kalamta of Mari. You know? I shot the sheriff, but I never shot the deputy. You see? And that's what happened in the room. I shot the sheriff, but I never shot the deputy. You see? I knew that Sheriff John Brown had it for me. You know? They're tracking my move everywhere to find me guilty. I know this. All these 3 years, almost to this 3 years, people are tracking me to find me guilty. But I never shot the deputy. I shot the sheriff, but never the deputy. Because me, there's no fear in me. But I respect even the little, the baby. I respect the animals. I respect. I grew up little. My father that raised me, before he pulled up with a car coming, when I was Bamarat, past the dogs, the cats, every kind of animal is the one running before even you meet him. Every kind of animal is the one running past to welcome him. Bless his soul, may his soul rest in peace. And we sit and eat with all the animals on our dining. You see, I have respect for everything, including animals. But what I don't have is fear. Itano, what I represent is for me, matters to me the most, and matters to us most is Equatoria. In this greater Equatoria, and in Facebook, we're known, you know, in the Equatoria Free Forum, what we represent is Equatoria. Mafi yomina talana gunet kalamna, God, no, this tribe, we don't want this tribe, we don't want this person, we don't, nothing like that. We have never said something like that, and people know us, our videos are all recorded. Go and listen to the videos from beginning. Some of it even are not in Equatoria Free Forum, some of it even in Odysseus Forum, or, profile, or maybe, you know, before we created this, this Equatoria Free Forum, you know, to broadcast our stuff out. Even in our group, the Equatoria Civil Association Council in Diaspora, we don't even speak these things. Nobody, because everybody's from all the tribes in Equatoria. How can you dare go against one tribe? This is really shameful. In Equatoria, we reduce ourselves, you see, to this kind of logic that, you know, the one that even baffled me most is Ajais Bitana Nas Kubar Del. Ito loga inta follow Nas Kubar Nas da bimutu garib da bit kulu fi hufra. Nas dal aslan jab lena karisa. Mashakil alatina machin fogo da jabo no. ما ده جيلهم يا جاب المشاكل ده حقيقة بيقولوا هم يا جاب المشاكل ده وهم ماشيين بعد جزء منهم ماتوا وبيموتوا حتى واحد واحد قاعدين يموتوا كل يوم. Have they given you any solution? They're telling you to submit. They're telling you not to speak the truth. They're telling you not encourage yourself, to fight against the oppression where you are. They're dividing us. Look just wait. When other different groups that look like us speaking, wait when you hear them when they speak. Here when they move into speak, they speak even directly against us. بقولوا انت ما ما تمشي هنا وانت ما تتكلم مع ديل لانه ديل بيتكلموا هنا احسن انت تتكلم مع ده لانه ده بيتكلم انت عندك موفمنت حق شنو بيخليك تيجي في ملحته موفمنت ثاني ما موفمنت بتاعك انت ده you want to control زول ثاني في موفمنت حق شنو بيخليك انت تكروس اوفر هناك you want to control زول يتكلم زي ما انت داير يتكلم how comes I played the video here everybody have heard it. If it's all Masama, I'll replay it again. Everybody was, my name was over there going on and on, but I did not say the thing that was said here. I never said it. If you're representative of the Rabbana, khafu Rabbana. If you're working for a civil society, be pure. And I will replay this message again and again, that making sure that this message go internationally, everybody see me. I am not ready for this, and I will never be part of this. I will never partake of a cup that betrays the Equatoria. That would never be my legacy. Never. Never would that be my legacy, that tomorrow you do Gulugal and I could have stood by this tribe, and I could have stand by that tribe, and I could have was the one dividing Equatoria. But let far be it. Let it be found that I was speaking, raising the banner of Equatoria, raising the spirit of our ancestors. That's what I wanted to be known by. And if that kind of bad spirit is found in me, within me, may it be removed out of me as I speak now. I wanted to speak of the great things Ancestor Sadna has done, and it with bitterness and anguish regarding what Janisha did. Now that they are so brave to their death, some of them died for Equatoria. Their children have seen what they have done. 80s is not far from us, Jama. 50s is not far from us. 82 is not far from us, Jama. 82 itu malkun jabanin ya Equatorian. Itu malkun ridiculous to this extent that you achieve. 82 is not far. 82 kan bidugu nas ba asayat. في زمن حتى ده بتشيلوا أسايا ده بتدخلوا في داخل المرة ولا في جبات راجل. انتوا مالكون انتوا بتتكلموا بشنو؟ انتوا بتتكلموا بشنو والناس ماشيين في شنو؟ انتوا what's wrong with you؟ انتوا بتقعدوا تفتنوا في ناس تعملوا عصابات to create tribalism on social media. انتوا proud of it؟ انتوا بيقول نفسكم parties and movement. What's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you? Look, Upper Nile, they are well organized. When they came with their version of separatism, which I'm not sure what it is up to today, that's Asiadom Del, Al-Kalamu can be Hajjuduna. They were threatening us. Equatoria map is separate. Even Edward last time went and girl, Nasdel Depi Api Room and Make girl. Nasdel didn't have been no home at the ring separate. Nasal Bana Pipati, they're very tribal girl kida. Girl, we know all they want separation. Like in Naman Iyalom Jagalu, there is separation. Who Amalish, Nas political parties, the Sholo Amalish, they accompanied them. They celebrated them. While the Equatorians were attacking us, the separatists, since Facebook, since we started. They try to infiltrate us by involving their own people within us to overthrow us down. But this has not happened. So they're doing the version of what they know they're doing today. This is not fair and this is not right. This is not fair and this is not right. Gelba Aswad, Makway, Mabodina Kidam. But when Jamagan Jetta Cholo, the same Equatorians, the same Nasgato Abutanas Algalu, who can Equatorian Mabit Farago, Pato Hinap, they endorse the separatist Cholo. What a hypocrisy is this? What a
بيقولوا في ناس كده they need to rest in peace. I am praying to God. Am I wrong? في ناس كده بيلقطوا ناس. They are jigsaws. بيقولوا jigsaws ولا شنو ده. They feed everywhere. Upper Nile they feed. في Equatoria they feed. Within our tribe, in Equatoria, they try to play this game of feeding in this tribe, feeding in that tribe. But whom of God in Equatoria, this is a norm for us. Ita kan jana Equatoria say he, ita ma bilak buti Equatoria ma Upper Nile, ita ma bilak buti Equatoria ma Equatoria. Leano ihna fi dakil Equatoria inna mulakbatin. Our home operates like a parliament. You have every representative of a tribe within your family. This is who we are, Equatorian. In every home, every bloody home in Equatoria, you have a representative that represents you from your tribe in the home of Equatoria. So how dare can we operate? How dare can we operate in the tribal line? In this social media, how can we do? How can we do that? في ذاك البيت واحد انت بتلقى زول من باري، انت بتلقى زول من لوتوكو، انت بتلقى زول من لوبيت، من حاجه ثانيه براه. في ذاك الاسره واحده. The same politics in Equatoria, we have the same tribal line we have. We're doing it in our family. The same thing is happening. That's what our ancestors have done, and this is what I have come to the understanding of it, that most people will die in this lifetime, will never understand the vision of our family, but they have only greed in them. I suffered enough in this separation. People are attacking me left and right, even within my organization. I suffered enough that a lot of people acting like they understood what Equatoria is, but you would never understand. You will never, all you will have is the greed of wanting to be known, but you will never humble yourself like me, who have not even any position, but will fight like a rhinoceros, will fight like a lion, will fight like a bull, you know? Will never even mention of who I am and where I am from, but just carrying the banner and the spirit of our ancestors, because I've understood it, because the spirit has rested in me. When I speak, I do not even know what I'm going to say. I do not even write down anything I'm going to say, but the spirit of our ancestors evoked itself within me, and I understood what they were doing. What they were talking about, they have represented it in their parliament, they have represented it in their homes, and something that none of you would understand it. None of you, even none of these people that calling themselves Galidi are mature. Ita بتسمع زول بيقولوا إلزا بيسألوه يتكلم. قول أنا بقعد بسمع إلزا بيتكلم حاجة تانية براوي بتسأل إلزا to talk about كورونا بيتكلم عن كوبايا. إنت بتسأل عن كوبايا بيتكلم عن جيش ولا حاجة تانية. What kind of people we're living in this time really? What was the situation we found ourselves in? ونيتا بتلقى زول younger than the elder يتكلم عن حقيقة وهو بيزعل. يعني he should be the one talking. She should be the one talking. But then you say, open your mouth and talk. We speak rubbish. We speak tribalism. We speak division within Equatoria. It can be lifetime there. This is what you think your purpose is to serve. I'm sorry for you, really. I'm really sorry. I represent you, yet you hate me. You're a hypocrite. I represent you, yet you backbite me, you talk about me. Nonsense. This is hypocrite. I represent you, yet I'll let you go and do whatever you want to do. I'll let you go and sit happy. I'll let you go and sleep happy. Care less. I'll let you go and represent unity of Equatoria. I'll let you go do whatever you want. But I still represent you. I still fight for you. The Makani be down. The Rishu Talagat and Equatorian belittle Rujata Equatorian base real Okulu belittle down. Don't know can amal Operation Bush Daga within the Cholo kingdom. And now Nasset Koroko. Demono minna kun hina. Can be belittled Cirilo Bikitamkon. Mono minna kun hina with a party the Cirilo Jet Kalam. Mono minna kun Monisokal Ahal Bitakon the Cirilo de Wenu. Wenu Ahal Bitakon the Equatoria de Wenu. I want to see it. I don't care if I speak any more about separation from today onward. I don't care. But I wanted to say, Wenu Nasdel. Naman kana bugula Equatorians result Equatorians useless. Wanitu. Naman kana bishuktu mwana fainta Equatoria bugula itu nothing garito bitamu
بيعملوا شاي cook شاي في شوارع. Where are you guys? Girl, you go to locker room and go and talk over there. Where are you guys? لما انت نجي نتكلموا إيكوتوري تاني بيجي برد عليك، بيجي بشاكلك. لما احنا نتكلموا عن إيكوتوريا، لما نشكلوا الناس دول اللي بيشتموا إيكوتوريا، انت تلقى اخوك إيكوتوريا ولا اختك إيكوتوريا بيرد عليك وبيجي بيعمل لك حيل، وبيجي divide people into tribes. الترايبس اللي انتوا قاعدين تعملوه في السوشيال ميديا ده، انتوا هتقعدوا ما في جودة. السوشيال ميديا ده ما في جودة، لكن ناس ورا هناك بيشوفكم. The people back home are watching you. بكون اسم بلدكم ده هيكون هنا، ده كلاب هاوس، هيكون هنا في جو بس ده نتورك، لكن في إيكوتوريا does not exist. في كم ناس فاتوا في إيكوتوريا؟ في ناس كم فاتوا في إيكوتوريا وجا من هناك واتكلموا إيكوتوريا ناس جوا هناك قال they're not joining any party because they want to fight for Equatoria. They spoke their mind out. They're all over there. They're standing with separatists because they come to understand the message. They're building strength within you. So why are you there? Why are you there destroying this unity of Equatoria? Why are you creating a certain tribe in Equatoria which is online, which is on social media? Why are you doing this with no shame, Rascal? زي ما أنا قلت في ناس هنا هيموتوا وهيكون إيكوتوريا في مشاكل الفوق ده. أنا ذات بكون زماني تيجي أنا بموت، أنا بخلي إيكوتوريا هنا في زماني ده. But إنت لو عندك good أفكار، إنت لو عندك suffering endurance بتاع suffering، إنت كان عندك patience، إنت أصلا عندك vision. Okay? A person that does not stand for a vision, a person that does not stand for a purpose, أصلا صوت في البداية هاجو ما عنده any purpose. An enemy that become your enemy is he or she was an enemy from beginning.
Exactly.
ما في حاجة كده قال Zoltan was your friend and then now because you did this, a person that turns against you is an enemy from the beginning. And that's what Equatorians need to understand is you do not allow Zoltan يجي من برا يجي يلبط ناس، يجي يمشوكم يقول لكم انتوا عملوا كده، يلا يجي يشتمكم من فوق لتحت. لما يشتموا ناس تريلو ناس منو بيجيب، ناس منو بيجيب. لما يشتموا رجال إيكوتوريا ناس منو بيجيب، لما يشتموا ناس من إيكوتوريا ناس منو بيجيب. يلا بعد ده كله يجي يسبقونا في مشاكل، بيقدرين يخلقوا فرص مشاكل بيناتنا. يعني we Equatorian to fight each other. يلا some Equatorians are buying into this. I just want to clear myself. This is what I have said and I have played the record and this is what I have said. I am not guilty of what I was accused. 2 days later, the guilt came upon those people. Ochan came and called these people all out. My name was not found in it. I was not in any breach. Well, if I kubri, that's not where you find me. Not because I don't want to be with people, but just because I'm avoiding this kind of thing. Because I know I am a tag. My name was not found there. 2-3 days later, that's because be horrible back. My name was not found there. The people that hijacked the Ochang room are not found there. The people that were screaming my name up there, they were not there. We have to be tolerant of each other. في حاجة تانية لو أنت قلت شيء قفلت باب في ظهرك، أنت قفلت باب في ظهرك. Then one of the things أنا قلت your mother when we were speaking in meetings on in all our meetings أنا بقول كده even in EPA ولا في Equatoria Civil Association diaspora. أنت كان قفلت باب ظهرك شفت، أنت كان دخلت في أوضة، أنت دخلت في أوضة دي كإيكوتوريان، أوضة دي الإيكوتوريان، أنت حاجة أنت تكلمت هناك، زول تاني يتكلم هناك، باب قفله، أنت تالي فتحوا لك باب، أنت تالي ما تطلع معي كلام من هناك يا جبان، ما تطلع من كلام من هناك. أنتوا يومات في كبري حاجاتكم ده جوا هناك قفلتوا نفوسكم، لكن واحد جاب طلع في رومته أوشان هناك قاعد يتكلم أي حاجة اللي كنتوا قاعدين تتكلموا جوا هناك. أنا من برا هنا اتصلت مع ناس جوا، لكن أنا عارف ما بقولوا ده جديد. أنا اتصلت بناس جوا، أنا قلت everything you're saying out in there is being transferred out here. You guys better be careful. أنتوا ما تشوفوا منو أدوك ومنو ما أدوك. Hasides the Nasal Hinakata, the Cholo, strictly they are fighting for Cholo Kingdom. Nas Cholo Mabi Amaloma attack. The separatist Cholo Tala. Nas Munu Jere Waram. Ikotorin Wahid da. Fato Hinaka, they supported the Jamari Galu, we support the separation of Cholo. Lakin Alena Huma Biglebu Nar Pina. Huma Cholo Kulu Biglebu Nar attack Pina. Dinka be attack na, Huma be attack na, Ayugo be attack na. Kira anal hypocrisy ya Jama. Lakin people going to Hinaka be support not them Hinaka. What kind of a controversy we're living in? They are who, you know? They are who parties and Equatorians Indo Gali represent Equatoria going to say Equatoria. I leave it to you. Let Equatoria be the judge. Let Equatoria be Khartoum be the judge. Let Equatoria be Juba be the judge of what these movements are doing to Equatoria. Al-Gal Huma, they are fighting for Equatoria. They do nothing but creating tribalism within Equatoria in the social media. They do nothing but fitan best. Fitan, learn nahar kulu nas gadin social media that fitan, mabi haja tani get fitan. Controlling people's mind. Manipulating people's mind. That's desperation. I will leave it here. I just wanted to clear myself, you know. I took the wisdom of Solomon and stayed away. Yokani ismika ngadini kurkubo hinaka. And with the Lord, let the woman have the child. Let her have the child. Do not divide the child. Because then I can machine room that had create division more. But let the greedy wicked have the child. Let them have the child. Maybe in power. Because the child will return to me. Let her have the child. The Solomon Maradakal correct Gidam Solomon. You know, because of the other one killed her own child. Bigger use Maratani Jana Maratande Gulta Janao. Bigger Gali Taojana Depinus because everybody's saying my child. This is exactly what Equatoria is going through now. And then the other lady says, please don't kill the child because you know, if you're a mother, you know how painful it is. For a mother pregnant for 9 months, it's between life and death, which is something that people don't talk about it. It's between life and death. For a mother to give birth to a child, it's between death, life and death itself. Either one of them will survive or both of them will survive. Whether you live in the village or whether you live in the capital city. This is just what it's given. A real doctor will tell you this scenario. Or a real nurse will tell you this scenario. And that's why the woman knows the pain. And to raise a child, let alone. And she said, let the woman have the child because you will never raise your child in order to be divided, to be destroyed. I'll never raise the Equatoria to be divided. This is not my purpose. That's why I let them have it. Let them scream about my name. But I know the wisdom of Solomon will come. And I will clear myself from this that I'm not guilty. Because what I spoke there is saying acknowledge the pain of this one, acknowledge the pain of this one, then let's unite. And then let's bring our brother back. Yes, should we bring our brother back? Yes, let's bring him back. That's what I said. But then my words have been taken as if I was challenging somebody just because I say, no, this thing now is not about heroism. Now I know why this thing has hurt someone. I say, it's not about heroism. It's about our people are in pain. This one side is saying this one side is saying this. There's another brother that is being reported. We don't know who reported him. There are people who attempt to report him. But who knows if he did not? This is something that the verdict is out there. Who knows? It's you on your phone. Who knows? The fact that you put yourself in that position. There are people you're supposed to evict. You have never evicted them. But you come down because somebody's speaking, you want to evict them. And the same thing that I found out, we all have been reported. And as the very sheep that has been slaughtered, I started warning people here, Jama, you've been reported, including my enemies. I told them, you've been reported. Including even Agut, I told Agut, who is reporting people? Can you check your people back there? If people are reporting people, that's not right. Because people have the rights to speak their mind. I say, Agut, even you yourself is being reported, you receive a warning. Go sit down and talk with your people.
here. If you don't know, you realize later on you've been reported already. You're carrying the circle round as a warning. You see the madness that people have gotten themselves into, the madness that South Sudanese and Equatorians have gotten themselves into, the level of hate. You cannot even speak the truth. Truth, people be manipulate your truth. So I will just leave it here. I recognize that Hakim was up here. I apologize. I spoke long and I think he left. So I just wanted to say that I want to leave it here, and I just wanted to say that the unity of Equatoria is not based on the social media. The base of social media can be not قال احنا قاعدين نتكلموا هنا ده ويتكلموا عشان social media. والله I'm sorry, you came to the wrong side because you're here for your own gain. You're here for your own popularity. Then go with it. You see? And I'm saying this is just my recommendation that I say nobody should go around there and manipulate Ochang. Let Ochang run his room as general subject. And this is for me. I'm not really saying, but I'm just saying let him run his room as general subject. As South Sudan, you cannot go and manipulate somebody and then it backfired you later on. You see? And the reason why I did not go there because out of respect. I usually argue about political stuff. But when it comes to personal stuff that I have to fight my own brother, really, I was dumbfounded. You see? I was dumbfounded because I didn't know what to do, to go about it. Should I go over there and we create more division? Or should I just leave them? Let Solomon's wisdom go ahead. That's why I'm going. Pinas, they are hypocrites. They are cowards. Who be jump from side to side, side to side. Alena, lo Achang gal kida, bijiru ma Ochang. Bashia bijiru behnaka bikalam haja tani barao. Kido Ochang. Bashia, bijiru kan itkalamu haja tani barao hina. Bukra na mazol tani nda iftahrum, bijiru bikalam hinaka. Coward people. Cowardness mabi udik gidam. I never meet Kadidi. I don't fight battles. I fight wars. And if anybody knows wars, you will understand what I mean. I don't waste my time fighting battles. I fight war because war eliminates people. You will understand what I mean. That's why I speak when I am needed. I speak when it's necessary. I don't fight battles. I fight wars. Wars eliminate people. You count your chicken straight away. Count your chickens. Because I don't fight wars. I don't fight battles. I fight wars. Thank you very much.
Truly indeed, Didi. Wow. Thank you. I was. Yes, welcome.
أنا بجي فوق يعني مشاكل قفل الروم عشان ده بقى كانوا is a big deal. بقى يجي مشكلة كبيرة، يجيبوا فتنة بين إيكواتوريا. so أنا ما بتكلم كتير، بس أنا بقول ديدي ولا باقي ناس يا جماعة let's people focus. Closing rooms the Clubhouse there is not the first time. It's happened a lot. Happened to me before in my personal account and happening a lot. Both sides back and forward. So this issue of room is dividing Equatoria so much. Even I was wondering why Equatoria is behaving like this. فتنة بين Equatoria بين unionist مع separatists. And again, they're wasting of time, you know. Accusation. I talked to Chan. I said the room was not closed by Equatoria, was closed by the combination of Dinka and Equatoria, because none of these people like Ochan words. Let's be honest, okay? Ochan one day will be nice to Equatoria, one day will be nice to Dinka, one day will be nice to Equatoria. And let's be honest, there's no fear here. Ochan hurt Dinka, Ochan hurt Equatoria. So this is the combination of people that get hurt. You know, when people get hurt, automatically they will report you. Okay? And I hate that people are pointing finger on Equatorians. I don't think it's Equatoria, it's a combination of individuals who are not happy for what Ochan is doing. And now the game is like this. Ochan say the first room was closed by the Dinkas. The Dinkas already grace. You know these ladies of Jane Numtok, they're very smart. Okay? They say that they want to close the first room, and then now they bring the room back to Ochan. Ochan is happy. I'll thank you. I like people like this. But Ochan is taking very hard on Equatoria. They say the second room, Equatoria is the one closing. So see, this is the politics. This is the politics game here. These ladies are playing.
Sorry, Jama. Network I got up. Just a minute.
This guy is not good. I told him, but I never had him as a Equatoria. I just told him in his face. So those kind of room, they did a private room. For me, I just feel like, yani, people did it because people are tired, maybe, with Ochan. And Ochan is not a king. Let's be honest. Yes, Ochan is talking good. Yes, Ochan have ideas good. I respect him. But sometimes he hurt a lot of Equatorians. He hurt a lot of Dinkas. He says a unionist. Why don't you focus? I told him last time, just focus for your union. But don't hurt the tribes. Don't target the tribes. Especially Central Equatoria. That's why people are getting upset. You know. And I don't fear nobody. I'm a comrade like him. I don't fear to talk. I tell him in his face. And I still go to his room. Don't target Central Equatoria. Don't target a tribe body. And this thing here, which can hurt people. He target Madi, target Acholi. Yes, he want to wake these people up, but the way he talk is not to wake people up. But what I can say, the room
closing room is not only Equatorial, it's a combination. But those ladies are smart of Jeng Nam Tok. Now they wash their hand, now they're blaming Equatoria so that the Equatoria can divide themselves. We need to be very smart. These ladies are very smart. Now they bring Jonathan room back. Jonathan is happy. Now Jonathan is going deeper on Equatoria. Look at this politics. This is the politics here. These women are very smart. So don't stress yourself, guys, Equatorians. I don't want you guys to divide yourself and fighting each other. And it's become very shame. That's why I don't talk in media no more. I will waste my 3 years just talking here, but and you guys are fighting each other. That's why I say let me take a rest. I don't want to talk about Equatoria no more for time being, because if I'm talking, people are fighting each other. We're talking, people are dividing each other. It's just useless. We're not going nowhere. I'm wasting my time here. I'm wasting my energy. So my sister and Odessa and my sister Didi, don't stress yourself. If you have your program, your agenda, you're talking about Equatorial separation, just keep your head up. But this thing will distract you guys. Division among ourselves. Okay? I believe I will say with dialect. I had this long time ago. I think you can translate that. When the unionists and separatists stay in one room, only the eyes can see each other. But in the heart, they are not happy. And let's be honest about ourselves. This division between unionists and separatists, people just can see eye to eye. But inside the heart, it's a big pain. So Konyelo Mara, this is with the Kakwa dialogue or Bari dialect. When I see Odessa like this, eye to eye is like good, but inside our heart, we're not good. So Equatorial have a lot of work. So please don't stress yourself. Equatorial is bigger than you. Equatorial is bigger than me. Equatorial is bigger than Odessa. Equatorial is bigger than all of us. Don't stress yourself too much. I know the pain is there. The pain of Equatorial, everybody have pain. Some of us going internal bleeding. We don't solve no more galas because we cry a lot. I cry too much. All my tears is gone. Now I'm crying inside. So this is my advice here. No big deal. The room is closed. But I don't blame Equatoria only. I blame all the people in this clubhouse. Okay? This room has got Equatoria. The room. I can't believe it. In the room of our brother Hakim, Charlie also attacked me. He said, Teresa, you remove me. I said, Charlie, you're lying. I did not remove you. Thank God. Thank God. Brother Abraham Loli, he sent me message. Just now, maybe now it's now because we are going to New York. He told me Teresa, and I could read this, and I sent it to Uncle. To Uncle here. He said Teresa, I'm the one who removed Charles indeed from the room that day. Because at the Equatorial Bridge room, both individual expresses that Uncle John of Shan deserved his account to be suspended. Secondly, Charles continued to disrespect our rally logo since day one. I am willing to confess that in front of him and Didi. I totally disagree with their behaviors against us, the rally team. This is the message Loli sent me. Can you believe it, Hakim? Even the room that can meet Charles, or can feel or feel Charles can got you know Charles come up. And I'm out Charles Jagal to Kalam de Piato Zaman, but I stayed there. I was there. And then في رومات تانيين اللي كانوا هم فوقوا كلامات تانيين جت طلع the next day القال هم ذاتوا كانوا كلهم من الناس كان كلهم من الناس كانوا في هناك وكلهم كان voted to get Ojang out. I don't know what the party represents. Like what I would have about. Charles came to the room today, like Charles was there. But the issue is here like this. Can you look back about this Ochan room there? Let's go deep back. Since Ochan started in the clubhouse. The guy is unionist. They talk about the unity. And suddenly things are shifting gears. So look, I believe the room difficult and my videos to channel. For me, I don't care now who closed the room. Like in the room was closed by the combination of Dinka and Equatoria. But the problem, what reaction of these people report the room? The Jama can be honest, Ochan did a lot of damage to the tribe of Central Equatoria. Can be honest to ourselves, can admit that the truth.
والله انا بس نقول حكيم hold on a second. انا بس نقول حاجه. الموضوع ذاته ما اوتشان. الموضوع الايكواتوريين اللي بيمثلوا حالهم هم يعني ناس عندهم شخصيه وطنيه في جنوب السودان، تلقاهم ناس منافقين وناس بتاع يعني شمارات بس، يعني ناس ذاته يعني انت لما تشوفهم صراحه هم قللوا قيمه بتاعهم. يعني هسه الفيديو اوديو لسه ناي رسلوا ده. And I remember even I was in that room اللي كان ناس قاعدين get kicked out. They just told me like they kick her out, and then I heard also Charles كتب لي قال they kick him out. And I was like what? A lot of people اللي طبعا هم targeting separatists بس. وطبعا احنا separatists حتى واجهنا واضح قلنا اصلا احنا ما بنتفق مع اي شيء بيتفق مع unity. وincluding الرالي اللي ماشي فوق، والرالي ده is not for us. This is a manipulation. ده في trick. وين قلنا جاي نتكلم عنه. الرالي ده واضح في لعبه فوقه. طبعا Equatorian not seeing it، لان قاعد نحاول نوضح لهم. يلا تلقى ناس اليونيونيست ما دايرين Equatorian يتكلم في الموضوع ده، لان السنه وناس اليونيونيست ده اللي هم قاعدين سايلنس هم بيعرفوا حقيقه.
I wish I was one of the people even you heard me say that let's not talk about the rally.
I know, no, you didn't. I know.
Now on, this is what I'm going to be an opposition to anything.
And I already like
just for a set of brothers and sisters which are in that side. You see?
exactly.
Look at those wicked people.
Okay.
انت قاعد تفكر عنهم different، هو قاعد يفكر عنك different. قاعد ينوم قاعد يقوم باسمك. وفي رالي ده اصلا انا دخلت في الروم ده وطلعوني برا straight away.
I remember.
I don't even write things. Sorry, Hakim.
I'm the only one who writing a lot of things because I'm always vocal on that. انا قاعد نقول لهم rally day is a joke. And plus احنا Equatorian ما قاعد نتكلم عن حقيقة.
In those days انا قلت لك stop writing. I'm here fighting.
I know, but I always tell you no, I'm not going to be silent because it irritates me when I see something is being used. They're using Equatorian عشان يلعبوا دور, بطال. It's just sad that يجي هم target you. ما كان target me. And already I've been reported right now. So this report is not going to stop me because I have the ability to stop this by going and dispute it, because we don't use anything اللي بيجي disrespect this person in a way that هم عاوزين. في ناس report قال hate speech. أنا بقول لهم والكويس أنا قاعد نتكلم بإنجليزي. That's why I always say let's speak in English عشان أي شيء كان في evidence they cannot challenge us, because it will be there. They can read it, they can listen to it and say, okay, this guy never said any hate speech. He's just arguing on something that is not right. That's عشان كده قاعد نقول whatever it is إحنا لازم نجيب كلمة بإنجليزي عشان يقدر يفهموا these people are trying to manipulate us. لكن ما بينجحوا. Go ahead, Canada, and welcome, brother.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? The one close the room. If you know Equatoria might bring their name, but don't combine the entire Equatoria. I was there in that room. I was there. I opposed. I say, don't guys close the room over Ochan. I was there in that room. But if you combine Equatorian, if you know the name of these people, bring them up. Who close? It's not all the Equatorians. Already the Dinka have beef with Ochan. They are looking for Ochan to close this room. What I say combination is mean combination of Equatorians and other tribes for what Ochan is being preaching. So if you guys know the Equatorian, that close the room, but don't point the finger for entire Equatorian. You go pick these people by their names. Okay, I did videos of Ochan twice about his behaviors on Central Equatoria. Insulting people. I did 2 videos like a man. Why should I go and close his room? I did on his face. So if you guys know the people that who close this room, but don't generalize Equatorial and all, go point the fingers, open the room for them. This is my point of view here. But if you generalize Equatorians, they are including me. No. I did not close John Ochan room. I did not support that. I did a video for him twice. And Ochan is guilty. Ochan abused Central Equatoria, let's be honest. He abused women of Central Equatoria.
Who abused Equatorial Kula, brother? هو abuse Equatorian كله ما في حاجة. أنا قلت لك هنا I don't believe in this word central, eastern, western. I believe in Equatorian.
If you don't believe,
listen,
this is my word. Let me put my
I
word.
understand, but let's make sure نساوين كم شتمهم في أوضة توتشان بتاع Equatorian. شتايم ذاته ما بتصدق ده بيقولوا لأخواته. This thing even shocked me. But he's called hero. زي ما أنت سمعت قال زول ده hero. So but أنا قلنا it's not a problem.
This is my point. Yeah, this is my point here. I'm gonna go back to work. I don't like this kind of the guy abused people so bad. He didn't admit. So if the room is closed because it's the big deal. No, let's be honest ourselves, Jama. Thank you so much. But the will come depending on chat because the room was closed by Equatorial. I don't care. Thank you.
لا كمان يديك. Anyway أنا ما أدري نضحك في حاجة دي لأن حاجة دي serious. It's sad.
People begin to scream my name and people said they have witnesses. Witnesses said they're coming to witness me. Who the same witness? Ana Kutulu Salam as the one that heard this witness who brought false allegation against me because I said no, we're not talking about hero. Who got the hero? It's a representative civil association or like a civil society. We got to represent things that got to represent where it got to represent Equatorian, it got to represent Bahar al-Ghazal, it got to represent Maban, it got to represent Nasrati, it got to represent the whole people in Equatoria. It's about to shield side in rooms and does not have affair with you. Mataji to put Zolda hero. It can put Zolda hero, the man agree. These people, all entire South Sudanese who are crying, they felt pain. So, which line are you standing on? Just because I'm a good Hagera, no, Hagera is not about heroes. Let's forget about this thing. Let's look at the people who are complaining. Let's accept because people that in the room that a lot of Rujal is Kalamu, half of me Rujal, Tina Sain is Kalamu, half of me Rujal, they spoke far Minasawindel. They spoke far from what I said. What I said, for me, I come down even in the next room. Alkan machine kalamna and Moduta Hinai Akuna Alphonse who fought a room. I was the first person to be in the room of Alphonse. The first person. But I went up, he brought me up and I came down. I told him that I'm busy. When I'm free and I will come back up there. I got late for it. When he began to talk, usually when somebody is happy, allow him, give him the room to express themselves. قبل إنت ما تيجي تشاد زول ده down إنت أسكت إنت منو ده نفس الموضوع اللي أنا قلته في الروم ده جقلبه في راسي إنت أسمع pain تزول ده لأنه إنت ما زول ده ما يجي create another مشكلة ما create a lot of division more you see زمن هو يتكلم في ناس جوجو وراي يتكلموا هناك كمان أنا جيت زمن أنا خلاص أنا كنت قلت له هيا أنا خلاص كمان تجيب لنا كان فوق هنا I want to tell you acknowledge your pain لكن زي ما اخواننا كتير واخوي هنا قال اتكلم معاك هنا وقال لك if there's anything let's take it inside خلاص I acknowledge your pain for me but معلش بس let's go talk it over there هو سمع when you acknowledge people's pain it's a part of healing vision. This is what I am focused on because me the unity of Equatoria is very important to me. انت ما تacknowledge زول ده لانه زول ده اهلك قريبك انت تقدر تجيب معه يلا انت تقدر تخلي زول ثاني ده خليه النار ويولع فوق. All these people are important to us. Al-Gal Shetomo, Al-Gal Godhut, Wal Shetam. All these 2 people or 3 people are very important. The physical wise in can be Rajil Dakil Equatoria, can be Marafi Dakil Equatoria, can be Nas wise. All these people are important to us. So we acknowledge all these people. You see? That's what I was doing. And that's why I said even in the second room, the Karo, the Bari speakers, Zema inna fi nas kanu condemn Alphonse Zema Alphonse condemn halas let's also Alphonse got the good you're condemning me why you're not condemning Ochang and I go to halas if you guys say you're condemning Alphonse say condemn Ochang did the work and I go to halas let's acknowledge both of these people. You cannot acknowledge one and leave the other, so let's acknowledge these people as when we bridge the gap. You see, bridge the gap so faster. That's what I was speaking. I thought my people are intelligent, understanding what I'm saying. You see, bridge the gap faster, and then we acknowledge the people here who are in agony and then in pain, and then we see how when you cool things down, then you see how let's go bring our brother Jack. That's what I was trying to say. Because I said it's not because of heroism, because you say hero, That's what I think. That's where we went wrong between me and him. The kalam the best wisdom just that got later. You see, that this person hold against you because you told him that no, it's not about heroism. Like I'm not even telling him, but I'm just saying. But like, you know, when somebody
Your
spoke something that
correction,
doesn't add up,
your
doesn't make
correction
common
can,
sense.
your correction to him.
Yeah, it's something that does not make sense. Even the position alita wake poco, the position ita kati nesta takenista, ma make sense. Ma make sense. You see, Maggie Ada. So this one said, no, it's not about heroes. This is about acknowledgement. Italo representative of what you will know when people are hurt is wrong. If you position of a civil society, you know what you're representing because people are hurt. So how do you bridge this gap? In the first room and the second room, that's what I would advocate. How do we bridge the gap? Because we're not moving forward as one front. That's what I was saying. But Tarana got kalam and lakbata shakbata matar shino. Al big libu kalam nas even in the room tawjan bige set tempongo miyamda yikulu kalam suwata den natawini ya kalam suwata rujal ma biyangulu suwata. Equatorial sakara nifusum rujal equatorial sakara nifusum fi cowardness and suwata gilibu kasma بيتكلم هنا براو بيتكلم هناك براو ورجال كبار واجاسين يلا ابا نايل بالله فاتشيو قاليتو قلت ابا نايل ده يا هو مشكله في السودان انتوا ذات بقيتوا مشكله في السوشيال media. You don't have wisdom you lack. Younger people are wiser than you. Wisdom you lack, respect you lack, dignity you lack. You lack all these things. Protecting your people you lack. You brought Equatoria into position. Equatoria has a fogo. Itu garitu mutu wahid. Hat mutu kulakun. You never deliver Equatoria out of the misery you put Equatoria in. Equatoria was a fortress after 82. Equatoria was thriving. Itu mashetu bekifa fokunda. Mashetu dakhaltu fi gaba. Equatoria by now can become free. كان بيكون الناشر انتوا قلتوا لا كان ناس دفعهم قروش ولا كان معلوم انا ما اعرف فاتوا دخلوا في قهر. the policy of Equatoria going into centralization عشان Equatoria يشوف اقواله واقرابه. لكن انتوا مشيتوا وين؟ خليتوا لسه بدايات الديفلوبمنت في Equatoria يومين خشيتوا في غابه. جبتوا الناس دي داخل البيت ما قدرتوا تحلوا المشاكل بقيتوا تشكلوا في ايالكم. بقيتوا تشكلوا تلقوا ناس في نصكم. What kind of hypocrisy? What kind of humiliation? الواحد regret the day you're born to be even elders in our هجرة. واحد بيدوق دوسه يكب تراب في راسه يلبس قماصة شوال regretting before God. Sitting in the middle of outside.
Already كبينا تراب ده في راس.
Then we don't have wise people. بيشتموا في النسوين بتاع إكواتوريا. في ناس بيدللوا نفوسهم كده، في ناس بيدللوا أمهاتهم كده، في ناس بيدللوا نسوينهم كده، في ناس بيدللوا بناتهم كده. إيه؟ في كلام. انت عندك بنيه، انت عندك مره، انت عندك امه، انت عندك حبوبه جابك في بلد ده، حبوبه حاجه دخلوك ارض ده تتفادى ده ارض ده دلان بتدخل قاعد تقول انا ده اهلنا ده اهلنا افشتهم. انت قاعد تشتم وده كله يا طلع تراب هناك قاعد تقول انا هناك كله سوا، انت هنا قاعد تشتمهم. ده كلام شنو ده فقاره شنو هذا؟ انت بدات تقلب تشكل عدو تشكل مره ايكوتوريا. يعني زعلان ده رنجيله راجل ده ايكوتوريا ده في مره رنجيله تنصر رجال ايكوتوريا في نساوين. ما في عدو ابو راجل. ده كلام شنو ده؟ انا داير كلام ده القاعدين كركوب اسمي وول وايد ده خلينا نسمعوا كلامات ده كله وول وايد. ناس هنا في السوشيال ميديا تفاتس ده وتموفمنت ده هم بيعملوا شنو هناك. واودرز ده بيجي من فوق من ابانال قبيله واحد في ابانال يا قاعد تمشي ناس ده في موفمنت بتاعهم ده. بوروهم انت تسكت او جسد انت تسكت ديان. ما بيعرفني انا يا ده هنا ده دي ده انت تسكت ناس ده. لانه رؤوسهم قوي، لانه باقينات بيستغنوا like they submit like nobody like women. Go create a version of separatists to overthrow them. Go create people to compete with them to hate them. ما نجوا في كلام ده فاتو create their own separatists. وجا كل منصة ناس كل منصة هنا جا support separatists لكن قالوا هم ده hate us. لسه بي hate us. يعني ما لنا انت movement وايد تكون عندك كمان separatist بجاي وبحكا كيف يعني؟ انت خليك هناك stay in your land. Stay at your own land. Drive in your own land. For us, we want to be speaking for Equatorial matters of Equatoria. That's what we want. I don't care what's happening in the other corner. Not that I don't care about the people. But if I cannot stop those people, if I cannot stop, I cannot stop what these people are doing. So how can I do that? I don't have the voice to do that. But I can start at my home. They أقبلك بيعملوا شنو ده كله بدافع أقبلك. separatist حقهم ده هم كله جدافعوا separatist حقهم. ولا إذا كان real estate ولا هم كان من MDN كلهم جا وهددوا ناس كمان. They threaten people. They say if anybody say anything they're removing them from the room. إنتوا قعدتوا هنا جبانين. لكن أنا عاين ده كلاب في الجزر قاعدين يفرجوا في الجزر. يلا بيجا كان ده إحنا بنتكلم عن إيكوتوريا ده hypocrisy بتشوف. كل واحد يجي يقول hate you you manipulate people you create tribalism line. انت ما تيجي تتكلم هنا لان انت من كبرتين ناس قالوا لك انت ما دارينا ده 200 ده ان بيجينا نتكلم. my final line even in that line انا قلت I don't care what kind of gang انت بتمشي فوق. I don't care what kind of grouping انت بتمشي فوق. يا تقبيله انت جاي من فوق. What I care about is the fine decoration of the line of Equatoria, the banner of Equatoria. Together we stand strong. Divided we fall. Into education into تقرا ده بيدخل بأدانا واي بيطلع بالجاي ولا بيدخل بأدانا بيطلع بالجبات. انتوا ده تفهموا كيف سعيد. واحد بيجي بمانيبيوليت يو انت بتسمع كلام. انتوا ده سعيد كوتورين ده. بالذات انتوا رجال ده. You're supposed to be defenders. You're supposed to be the one shielding us, but you're the one letting us down. You're the one going tribal. You're the one going in groups. You're the one going with women in gossip. انتوا يا بتطلع gossip برا انتوا بتشتموا نساوينكم. ده كلام شنو ده؟ ده كلام شنو؟ انت بتكلم واحد ده داري يسمك نفسه اقدر بيعمل واحد لما واحد يشوف. ده كلام شنو ناس فوقه ده؟
Hello, Didi.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you add me? Sorry, I just read the back message in there. Thank you. But go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll read it because I'm multifunctioning. Sorry. So yeah, I will check it. So I just wanted to say this. It's not right what is happening to us. How we allowed to be used is not right. How we allowed to be divided to go against each other is not right. If you hear in this social media, you want to create a certain tribe that is social media that is not working down there. I know we have intellectuals from every tribe in Equatoria. Who are maybe the social media? They speak the things of Equatoria. We have doctors, we have people from professors, we have people from all movements. We have armies. We have people all over around the world and in Equatoria. They do not do this. Equatorians, bottom line, are all united. Like in Finland, we create tribes online. On social media, Finland tribalists, we create tribal line on social media. So in Inaka. Itakan, God bless you within Equatoria. You have multiple tribes within Equatoria you're made out of. Do not use this. Do not use this against your people to luck with NASA. Do not use this to the advantage. Alele tama bari, bukure tama acholi, bukure tama pojulu, bukure tama munu, bukure tama tuko, bukure tama jak. Ita begal talak bitnas chen ita mulak bit magabail bukulu. Ita tishuf mahala go ifogo, ita btejire ifogo talak bitnas. Stop it. Stop this ridiculousness. Ita mufruit to use this to a better advantage of your people. Stop it. Those people who are acting like a jigsaw. Who best be fit في إيه محل في upper Nile be fit أو أهل هناك في إكواتوريا أو أهل في قبائل within إكواتوريا أو أهل في قبائل the upper Nile أو أهل. Stop it. This is nonsense absolutely. واحد كله يحترم نفسه. أنا بس بخليه هنا عشان أنا هدوك the background drop. Sorry, I apologize for this because I'm trying to
no, don't worry about it. Just yeah. You're good. You're good. You're good.
The StreamYard and also
I think
here and then I had to read the message. So I'll just leave it here. And I just wanted to say, in all the accusations that were brought against me, you will keep trying, keep hard at banging, especially the accusation that was brought against us that in the column, the East Equatoria, they keep it, never. عشان يجي يقولوا قال this forum is from Central Equatoria. Never. أنا my grandfather is from East Equatoria. And you fight against my grandfather, I will be the foolish of all. I'm fighting myself. It's like I'm just knifing myself, taking the spears or shooting myself on the foot. I am proud of East Equatoria. That's why you see no manana biji hina anabala bagani ta East Equatoria. I'm so proud of them. I don't use it to the advantages and the luck witness to the advantages. And I believe Munia in East Equatoria Munia. I'm so proud. When Zol min West Equatoria na mani shetumu ana big gift. The man Zol min East Equatoria shetumu ana big gift. Kan Zol min West Equatoria min Central Equatoria shetumu ana big gift. Na man leaders tatu almama ana fi separation. Leaders bita ta nas shetumu ana big gift. لما انا كنت دقيت دانا هناك في ناس ده انا كنت دقيت دانا لانه شفت مديدس قالنا كل لانه ديدس ده من ايكوتوريا لما بيتكلم عن ديدس ايكوتوريا انا بساله not because I'm from that movement but because this person is Equatorial speak for Equatorial. انتوا حاجاتكم وينو انتوا بتكسروا ناس وينو انتوا بتشيلوا حاجه دي حساسيات سقبته لقبته competition. People fighting for the social media recognition. Until people created a tribe line in social media, which is Magadi exists in Equatoria, never exists in Equatoria. In each family in Equatoria, it's like a parliament. We bet wahida, you have many representatives in betkum. Biyutna in Equatoria like a parliament. Bet the rajil bet bukun min acholi, mara bukun min mahal tani, ki ahal da mara de, abu kan min mahal tani, umu min mahal tani. Abu rajil de kaman umu min mahal tani, abu min mahal tani. كلهم عندهم أهلهم ده بيجي بيقعدوا في بيت ده عندهم في عيال بيجيبوا من بيوت تاني بيجي بيقعدوا في بيت ده. This is a whole representative like a parliament. The whole system in Equatoria, how the political arena of Equatoria work, it works the same thing in our tribes and in our homes. And this is what a brilliant thing that our ancestors have done. And itu ما فهمتوا يا كسارة فيكم ما فهمتوا قال. And why I believe it here.
Thank you. Just read the message I sent you. Thank you. I want to welcome Brother Fortunato. في ناس هنا قاعدين يقلل أدبهم طبعا في شات مسجز كلمات استهتارية. طبعا الناس زي اللي أنا بنعتبرهم ده المريضين أصلا. عشان كده هم بيكتبوا حاجات دي. كانوا ما رجال ولا نساوين يجي فوق هنا يتكلموا كلام ده قدامنا. لأننا ما بنخاف من أي زول. تعال فوق قول كلام ده بلا تيجي تكتب تحت هناك زي زول جبان. لأن ما بنرفض زول. إنما ما زي. No, they are warriors ذاته. Unfortunately, they are not warriors.
I don't fight really. I don't fight.
Yeah, we don't fight battles. I don't.
I don't fight battles. I fight war. Trust me.
We're in a project.
I will eliminate you.
Exactly. And like we said, Equatorial separation ده ما موضوع بتاع one individual. It's a project. ده مشروع كبير. انت فيك تضحك اليوم. لكن one day you will see it sooner or later. You know, we are not here to joke. شايفنا نطلع كل يوم عشان نيجي نعمل دعاية. We don't care. We're just waking our people of Equatoria, the conscious Equatorians to wake up. الفتن اللي قاعد يحصل ده بنعرف ده منو behind it. في ناس ماسكين string وهم بيلعبوا بعقول استوائيين الضعاف اللي بيتكلموا هم مثقفين. يلا في ناس اللي اصلا ناس تابوندو ديلك الاويرين ديل بيجرهم بس ليفت الرد هم بقى على الطاوله. You know, ديل يا بيسموهم الدفاع الشعبي ديل قدام. ما قاعدين يلعبوا فيهم شطرنج. ده very much chess game. عشان كده هم ما هيفهموا. والناس اللي ماسكين سترينج ده عاوزين يتكبروا في هنا. انا شايفهم في كتاباتهم تحت. But let me tell you, انت لو ما فتشت إيكاتوري ما بيفتشك. Let me just tell them straightforward. If you don't touch Equatorial will not touch you. Okay? لأن إحنا ما عندنا desire to go and fight anybody. We have the capability to fight, but we fight for the right thing. ما أوهام. إحنا ما ناس بنشوف حالنا كأنه إحنا different. Like Didi already mentioned everything that we have to say. Thank you Didi for your point. Why أزول بقول Didi ده whatever mental ده كله ده بس استهتار لأنه ناس ما بيقدر يجادلوك بالمنطق يا Didi. You know, they cannot even challenge you with logic. They only want to say the worst thing by insulting you, mocking you, calling you names just عشان قال يوجه قلب. لكن ما بوجهنا. انتوا شتمتوا اللي فينا ما شبينا شتايم. لكن ما قاعد نوري بعد شتيم لانه كان قال كله كلب بينبه بيدقوا بحجر معناته بتضيع. انت ما بتوصل بيتك. والكلام ده حتى تشرشل قالوا before. قال في dogs bark. Let them bark. But don't throw the stone on them. Just walk your way until you reach home. زي ما انت قلت this is not we're not for small battles. Useless battles. We're big for big battles. I mean big war. And this war is something unique. And I think CPI is here, so it's good if he can come up. So Didi, read it again, my message, and then from there, I welcome Brother Fortunato. Thank you. And I really want to say only, you know, thank you to all our separatist brothers and sisters. You know, I'm proud of you guys because your stand really encourages. By then, Didi, those people are like, they behave those ridiculous and immature behavior, they're not هنا برا, you know, ده ما ناس التحت هناك. ناس التحت ديل واعيين جدا في الظروف ده كله هم they know how to survive. So thank you for your message Didi. Welcome brother Fortunato. واللي شايف كلامنا ما عاجبه خليه يطلع فوق يكون راجل ولا مرة يطلع فوق يتكلم انه هنا كده ويتكلم باحترام. احنا ما جايين نشتمه هنا لكن يتكلم باحترام لانه الحقائق ده واضح. And thank you.
Sorry, I didn't know that I was the only moderator. ما بيقولوا شنو sorry Fortunato الجنون ده ما you see the madness from the same person who's writing down لكن هم كانوا سموا فيديو ده كان شنو قالوا هناك وسمعتانيتهم they went to Ochang's room and they heard after كلام ده after blame اللي قالوا فوق ده the next day room ده قلب كيف and then أسامي ناس كان طلعوا هناك بيقى بيشافوا هناك منيا مجنون حاسس هذا ما هنا
exactly
ما هنا ناس useless ده يا هو الناس useless ده يا هو يوم يا بيتكلموا ده هنا الناس اللي create the tribalist online ده هم يا هو عشان كده احنا قاعدين spread the thing like spread عشان الناس بس هناك يعرف الحقيقة ما ممكن انت تيجي تلخبط الناس في داخل السوشيال ميديا ده you want to create a tribalist line within the social media وحاجة قاعد يمشي في كرتون براو حاجة قاعد يمشي في جوبا براو مرات الواحد بيتحير انت عارف عشان كده we want to clear these things out انت ما تجيب allegation عشان اهلك جاب allegation تدي انا انت تيجي تتكلم ما يا هو ناس يا هو it's fact the news people are watching you they are watching you and what you're doing and they're watching where you are where your party is who you're supporting and then you start to the news might support you because of this thing that you're doing then you're very twisted and you're lying
immature
انت لما تكون راجل انت تكتب ولا مرة تكتب كلام فارغ ده تعال هنا فوق هنا come up here I just welcome you come up ابقى راجل ابقى مرة come up
they're immature. Thank you Didi. Let's welcome also Uncle Silvio. Thank you. Go ahead Fortunato. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Didi, Audacious, Kanda, Jada, Chemical is coming in now. The audience. Thank you, audience. I'm here now. For being patient. Close your mic, Chemical. I will say that Didi, with the wisdom of Solomon, audacious, the wisdom of the cover book that you put over there, Kanda. Kanda is a wisdom of music, the Kanda Bongo, the dance. The names also Jada and chemical reaction. Everything we do in life is it represents who we are. The topic, a royal commission on hate, Tribalist, allegation, plus reporting. Yes, I've been a little bit of the Clubhouse, but I'm aware of what went wrong. What I wanted to say to everybody, separatists, unionists, I know Didi, Audacious, and Kanda, your position. We don't need to drain our energy in this kind of, somebody pulling your hair back. Somebody try to create things around in order for you to back or to react. See, this kind of situation will actually destroy the way of thinking and confuse people, and you can actually lose your stand. Where are you? So this kind of accusation is very good. It's a critique. That kind of critique is a way of growing. We learn and grow. You need to talk with the people who have the same plan. Separatists, your cause. Unionists, make your unit attractive. I don't have to come and pull you around. If you don't feel uneasy to what I say, you just come straight to me and tell me that this is not good. That is your ideas. But remember, your own view about unionists or bringing everybody together. That's a good idea. But make it attractive. But as separatists, will it do? Will it do our own part and make your part be done? So I did not come here to defend somebody or to defend John Chang, as Kanda was saying, I'm coming here to defend. But I will say that Hakim was saying that separatists and unionists, like they can talk, but they cannot see it themselves, in their heart. No, I think this is me. I don't believe anything. I don't believe there is hell and a heaven. Nobody went over there and come and tell me this. You got to have the journalist or cameraman to take that picture to tell me this, rather than imagination. We believe from imagination, not observation. By observing things happening, the belief is not something that you believe something, but it's not really true. But your belief that make that thing going to happen. By just suggesting that maybe because you feel something, not everybody will feel the same way. I respect your way of unionists, but I cannot just stop you because your views are different from me. No, I respect your own way. If that ideas, if they are good, we'll get together. If not, then the same way that I will welcome you in another way. When you see somebody do something wrong, you got to call out those people who are in a equatorial bridge. If you are participating in that kind of discussion and you see your friends talking about taking somebody down, you need to caution. We are brothers and sisters. Why do you do that? Hakim, I'm asking you, Hakim. You said John Chang was doing bad to Equatorians and Dinka. I want to, say this, clearly to all of us.
If you see somebody, one person doing something, it's not people, entire people, or people from Eastern or Central or Western. One person, you need to. Are you asking me a question? You want me to answer you, or you talking? I'm asking you a question. Okay. You said that John Chang did something bad to Equatorians. Then you know what John Chang was doing? He was pointing, try to correct the mistakes. He tried to correct the mistake, telling you this is not good way to do. Pointing to the thinker. If the way that kid is doing is going to spoil the country and their image, if that is good for you, you can change. You can correct yourself. What is that bad? What is that bad when somebody correcting you and you went and somebody, not you, I'm not talking about you, and some people went around to close his room? His correction is bad or something that is something that make people to close his room by correcting him? Tell me why. Is it correction is good or bad? Okay.
Just reminder quickly, guys. Anna Madarin individual, forth and back. Just like if you can just put that question on something, just in brief, and then also answer it briefly. But we don't want to go back and forth. We're not here against each other. Yes, sir. So please.
Let me answer Potaneto. Potaneto, there's something called common sense and logic. Even though our chiefs that they are very smart, they will know exactly if somebody try to advise you, or somebody is helping you, or then somebody is hurting you. So I don't know if you hear John Chan go deeply on Bari tribe, on Central Equatoria, on Madi, on Acholi, the way of abuse, even on Kakwa, on Pojulu, the rapping happened in Yei. The way he talk, is it the way of helping? The way he talk. I'm sorry. I don't think the topic can be about John Wishang. The topic could be about
Asma, chemical. No.
Yeah,
Listen, جبناك هنا انت قلت جاي تتكلم point. ده موضوع between Canada and Fortunato. Do not interfere. That is mean انت بشوية تنزل بكل احترام لك. We're trying to give you a chance. You speak. When your time comes, nobody gonna interrupt you. So please do not interrupt. Let him finish his point. They get a disrespect. هنا ما في كونيا. We're straight here to point a point. انت قلت عندك حاجه you disagree معانا انت فيك تيجي speak it out later. So اتفضل Canada. Please عندك 2 minutes. Yeah, quickly. Thank you.
Yeah. The way, the tone of Ochan. I make 2 videos for Potato. I make 2 videos in the Clubhouse. I challenge him. We're not stupid. We're not dumb. You cannot abuse language to help your brother or your sister. We're human beings. I'm a man of my word. I did 2 videos against him in the Clubhouse. It's hurt me. The rapping in Yei is our sisters. But the language he used, he might think he's trying to help, but he doesn't think he's hurting others. And thank you. I don't want to go further. I don't want it to be one-on-one. If you want, we can talk one-on-one. We can open another room because I respect this forum. But if you don't feel it's hurting, something wrong with you, my friend. You're going to see a doctor. Thank you.
Okay, we don't even need to go one-on-one in public. You can call Fortunato. Fortunato can call Brother Dinaida Hakim. I think we all know each other, so we don't even have to go out there. You just want to understand. I think Brother Fortunato want to understand from your side what you're thinking, and in the matter of what like it's not about Ochang, but the way how they entangle Didi. And any separatist لما نيجي يتكلم في حاجة logical or point بتاعه clear تلقى في group معين بيجي try to so how you mix the whole thing as if كأنه ده and طبعا I'm going to target Didi a lot because Didi most of the time she does not entangle herself and she does not speak like because she has her own way how to fight. I have my own way to fight, but we all a team when we work in the issue of separation. Didi put her point clear 1 2 3 and that's it. She's not gonna add. She doesn't have to explain. Me, sometimes I explain. I put some points I want to, enlighten people, to give them something to learn about what we are going through, the objective behind it. But في ناس تانيين بيجوا بيعملوا لبط، بيجوا بتارجت ديدي and بتارجت ناس اللي هم كان شافوه فده حاجة اللي قد في التوبيك ده اللي كان الأصلي. وزي ما ديدي خطاه واضح، Royal Commission on Hate, Tribalist, Allegation and Reporting. طبعا كمان ما تنسى هسه بقى أسامي بتاع الناس قاعدين get report، لكن أنا أكدت قلت لكم they can report. But if you speak in English clearly, you will actually avoid any, because طبعا في Clubhouse they want to find an evidence ان انت عملت حاجة ده. It's not just gonna they kick you out. They will not block you. فكلامات بتاعنا قاعد نقوله واضح. We don't go and go personal مع زول، ولا قاعد نجي نعمل فوقه حاجات اللي is not appropriate and known is inappropriate. We don't do that. We do everything according to the book. وقاعد نمشي فوقه. And the objective تاعنا is we are separatists. We believe in Equatorial independent. And طبعا I don't label as separatists, but we are for independent Equatorial. واحنا ما هنا حتى لو انت قاعد تكرهنا, we don't have a problem with you. You can hate us until you sort of say we don't worry about it. But what هدف تاعنا هنا, we want to put things clear. عشان زول تاني ما يجي you put name بتاع زول تاني, drag it into the drain. يعني هسه اسم تأديدي, they want to mark her, they want to put her like ايش كانوا شخصية زي الشخصيات اللي هسه قاعد يعملوا فتن في Clubhouse, وقاعد يقلبوا Clubhouse بقى مكان تاع مشاكل. So that's what the point. But Fortunato, I see you. Yeah,
I can feel.
عشان ندي فرصة لأنكل جادة.
Let me just wrap it up. Just like what I wanted to say, like a combination of Equatorial and something. I don't want kind of some combination, because you need to take decision as you yourself instead of involving other people. And as I said before, when you see something wrong, just say it. You don't just sit there and enjoy. We are brothers and sisters. You don't go personal. There's nothing personal here. We are talking the future of Equatorial. If you don't have in your heart the future of Equatorial, then it's up to you. But some of us, we are for the Equatorial destiny, the future of Equatorial. That's what we want. Whatever somebody pushing you around, DD, audacious, or separatists, CPI, and others, you just concentrate on your goal, in what you know and what we can put people together. Our issues that are making us to cry here, whether you are unionist, nationalist, separatist, we all feeling the pain of Equatorians. It's not just that you yourself alone. It's our pain of Equatorians, and we need to take this seriously. And this is a serious case, and you cannot just go around and combine yourself and getting together with people who have an agenda against you to do something to harm your own brothers and sisters. Why don't you just go straight there, confront him or her, just talk. It's good to talk, and then you will find the solution over there. So that's what I wanted to say, and if I have something, I will add later. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Fortunato. I appreciate that. Welcome, Uncle Jada. Thank you for joining us. I think maybe Didi, if you can refresh it, and I see some people wanted to hear the audio, but this one will come later. And once it comes to turn, Taban, fee accusation was made against Didi. That's all I could say at the moment. But then, this thing was kind of false accusation. Taban accusation can about the rally. Somehow, and about the Chang. Yani it's all mixed together. Ochang and rally. Taban Ochang got blocked last week, if you all remember. And then also add to it, unionist. And they belong to parties. I'm not talking the unionists اللي هم like no political parties. Those who belong to political parties اللي بيقولوا هم opposition on the side جايين يلعبوا دور كده ما صحيح اللي قاعد يعمل برجلة في حلة وبقى بيتارجت us. طبعا احنا target everybody. الرجيم قاعد يتارجت us, opposition قاعد يتارجت us, even the tribalists قاعد يتارجت us. But it's all good. But one thing they begin to target, and the shameful thing, Equatorian brothers and sisters bigger be target Didi on this matter. Naman, it was annoying to the extent we said we have to come out and speak on this. I should clarify things وكل زول يعرف، لانه احنا هنا ما عندنا مجاملات اي شيء. انت كان ما لايك كلامنا تعال فوق اتكلم، ما بنكرهك، انت تكرهني لحد يوم القيامه يجي ده مشكلتك، لكن انا I don't have anything against you, but we need to speak for our people are suffering there، لان دول مهمين جدا. ف Uncle Jada, welcome. I know you're a vocal spokesman for Equatoria also and in Equatorian secession, so please welcome and feel free to speak. Thank you. I'll give you like at least 6 minutes or 7 minutes if possible. Thank you.
شكرا أستاذ ديدي، كل واحد بمناسبة معنا، الإخوة اللي بيستمعوا علينا تحت. يعني أول فأول خليني أذكر كل واحد بالنادي عن separation بتاع Great Equatoria. معروف إنه طريقة بالتعبير لمطالبة بتاع separation بتختلف من الزول لزول، لأنه نحن ما إنسان واحد ربنا نخلقونا برؤوس مستويات مختلفة، أكيد بنختلفوا بطريقة بتاع تعبير عشان نوصل لجريد إيكوتوريا. لكن أنا داير نشكر كل أبناء جريد إيكوتوريا اللي بيطالبوا بسبريشن بتاع جريد إيكوتوريا. إيكوتوريا لازم بسبريت من ساوث السودان، لأنه نحن ما ساوث سودانيس. كلي إيه واحد إيكوتوري سبريتيس كلارو كلام ده. نحن ما بنتكلم في ميادين فارقة، نحن بنتكلم في داخل جريد إيكوتوريا، في قاعدة أريدة بتابنانا في جريد إيكوتوريا اللي بيقولوا كل يوم رسالة واحد لكل زول ما بيفهم إنه إيكوتوريا ده بيمشي ولا ما بيمشي. يوم يجي حاجة اسمه سلام ده وكده لإيكوتوريا بيروح، ما بيهمنا كان ده فيدرال ولا كونفدرال ولا صناديق ودو في ميدان هناك عشان يشوفوا رأي بتاع جريد إيكوتوريا هل بيسبرد ولا ما بيسبرد. كل الطرق بتاع السلام في جنوب السودان بيؤدي الى روما، بيؤدي الى سبريشن تجري إيكوتوريا بيريود. يزو كلاس مكان ده بس. تعالينا في اجل تعالينا في هي بروباغندا بيعملوا ان رالي ان شنو رالي ادوات بتتغير بتاع حكومه ديكتاتوريه حول العالم. انت إيكوتوري كانت سبريتيز ولا انت ما سبريتيز ده، انت سندت الرالي ما بيعني انه انت قلت القضيه بتاعك، لكن في طريقه civilization انه الرالي من احدى ادوات بتتغير بتاع اي انظمه في العالم الديكتاتوريه او مطالبه بحقوق بتاع مواطن داخل تلك الدوله اللي بيعملوا فيه مظاهرات. ده نقطه مهم نحن كلنا نعرف كده. يبقى القضيه بتاع سفرتيس واليونينيز بتاع جريد إيكوتوريا كثيرا انا اتكلمت انه مشاكل بيناتنا ما دايرين، لانه طريق ده واحد اللي بيحددنا اللي بيجيبنا في محل البوري ده منو عنده حق. ده بيس نيغوشيشن، اما دوله ده يعيش في مشاكل لما لا نهايه، اما نحن جنوبين نمشي في ترابيزه ونتكلم عن مشاكل في جريد إيكوتوريا. يوم جريد إيكوتوريا بينفصل فيه. ده واضح لكل الناس. يبقى انه ديدي لو تحنوه ولا عملوا كيف، ده طريقه بتاع النداء. انت لما تيجي في السوشيال ميديا انقلادون لما يسجل نفسه في السوشيال ميديا متكلم وفتح السوشيال ميديا، انا اعرف بيسجلوني، انا اعرف بعمل ابيوز، كل ابيوز انقلادون ده حاجه انا اتجوزتها قبل ما نجي في السوشيال ميديا. يبقى كل اللي بيكتب في رصيدك عشان الهديه بتاعت الناس ما دايرين انا بقابله، لكن حاجه واحده انا ما بقابله زول اللي يجي يحبسوا كليك بتاع انقلادون لانه قاعد وجع في اثر ده انا بيموت معك. لأن أنا to defend myself. I want to defend myself. تعالي هنا في روم البيو في روم. أنا من ضمن زول عملت كذا فيديو لايف عن جون أوشان، لأنه أنا كنت ما قالي ضده، لكن أنا بشوف طريقة جون أوشان قال يمشي الوسائل الإعلام في منبر بتاعه ده ما تمام، ما تمام أبدا. وأنا عملت الفيديو الأخير 2 فيديو الأخير إنه أنا زول مؤيد، أنا زول ما بيتكلم كلام بورا زول، أنا زول مؤيد إنه لو إيكوتوريين فيه بيفكر إنه ده كفل يعني منبر بتاع جون أوشان كان ناقص فيه ناس البامل إندوس كان عايزه 50 في 49 وان ما في نمرة 50 رسولوا لي بيتيشن ده أنا بوقعه عشان روم بتاع جون أوشان تتقفل immediately. ليه؟ لأنه الميديا ده بيقسموا إجراء إيكوتوريا. أنا ما بتكلم عن قبائل تانيين، أنا بتكلم عن إجراء إيكوتوريا. الميديا ده عدو لأبناء إجراء إيكوتوريا في مقام الأول، من أسسوه في فيسبوك لحد ما راحوا في كلاب هاوس. ميديا ده عدو نمرة 1 لأبناء إجراء إيكوتوريا. جون أوشان في ميديا بتاعه بكذب، ما في إعلامي بكذب إلى إعلام تدينجا. أنا صدقت إنه جون أوشان كان يجوز يتدرب في جوجابات وكان في أنيانيا ويتدرب عشان يكون زول كذاب زي دينجا. بيكذبوا في حكومة ده على أساس حكومة ده كويس في جنوب السودان. يبقى أنا ما بتفق مع جون أوشان عشان يمارس ميديا ده. إذا كان في زول هي إيكوتوري بيتفق مع جون أوشان إنه يمارس الفيديو ده، يستمر يعمل الفيديو ده بمعنى هو متفق إنه جون أوشان كليسيتي مبارك. أنا جورجيا القبيلة بتاعتي كليسيتي مبارك مش وانت بارك، نحن باري كلي إيه إيكوتوري كلاسما، نحن باري مسكنا الجنوبين ما في إيكوتوريين في داخل مدينة جوبا. إذا جون أوشان وناس بأيد فكرة جون أوشان بناديه هيرو، نحن باري مسكنا 64 قبيلة في أرض تباري، أكلين ساربين نايمين بيتكلموا بيترايوا بيمشي مدارس في جوبا. لو أنتم دايرين قبلية أنا أصدق قبل فكرة إيكوتوري، أنا أصدق قبل فكرة إيكوتوري. اتخيلوا أبناء فكرة إيكوتوري ميديا بتاع جون أوشان ده لو استمر ميديا ده ما تكون تخيلوا انتم دايرين تفكر جيد، ما تكونوا تخيلوا انه نحن جيل اليوم، نحن جيل بتاع ابو بتاعنا يتوفى، جيل بتاع جده بتاعنا يتوفى. اذا الميديا ده مستمر بهذا الاسلوب وانتم مؤيدينه، ما تتخيلوا انه جريت قطورة ده نحن نقعد ونحن نحب انفسنا كالزمان في مدن بتاعنا الثلاثه الكبرى في توريد في جوبا في يمبيو. ما تكون تخيل واجه ده ابدا، لان اذا ده طريقه الناس سنين بيفهموه على اساس ده ارسال عشان يرسلوا عشان ينسيهم انه ده كده. ده ما عندنا في باري، نحن دخلنا في مدارس لفتره طويل جدا جدا، نحن مثقفين، نحن بنعرف، نحن بنلعب فيها، نحن قبيله اللي بتساهم في سياسه جنوب السودان، في جنوب السودان. كان هي واحد يعرف كلام ده كويس، نحن قبيله واحد من قبائل بتجري كفوري اللي بتساهم في سياسه جنوب السودان. اليوم بقى بيستهمونا جوبا، بقى قاعد جوبا نبات عشان بقى سكن. الليله جوبا ده بيقولوا يا اخي الناس جوبا ده باردين جبانين عشان جوبا بقى سكن. لكن يوم جوبا يطلع بارد كل زول يطلع قراو وماشي في جوبا. اليوم بقى بيستهمونا. اكيد انتم قاعدين في ولايه بتاعكم، في فيام بتاعكم، في بوما بتاعكم، في كل مناطق بتاعكم، انتم ما محتاجين لجوبا. اخواني ده ميديا. الجي كلمه جون وسان ده بيتكلم في ميديا.
No, Jada, I have to intervene here. this top, I think the topic should not be about John Wuchang here.
It's a chemical.
Because I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave.
Go,
I'm gonna leave.
Go.
You know.
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, this guy's a drafter. Sorry about that. He interrupts. That's not right.
Yeah. ما داري سياسة بتاع على نيل وبار غزال ما قادر يوحدوا أنفسهم هناك وجاي ينادينا في وحدة. نحن جريد كوتوري. ما عنده وحدة في مناطق بتاعهم في بار غزال وعلى نيل جاي ينادينا في وحدة. يتكلم هنا عن الوحدة. وحدوا أنفسكم ووجهوا حكومة يا أخي. حتى كنا عمل لنا مشاكل في جنوب السودان. قبل اليرد بتاوين ما بتا على نيل من انتهى من قبلية في جنوب السودان. ما قبل اليرد 83. انتوا جايين تتكلموا هنا وحدوا انفسكم وجهوا حكومه خليكم هنا سلام كان سلام يا كل دول يلفوا فرش في يمشي في جوبا يمشي في كريد كوتر ليش شنو؟ امني بلد على كل حال انا اظن ندي فرصه للناس خلينا نكتشف باسلوب ده اخواني في كريد كوتوري دينغا ديل لو دير قفلوا روم بتاع جون وشان ولا دي كوتوري تناقش فيهم زول ده رساله واضحه من انقلاب ودينا فرصه ودينا رقم ده عشان يكملوا 50 او يندوس او يساين. That room must to be closed immediately. نحن بارد نحن ما ناس سهلين بالنسبه لجون أوشان. اذا جون أوشان بيعرف على اساس نحن بارد وبيقدر يستلموا ناس ثانيين كلمه هو تحبسوا اذا كان بقى قبيله وصلوا توكا قاري له توكا وجون أوشان بيمارسوا قبليه في حاجه في تالي نيرو توكا ما داير تكون هناك كان تكون اهل شوف ده ميديا انتوا جنوبين ده ايكوتوريين ده ميديا بحرسوا في لوتوكا بحرسوا في ابناء الشركه الاستوائيه على اساس هل تكون ما دايركم هناك ده ميديا اللي بيقول ده هيرو بتاع ايسترن ايكوتوريا ما هيرو بتاع باري ما هيرو بتاع كده جون أوشان لو نحن دايرين ولا نحن دايرين قبل يا اخي انتوا خلي جوا ده خلي سنترال ايكوتوريا ناخما دينجا يا اخي شو خلينا امشي ده في ايسترن ايكوتوريا زول منعود ما في لوتوكا ما في زول في الشركه الاستوائيه باللسان ده مين يتربين لكن كلاموا لنا منعود في جريد كوتوري في الشركه الاستوائيه ندينه ميديا ده لازم يتقفل لو مفاتيح ده عند انكولودا اليوم بتاع اجل ده والله بيمشي قفلوا باب بتاع جون أوشان ده اللي انت نعرف على اساس وجود جون أوشان معايدين بتوع البنادي هيرو البدافيو على اساس جون أوشان كويس طريقه بتاع جون أوشان ده ما بقاعدنا جريد كوتوري ما في زول فادي لزول نحن فاديين لجريد كوتوري اذا انتم بتشوف انه في الشركه الاستوائيه ما انتم يا رجال كان جون أوشان وري ويعطوا معركه الو قودوا في جنوب السودان الو سنترال ايكوتوريا وسط ايكوتوريا ولا ايكوتوريا يعطوا معركه ده معركه بتاع اسبيل ده معركه بتاع انياني نحن عندنا دبي عندنا هيرو مدفونين في جوبا بتاع قبيله باري جامي الناشونال سالفيشن فرونت ما في وانيجا جامي الناشونال سالفيشن فرونت ايكوتوري خليكم ناس كويسين لغه ده جون أوشان ده انا انقلادو بقدر كلي وانا كلمته انه لو لغه دي انا يا مارسو جريد ايكوتوري ده ما بفرت بكره اليوم بفرت شكرا من اجل فرصه انا ما عندي كثير انا عاوز نوم وانا اخلي فرصه للناس ده رساله واضحه اذا ايكوتوريا بيشوف ميديا ده وكويس لايكوتوريين استمروا ساندوا لكن تتاكدوا حاجه واحده وما تستبكر ودانا دروس تمام دور ده دارين نختار مين بيقعد معنا مين ما بيقعد معنا. شكرا عليك.
Thank you. I know what you're saying, Uncle Ladu. One thing I'll say, إن ده نقول للناس اللي جنسها لو تحت هناك, we give everybody the right to express themselves. We are not going to silence anyone from expressing his own feeling, because that's the freedom of expression. If we want to believe in democracy, and I think most of the South Sudanese, they don't even understand that yet. They talk about it like, when something hurt them in the, or words comes up, for example, from the other side who's not agreeing with them, might sound like it's painful and unacceptable. They will begin to feel offended, and they might even block you or kick you out. But for us as Equatorial nationalists, we believe that whatever we do, we have to live by example and action. What we say, we will let everybody to express themselves, regardless you are our opposer or you're with us. Because we are looking for one thing, independent of Equatoria, an Equatorial nation to be a nation, we're not going to look for dictatorship. We forbid that. We don't even want any military dictatorship like military junta. No, we want anything called one man will represent all. We're not in the time, 20th century might be primitive to us today in the 21st century, because those mindset was the mindset of that they brought up from the 19th century or 19th century and so on. But for us today, 20th, 21st century, we have evolved. So our mindset, when we speak on points, we allow you. You might hurt us. We might be in a disagreement. Might even hear some people loud, but we are not in hate. We will never allow you. We will never stop you from speaking your point. But we want you also to understand that when we speak, you have to respect the others. Do not use profanity over here. Do not insult the others just because you don't agree with them, and do not take it personal with anyone. So when we speak publicly, because the case of Equatoria is a public issue. But today, there is something that happened. We had to come in. And one of them is the accusation on Didi. And she's a very active, strong member in Equatorian nationalism. She speaks on a lot of things, and she never personalized anything with anyone. But when we see these things begin to be played in a manipulation tactic, because even I've seen that there is a lot of divisive plan and tactic against our Equatorian, and especially Equatorian nationalists I'm talking about, we begin to see it, and we want to stop this. Not silence, stop this, because this is wrong. If you have anything to challenge us with, you have the right to speak. Everybody will listen to you. But do not come and disrespect, and do not manipulate, and do not play the game of the devil advocate, because we see the game and we know it very well. So thank you, Uncle Jada. I know what you feel, but let me tell you, the topic, of course, like anyone, is not about Ochang, but it's about our colleague who have been attacked. And maybe, Didi, you can play this audio. I think some people want to hear it, if it's okay. And I wonder if they will benefit, especially Comrade CPI, one of our colleagues, also a separatist commander, brother, and comrade. And I'm really honored to be with you in this stage. And if you can play it for him, because this game of manipulation must stop, and Equatorial must wise up, because this thing is really hurting us. And for our people down there, they're looking up to us. We are the Equatorian outside in diaspora, especially in the Western nation. We are the only hope and the last hope for them. If we are lost, they are lost. If we win, they win. Like earlier, I mentioned one thing about Henry Clark, and I might mention it again. John Henry Clark is a late one scholar professor. He's really very in point. Before Didi can play the audio, it says history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of today. It's also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. The role of every history is to tell a people where they have been and what they have been, and where they are and what they are. But most important is the role of history, properly learned, tells the people where they still and must go, they still and must be. So it's a deep message that those who know their history will not be lost, will not be confused by any game of manipulation, especially in the political arena. Today, احنا شايفين في السياسات, or we see the political game being played by some of the so-called politicians of South Sudan is so dangerous that it's trying to destroy and disintegrate Equatorian, core unity that we were, because we have a history before even Anyanya, but Anyanya was a result of that great history our ancestors left it for us, for uniting as Equatorian people. So we first talk about the word South Sudan. The people in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, with all respect, it wasn't even in their conscience at that time, because these things later brought the unity. But then we were betrayed by Abel Aliar, and then John Garang. Some people call him hero. That's your problem. But for us, we don't see him a hero. We see him is the issue, is the core problem. Even his burial right now in Juba is a very clear message that we conquered you, Equatorian. And some Equatorians still want to talk about unity with South Sudan when Dinka are saying that this is our land. But it's not about Dinka and Equatorial right now, but we are, even though it's part of the subject, but we are focusing on the manipulation that now used by other so-called opposition, manipulating some of our Equatorian brothers and sisters, and then they're using it against us, because now we are the target number one as Equatorian nationalists who are calling for independence of Equatoria. That's why you see they target Didi sometimes, they target Itahili, our brother comrade Charles, and then they target others in the separatist movement who are calling for independence of Equatoria. So we have to be very careful, because this manipulation must stop, and we will stop it. If they think we're not going to speak, well, only they have to kill us or shoot us, then we'll be quiet. But still, our message will continue, because this is not something for us. It's for the next generation, if it's possible. But Didi, if you can, before we give a chance to CPI. Thank you. Are you there?
You want me to play the video, the audio from the room?
I think, yeah, they need that, but only for CPI, because some people want to know. Taban, final darin shamarat, they need more shamarat dem
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Ana Gafalta.
Did you want the audio from the room?
Yes, I said because Itahili asked that he wanted to see, because he's actually mentioned in that audio too. His name was mentioned. And so I said, yeah, let it. And then there's others only out of curiosity. عشان يعرفوا شمارات ينقلوها. So ادي لهم كمان advantage to let them hear it. لأنه في ناس يعني بيرتاح لما يسمعوا أخبار زي ده عشان يقدر يطلعوا بقى اللي عندهم. So let's hear it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. I will play the audio. So if the room goes up there, just refreshing. The room is about the Royal Commission on Hate, Tribalist mindset, مفروض لأنه لكن محل ده كان ما كفاية مفروض Tribalist mindset, allegation and reporting people in Clubhouse. Now everybody is getting reported. What is the Dinka? What is the Mulu? What is the Nuwer? What is the Fertit? What is the Tijata Apana Kulu? People are getting reported left and right, which is really wrong. People should have opportunity on this social media to speak their mind out and vocal their pain out. This is where we can meet on the middle one day and do the right thing for each other one day. Like people should not get in a corner whereby we're cornering each other. We deny. I didn't do that. They did that. This is really wrong. That's why we just came to speak about these things. Because some people are organizing people based on tribal line nowadays. This is wrong. Tribalism there, قاعد يحصل في social media هنا. But back home, this thing does not exist in Equatorians are all united over there, and South Sudanese Indom unity, how come can call the unity of South Sudan and other stuff. So I want to tell these people to stop this thing, that these tribes that they're creating on social media and manipulating people, controlling people's mind, using young people that have future to tangle them with other people, because it can't be room. And then you come here to speak something different. Bemana, you digging out for all the things which are spoken in the room to come out. You're forgetting that, including the person you're supporting, including the person who used you. All the things will come out. That's the thing that you guys need to know. So let me play.
He sent me a message just now, maybe now it's hour now because they are going to New York. He told me, Teresa, and I could read this, and I sent to John, to Uncle here. He said, Teresa, I'm the one who removed Charles indeed from the room that day. Because at the Equatorial Bridge room, both individual expresses that Uncle John of Shan deserved his account to be suspended. Secondly, Charles continued to disrespect our rally logo since day one. I am willing to confess that in front of him and Didi. I totally disagree with their behaviors against us, the rally team. This is the message Lolik sent me. Because yesterday, in the room of our brother Hakim, Charles also attacked me. He said, Teresa, you removed Didi. I said, Charles, you're lying. I did not remove Didi. And I don't know why he was accusing me. Even that day, I was not even a moderator. I was not a moderator in the other room. Well, why should I remove Didi? This is also another lie. He said that we had a meeting in Equatorial Bridge, me, Ubeko, Simon, to remove to close Donoshan account. That's not true. We as a member of NAS, when we want to have our meeting, we have our own meeting. We don't do it in Equatorial Bridge because we have our own private room. These journalists need to understand this, okay? Because he's saying that we are coming to say, Donoshan, we are crying here, Donoshan, we should confess. I myself, I said, Jamal, Donoshan need to be confronted. And based on that, I myself, and Simon Abui, I opened the room. Dominic Deshahead, I opened the room, and I criticized John Oshan there. Uncle John Oshan even came to that room. He was down, he told me, bring me up. I said, Uncle, I'm not going to bring you up. You remain down there and listen. And he can testify to that. Because I want to confront Uncle John Oshan. This is something that Charlie needs to understand. And for him to come and say that we don't have a woman in East that disrespecting men. Now are you bringing the new laws in Eastern Equatoria? We respect men in Eastern Equatoria. We respect the men that respect us. And we in Eastern Equatoria, we speak the truth out. The Hagiga. Number two, he said the African people in Wandruba are killed because of General Thomas. Wandruba crossing the.
I think you went far now, right? If I'm not mistaken.
That's why
But
I stopped here.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped here. Sorry. Do you want to say something?
No, go ahead. And then we give it to Comrade CPR or General Charles.
This is the thing here that Charlie, I want you to know, in the rally room, you were there, and I got in. I think I got in after you. You messaged me that you removed, and I told myself I'm removed too. But then I never wrote anything in the rally room. I never contested it. I'm one of the people saying, advocating, let's not speak against the rally. Because I saw our people were there. Even some of our people have supported the rally. So let's not protest. So, and I said, I even don't write anything now. Those other rest of the days were even in the mood of funeral. There was a great funeral happening, you know. There's a great Lakbata Binchi. And I was busy telling people, do not aggravate the situation. Do not go between there and that. These are the messages that I was giving. And I go to do not aggravate the situation. When you see two people are fighting, do not get in there and aggravate the situation. Rather come with a good word of calming things down. Kanitamendu kalam, you run out of you've been dumbfounded, be quiet like me. You were in the mood of watching South Sudan going through, So ما في زول عنده زمن يمشي شاكل مزول تاني. أنا ذاته وقفت نفسي من كتابات الكثيرة أنا لقيت ما قدرت أراي. في رالي روم بتاع منستريدو أو there never wrote anything. رالي روم باغانا مون وزين never wrote anything. And أنا جيت شفت تاني هنا sometimes you don't have to tell this person that I'm giving you a way to go, but you just quiet. You never said anything. Lakin I was attacked. I was removed from the rally room, and my behavior was erratic. ما كويس. وأنا ما كتبت حاجة. وإذا أنا ما أعرف أنا ما شفت أنا ما وصلت. I didn't see whether you wrote anything. Then you complained to me you've been removed, and I say yes, me too. Marshall come and say, oh, I'm kicked out too. I don't know why. Yalla Bashir accusation deja. God, thank God. Brother Abraham the big God. Our behavior was erratic. It was not good. Galu can't be room that me and you were against Ochang, and we say that Ochang deserved to be suspended, which that was not my words. Actually, was not my words. I mean, my words. I defended myself in this. I said my words are. Let's acknowledge the two parties. For all these people, like Equatorians, all these people are important. The next room, I spoke the same thing. And even there are things that was said in the, there are people who want to support Ocha and from the Cholo room and us here. They say they're selling the paper, which is good. But there are some points which were raised over there. Two young ladies came from the Dinka side, complained. Ochang said he would pay them money he would pay a gunman money to shoot them. And the Cholo people in their wisdom say, this is not good, Ochang. We must not speak like this. So I thought, okay, let's use the same policy. The wisdom that was used there, let's use it here. Let's try to acknowledge the two parts, the two sides. You see? Let's try to calm these people down. That's what it meant, what I was trying to say. Let's acknowledge these people in the pain so that they can calm down, their anger will calm down. Then we can meet together, plus the Cholo room over there, then we can we help Ochang? Yes, let's help Ochang. I say that. Lakin kalamatna, yeshustada wa kalamat. Kalam tani yauje tala barra. They're not madarin aslan solution. They're not they lack but you see, behavior lack but. So they have kalam al hasan jab.
Yes, thank you, Dee. Comrade Charles, are you there?
I thought I'm supposed to come.
Okay, maybe let me see.
Yes,
You're after. Okay, cool. All right, comrade. I'm gonna make you moderator. Yeah, I'm gonna make you moderator because you're one of us. Yeah, and then also, yeah, go ahead. I hope, Sarah. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome. Of course, you said you have a question, so please feel free to ask.
I have a question. I don't want to talk too much. Actually, we are mourning at Cholo people, but I'm just wondering why do they keep bringing up Cholonan in that situation? I'm just wondering because the topic is not about Cholo, honestly. Somebody accused Didi and not even from Cholo. So I'm just asking Didi why she keeps bringing Cholonan in that situation. Thank you.
All right, Didi, before you answer, let me just explain to
Etika.
I want to explain something because I was here earlier. Okay.
Sarah, was it a Mara Equatoria?
What?
It's a Mara Equatoria or later Mara Cholo?
I'm Mara Cholo.
It's okay. Gabriel, before Didi.
Yeah. The reason why I brought it because we were going in and out from the Cholo room and we're going to other rooms. We're going from your room to other room because those days they were bigger. Once you in bigger, you keep asking me this question.
Let me say something quickly before Ashandidi to come in, please. First of all, Sister Sarah mentioned something. Dagiga. Khalid, yeah, let him come up. If, we're not afraid to talk. And we will talk in peaceful manner and respectful to the extent. But I want to say something to Sarah. Even I mentioned earlier, I said Sholo politician because we are looking at the politician from Sholo as we look at Equatorian politician. Okay, Equatorian politician. We have some Equatorian politicians who are not interested for the issue of Equatoria. Instead, they speak against Equatorian, advancing themselves or fighting for themselves. And most of these politicians, and who are now some of them in the opposition side, they are all running on the side of unity, and they were part of the regime who never helped us. Okay, and then when yes, I'll give you a chance, Desperate. And then again, add to that we see the politician from Shalom. Majority of you are now running the opposition. If you talk about Emmanuel Rajamin, you talk about Baganamum. Respectfully, we're talking. We're not talking personalizing here for people to not misunderstand us. But we talk on them. We don't talk about their family background or where they come from. That's not our issue. But they are not standing on what they're saying when it comes to the unity of South Sudan. They talk opposite. They pretend they are, but you could see behind it there is an intent. When we talk about intent, it's very clear. Once you know the intent of the person, you will know that person is not genuine. He might sing a song of unity, of brotherhood, of sisterhood, but in their heart they are more like wolf or fox. And this is what we're talking. We are frank with you, and we respect you as a sister from the continent of Africa, but we have to also respect that we also have a culture and a history that no one, I cannot force myself to the Sholo community and say, you guys have to follow what we say. And you cannot force your ideas on us. You have to be mutual. But we see your politicians are manipulating our Equatorians to the extent some of our Equatorians are beginning to silence others like us, is speaking for independence. Earlier, she mentioned about the Equatorian who are, I mean, the Sholo who are calling for separation also in Sholo Kingdom. But we never seen anybody attack them as we've been attacked as Equatorian nationalists, especially by our Equatorian brothers. And that's what here the problem. So we see those Equatorian unionists who are attacking us. Most of them are working with the same shallow politicians who are playing the game unity. And yet in the other side, you see them, they're standing opposite, but they will all attack us, most of them, including those of respectfully Ajawin and all the others. They will go and attack us on saying that we will never allow this country to disintegrate. Who are they to tell us that? We are our own masters of our own destiny. Equatoria was not even part of Sudan. Nonetheless, to talk about South Sudan. So when we became South Sudanese, it was based on an idea that has nothing to do with the reality that we're facing. Today, we see the truth that there is a lot of grudges and there is a lot of tribalism that is being built anciently. It's not today, but they have evolved or have become so strong when they begin to hold power, especially the Dinka community. When we talk about Dinka, let Dinka not be angry, because that's the reality. They are the one who are now messing the whole country. They're the one who waged war on tribes. They begin to exterminate people. Even the genocide 2013 on the Nuer tribe, that was a crime against humanity. And yet no Dinka said Kir must go. Only maybe one of few that we have seen recently. But I'm talking about majority of them, because you cannot, add a number like, I mean, what do you call it? Greater than or less than can beat the greater than. No way you can see the less than can beat the greater than, If there is a number greater than the less than, then that number will actually override that. Okay, Dinka actually not happy with what this guy doing. But they were all silent. If it's silent, mean they're acceptable. And some of them are okay. Even they will try to play game in the opposition side, and they will play game with the regime and say, because the regime is benefiting. So when we talk on these things, we talk on the basic thing that is hidden, and people trying to take it into a personalized thing. So when we talk about Sholo politician, we're not attacking Sholo. We respect tribe of Sholo like we respect every tribe in Equatoria. But we don't want manipulation from politicians who are using it to gain the same thing that we are seeing now in South Sudan. Dinka today are ruling the country because there is a Dinka hegemony. And this Dinka hegemony is because they're all behind it. They say, yes, it's our kingdom. Even they said they're born to rule. So are we going to see the same mentality in this opposition coming? Because there is a lot of things that shows us this is not us. It's a sign. It's been put as a sign clear to us. And we can even articulate it 1, 2, 3. This is what they're doing. So Equatorian are begin to be even silenced, not to speak for. If we are the what do you call the black sheep, let them not come and attack us on our right. Who are they to come and tell us like we don't know how we can govern ourselves, or you cannot do it, and then they would manipulate our people to go and fight each other. So I'll stop here, but this is what I hope I answered. And Dindi, you can add something. Because we have nothing personal.
Yeah,
yes.
So that we don't argue to ourselves. But another good rule that yes, I mentioned Cholo separately, because how much separately. Before they came out, they told us that many months ago, back more than 3 months or 4 months, they told us they're gonna come out. They told us. And I mentioned about Cholo separatists. And the other thing I mentioned about Cholo supported their separatists. And that's true. And then I mentioned about Cholo politicians attack our separatists, us as separatists in general, and our Equatorians attacking us as separatists. But when the Cholo separatists came, both of them, the Equatoria opposition and the Cholo opposition political party, they went there and supported the separatists, the Cholo. They said they support the separatists, the Cholo. That's when I said that's hypocrisy. That's when I said that. So I spoke of Cholo Bogolochino funeral, because at those days there was a funeral happening. And in the Kuna, even Odysseus went and represented us up there, spoke in that funeral. And then we followed the order. I didn't say anything. I didn't write that those days people were mourning. We never knew you can because they come you on Clubhouse. Everybody can attest to it. And we were all whenever part of a room that because they couldn't have ولو كان في روم تاني فتحهم بنطلع من روم تاني في هناك يلا تبي تطلع من روم بيكا وتمشي تشاكل هناك كيف that's what I was saying is it possible
Didi,
I did not write anything
Didi, let me add for Didi just 1 minute. I think just you're using a reference about separatists of Cholo.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they are well and support. So yeah, Sarah, don't take hard feelings. She's using reference.
Referencing the occasions that
you never said nothing wrong about the Cholo. She's using the reference and Equatoria well and support separatists of Cholo. Why they never support the separatists of Equatoria? This is a reference. So don't take it hard feelings, Sarah. Thank you.
وبعدين احنا بنطلع من روم تاني روم تاني داتا ما في زول ما بيقدر تقدر تمشي تبكي مع زول وانت تطلع تنسى دموع امين حقك دموعك وانت تمشي هناك تشاكل زول تاني. Impossible. What did you refresh yourself doing? That's what I was just trying to reference.
Yeah, because and again, we are not fighting.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't understand actually, so that's why I come up and ask. Thank you.
And like I said, we are not anti. Okay, we are not anti-Sholo. We are not anti-Sholo. Again, reminding you, Ashanasi Hamukois, we are not anti any tribe for Upper Nile. But what we are anti is anti any tribal hegemony, any tribal manipulation against others, especially as Equatorian. We are one entity. When we talk about Equatoria, we have a history that makes us who we are. You cannot override us in a second by saying, no, we have to speak in a tribal language. We cannot do that. So the same thing, we cannot override you for taking pride on your tribe.
Why did Ajay Sarah?
No, she left. She said she left. She left by her own. It's not us for real. Like, but we want to explain clearly because some they will misinterpret it. And I know, we the separatists or the so-called nationalists, we call the so-called separatists, but we are nationalists in our background where we believe in our land, our ancestors. That's where we are. And our nationalism is not anti anyone. Is we are trying to protect our ancestors' history and legacy. Like any nation in this world will protect their legacy and their constitution. Even though we don't have constitution written, but we have one thing that holds us, is the bloodline that is running in our vein as Equatorian communities, and also the land that is uniting us. That's what makes us who we are. We are never going to allow this to be override by one person who want to dominate others based on their thinking that they have the right to rule. And today we see the Inca community are overriding, they try to override many people. And when we talk about this, they feel offended and they say, don't generalize. But they are majority beneficiaries of this, and Equatorial are not beneficial of anything. And especially now we see opposition are doing the same. They're trying to play the same tactic of what is Dinka leadership is doing, because this leadership is not particularly SPLM as they call it. It's clear, naked. It's called Dinka hegemony. That's what even this lady, Caroline Berger, the Canadian lady, she's a professor. She wrote a very extensive report about what is going on in South Sudan, and no one can dispute. I never even seen the Jing Council can dispute this thing in front of us. So thank you. Go ahead, CPI, if you want to say something, or you give it to the next. But go ahead if you want to add something. Sorry, I took hijacked on the.
Is it me coming next, Edgar? Because I need to go somewhere.
Well, like, okay, this is the funny thing. Somebody want to go somewhere and they want to say something. Go ahead. Yes, sir, CPI.
Go somewhere first and come back. So no, I want to make my input.
Exactly. Thank you. So I think you. English. Yes, sir. Okay. Then I want.
Let me just clarify before Jacob come. About the question asked by Sarah. Sarah, I heard that she is married to Equatorian. That's why I asked the question. And secondly, about the nationalists, the confused National Salvation Front members who were moderating the Cholo room. They even blocked me from the room. And I wrote to the moderators, in the machine Fibika, we went and supported the Cholo separatists. And National Salvation Front members also, were in the media. They went and support. Lasuwani is from a National Salvation Front. Confused Simon, Gering Abui is from National Salvation Front. All of them, they went and support separation. Go ahead.
Okay, Jacob, I'll give you 5 minutes. Just quickly get your point. Hey, let me tell you something.
Those that rare mi kalam hina uyatla. Kalam zere ma musmo. Ya ga muita la take suno ya. Ana be bolu kalam wana. أنا بنزل تحت، اديته فرصة أنا بنزل تحت. لأنه
Okay, hold on. Point of order. Jacob.
أطلع مشوارك أول وتعال بعد ده تعال يتكلم وتقعد هنا جوا هنا ده والناس كل يردوا لك. لأننا عارفين حركات.
No, hold on. Jacob, just listen for me.
Excuse me, I get desperate. Odilo. It's okay. Odilo.
Desperate. Don't do that. Let's not get to that.
First of all,
the giga Jacob, please. Moderators are saying something. We're the one who rule, but we respect you. Yeah, we respect you all as guests, especially Jacob. But give us a chance. Okay, we heard you. Okay, we heard you.
Asma kalam da kwana take ko wonu shi ya desperate. Da ko take ko wonu shi ko korwa.
Okay, desperate. We Jacob. First of all. Okay, guys. Point of order, please. All I'm gonna say, yes. Listen. This is not the way how we resolve things. Regardless how we're speaking the truth. We're not offended by anyone who's going to challenge us. If you can bring an answer. Hold on a second. And speak with them that you feel like you are in the same level of them. If you're going to talk to us respectfully, because we give you respect to come up, even if you're against us. But do not come and mock us. And for us as Equatorian nationalists, we listen. This is not the first time I have heard you. Excuse me. I'm giving you a chance. I'll give you a chance. We have heard you before even you called our room in a derogatory way, Yakadama and Daya. I remember you said that clear, and I never forgot. Even it's recorded. You mocked us. You came in there because you were not happy with what we said, and then you said a very insulting word. But we look at it and I laughed. I was like, this is how you guys are debating people. If you can't take the heat, don't be in the kitchen, as Didi always mentioned. If you are living in a glass house, don't throw stone, so you don't be stone thrown back to you. So please give the respect to others. So I will go with Desperate on this. She's one of our members. Regardless what you say, I will stand with her because she has a point. Because this thing is a way of a form of disrespect and undermining us. Only I'll say this because I see it. But if you can wait, that's good. If you don't, that's your issue. We have no problem to listen to you.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
No.
Can we allow Patricia to come up?
Yes. I said we already made our decision. No, not yet. Until you get go finish your job and come back. Yeah. No. CPI. We don't want. Listen, we have to always take first the word of our separatist members. We're not going to take because of there they will even gang us, and we're not ganging because this is like you could see there is an attitude here. They said it clear. Like he said, I have something to do. So if you have something to do, why are you coming up? You waited all these hours, and now you want to tell me this with an attitude like, oh, I have something to do. I just want to tell you something. And this is not the first time. I know this is an insult language. He needs to refrain from it, and then we respect him on the same path.
But the level of the thing is no good, Attica.
No. Okay.
I said funeral there. Did I mention funeral there or not?
What?
Did I mention the word funeral? Go to the funeral there or not?
No, you never mentioned funeral. But if you said you're in a funeral, excuse me, if you're in a funeral?
I am going to the funeral.
Then if you're going to funeral, why are you here? That's the big question. You're supposed to be preparing yourself. Yeah, you go to the funeral because how could you go to a funeral and like I mean, even the president when they went to Queen Elizabeth, they didn't wait and say, "Let me talk to." They went to the funeral and finished, and they come back. That's disrespect.
You have 140 people here in the room. You're supposed to respect these people.
I'm respecting you, but you don't respect us.
You have to respect whatever you are saying.
Okay.
Not only the matter of saying, what do you think? You know, whenever you are in the state here, Jacob, excuse me, Jacob, okay? Either you talk or you get out from here. You're just wasting our time here.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's move on, because if somebody going to a very somber place, they cannot just take and listen to radio. Like it's almost like somebody watching a game, listen to a game, and then want to talk about, oh, I'm going to the funeral. That's not right. That's even disrespectful to the people you're going to. Finish your job and then come back. And we were here, if we're here. But if not, next time come and we'll talk about it. Anyway, let's move on. So I think it's Desperate turn. So Desperate, welcome. And let's not take it personal. I'm saying this because feel language, sometimes people are using it and we let it go. But respectfully, we have to be very careful on those things that they say. And they want to tell us about some things that does not make sense. We're not here to talk about funeral. We're here to talk about some issues focusing on our land. If you are doing something, you're working, or you are doing anything, whatever you have, finish your business and come up. Don't come up and try to say, I have something to do. Like we all have something to do. You're not the only one. Okay? Even I lost my family member this last week, but I don't have to like come in here and like, oh, I have a funeral. This is not right. That's disrespect. Go ahead, Desperate, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Etika. By the way, I come up here because Anakan Gija, I was coming to answer the question that Sarah asked Didi. I just wanted to tell her, like, if she's coming here, like, to ask a question, why we call the Cholo name here and all this. How about Emmanuel Jawin, when we were talking about the separation of Equatoria, want independence of Equatoria? Emmanuel Jawin started to threaten its separatists, like, separation of Equatoria will never happen unless Jesus Christ come back. Okay? One. Number two, he says the separation will happen in the sky. How about that? So if she is coming up here to ask this question, why don't she ask herself first? Emmanuel Jawin and Edward, they used to talk rubbish shits about Equatorial separatists. So this is the only thing brought me up. Number two, you guys be careful. Those unionists, Equatorial unionists, those are really stupid people. Stupid. I can call them stupid idiots because they know that Equatorians, our people back home are suffering under the regime. Okay? Our people are being killed, raped, and all this. They know. And they are still calling for unity. And they are still, serving their masters. Those of Emmanuel Jawin, Nas Marv Edward, Nas Minu, and then plus some Dinka, so Shunu, they're still crying, oh, we are one Sudan, South Sudanese, we are what? Oh, let's unite, then ngotok. Ana Marv le, guys. So ita kona zere kan tangi jib mofokini, mata wadilo molwele minute, because we are at war. Separatists, you guys open your eyes, open your ears, we are at war. You know, our number one enemies are the unionists. The Saraha kida, okay? So عشان تجيبوا هنا أستاذ Jacob ده يكلمني قال I want to talk, I'm going where? Ita jai فوق هنا ده تتكلم وتقعد لحد كان room ده قفلوا ita تقعد فوق هنا كويس؟ room ده كان ما قفلوا تقعد هنا ده ita عندك question تسأل الناس بيجاوبوا لك كلام الغزول بيجارة كلام يلا بيجارة ده أدب تمون ده ناسا بصراحة كده I don't give a damn nowadays خلاص I shut up my mind ناس ده الناس التماثيل ده supporters التماثيل ده then that will give good more. They laugh when they see Equatorians are dying day and night. Kan gamulu rebel Equatorians kan gamula jeta almakwes Equatorians mo murtahin. Umoni ya number one enemy tanna. Wana ma fadi lomo ni omende. Kalmo derin harp lanu fi kam kida demon block ana. They report me for no reason. Ulisa nendi fi gumbula kebir jai. Guys, it tudal intazuru beskele. Lisa jinde magum. Yo malana be click it up, open room data combine. South Sudanese school bar vana be fejir kalam dehina. You guys don't play with us. Okay? Don't think that maybe like last time I went with you guys and go to Kuli Tahoniao. She rallied up. You think that maybe Kalasana Bikun making Tabilekun. No. I am a separatist, pure separatist. Guys. Lakin awakum. Karamata ngatana tam separatist and Equatorians alwajana, they went and support Cholo separatists. Guys. They went and support them. Yes, you don't care separate ukida. Lakini anna separatist Equatorial de la the ask there's a lot dinta nanda kakan gidam to mo bikatulana one by one. Lakini anyway, ana ma indicator.
So to do all his commandments and his
Thank you, CPA and all the separatists up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thanks, Fred. Thank you very much. And by the way, this is the reason why we kind of like even we even cancel our rooms because of this kind of occasions that were happening because we bigger or we rally going on. We cancel all these things. We back schedule our things. Like in Nasma for they didn't appreciate that. They only see our negative side all the time. There has a Sarah Derben here just to rebuttal me. He should call I use all but to rebuttal me. Why I mentioned Cholo like no maga itma ana got kalam Cholo Pishunu. The reason why I'm going to tell him that I'm put a talent in room. I zaman an beta betla min room bigger, and I mean this zaman a shaki. Wana kuta na man bit kalam, ana bit kalam hata room ta hakim ya hakim be testified. Ana kalamta, it kalamta fi tijata cholo tijata buerana kuta. Kampi ana shifta Equatorian tani. Gairo ismu ba isim malakal, u gairo nai hagu. Inai hagu yala biga gad kalam. You know, fi banat yang banat dinka Ulwer, huma zalanin because of interference by Equatorial. So that's why I was speaking out to say when two people are fighting, do not aggravate the situation. Either you have to come out to be a good person, speak peace, or you shut up. No, it begin go attack in be quiet. It at la room, just watch things and be quiet. That's all. Like and she was not listening. All these things, she's just coming to rebuttal people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think it's George Marine. Well, Elder George Marine, welcome. Thank you for your patience, and I really respect how he is. I know he might not be with us in the separation, but I respect him a lot because I've seen him many times in rooms. Out of respect, I see that I have to acknowledge that he never interrupt. He always listen, and then he comes and put his thoughts in this discussion. I really want to welcome you as an elder. Welcome as one of your sons. We are not only fighting for all Equatorial, we're also fighting for you and your next generation. But thank you. Feel free, speak your point. Anyone who wants to speak, make sure when you come up, do not go in profanity or any language disrespectful. We're listening to you guys. We just want the point of truth because today we opened this room because there is a lot of personal attack on us falsely, and we are not going to tolerate this. We're going to challenge it, and we're going to be respectful as much as we can. And people must not manipulate what we say, because I know some people try to take wrong, but this is recorded, so it's good that it's recorded. Everybody can hear it, and they can review it later. Thank you. Welcome, George Marie.
Thank you very much, Olusi, and then let my greeting goes to our lady, Edie, CPI, Candy, and the rest of the people down. My greeting to you all, guys. Let us try to calm down, because all of us are actually frustrated due to some anarchy that happened in our country. And I can see that there's a lot of suffering to all of us. And that's why sometimes spoken, including our wise man, in which I call him a wise man, Uncle Lado, whom were actually in the same generation. I thought you and me, as previous generations, we should have to calm down the disagreement that occurred among the people of one nation, of one region, the Greater Equatoria. If you could remember very well, Uncle Lado, during our time, we were warriors, those who are young at that time. Wow. Unionist. If you're a unionist, don't impose your ideas on the separatists. Because if we Equatorian want to exist one day in that particular part of the world, this we need to agree. We need to agree to disagree. But we are one people. This is one thing. This is my advice. I'm not coming here to challenge anybody. A lot of things happen, and therefore we have to forget and forgive, because we are one people. We are brothers. The brothers of the same mother, the same father can disagree, but one day they will come also in the same table. They will start eating together. The more we feel, we put water into the oil. The fire will be dangerous. Let us be calm. Let us calm down. We're all people. There are individuals only that brought all this agreement. There are only individuals, not all people of Equatoria. Please let us try to be objectives in our discussion, because discussion is good. I can hear from you. I can hear from RBC. And there are some points that I can pick from RBC, because there are some potential. That there are some points that you can take from Uncle Lado as well. Because out of frustration, sometimes you will find somebody can speak a lot or can go beyond the border. There عشان كده يا اخوانا نحن كلنا اخوه. نحن في كاتوريا ريجون نحن كلنا اخوه. اذا كان في اي خلافات بسيطه نحن نحل بالتي احسن، بالتي احسن. لازم في كلمه forgiveness ده لازم يكون موجود في الحياه بتاعنا. طالما نحن بنحب كلمه بتاع ربنا، والله انا بقول لكم اذا كان نحن مشينا بالطريقه ده ما اظن نحن بنيجي في محل واحد نقدر ننتشر. ما في، هيكون كله سقوط. اليونانيز في الناحيه الثانيه اذا كان السلام جاء، those are the first people who will demand for separation of Equatoria. خلي السلام يجي، ناس ديل هيجيب معاك بعدين يا شرطة، هيجيب معاك يا ناس ديل هيجي they will lie behind. لكن الان طبعا الدنيا كله confusion. فبس انتوا بس ادي كمان ادي الزمن، ندي الزمن بس نحن كلنا. انا I'm not going to blame anybody here. I'm not going to blame separatists. No, they have right to advocate for that. عشان رجعت القحط الكثير في البلد بتاعنا. So انا ما عندي كثير، لان انا عندي ميتنج نديكم فرصه، بس انا بس لازم تتناقش بالتي احسن. متى نكون طوال قلب الشكر جديد لازم يعني we have to forgive others. politics هو كده، politics هو كلمات كده مرات بيجرح. معلش يا اختي قول ايدي لو if people actually hurt you I know. معلش forgive because you انت struggle لحاجه معينه. عشان you are actually struggling to achieve something. عشان انت عارف pains على قحط الناس بتاعك للناس بتاع إيكاتوريا. عشان كده انت لازم كلمه تكون واحد ذكري دائما. لكن برضه لما كلمتك يكون ذكري ما تتوقع انه كلمتك دي بيمشي بدون ما يتعود. لازم حتى لو تبقى اسمات قدر شنو الناس كله، في ناس برضه كمان بتكون اجينك. حتى انت في اسره انت الدليل كويس، لكن في اولاد في اسره ناس بيكون ضدك. فدي حاجه عندنا اقول لكم يا فندم، فدي حياه. This is how we are. Now we people نقاموا الحاجات دي. ما في زول قال لي خلاص هو growing نضيف، ما في. You can make a mistake today and then tomorrow you will be good and people will come and line behind you. Thank you very much. أنا عندي meeting. Sorry. Yeah, Adisi. Thank you for giving me this chance. يوم تاني كان طبعا يعني أنا كان قلت جديد تشارلز لما انتهت، أنا ما كلمت مع تشارلز. أنا عارف طبعا out of frustration. أنا بعرف أي زول كان frustration ممكن بيعمل أي حاجة، لكن هو أخوي لسه في النهاية. أنا بقول له no, he is my brother. Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you, Marine. And I don't know what's going on with Nas Group. Every time they come to our room, when they finish their point, they got a meeting, they got some other thing, they got to buy grocery, they got to feed the kids. No. But I understand.
We are actually devastated these days. 3 people died in our state, in Equatoria. So Jacob is going to a different one, and I'm going to a different one, and so on. Because we are elders, we are actually trying to.
I got you. And may I ask you a question, if you don't mind, guys? Let me ask him just a quick question, if you have time for that. Answer me sincerely. You talked about good things, kumbaya. I feel like this is the word of kumbaya, my lord. It's not a problem, but let's be realistic here. Equatorians are bleeding. I think Didi need to put that picture of Equatoria bleeding. And then adding to that, we got no future in this country, so-called South Sudan. You might live in the Western countries safe with your children, with your family, but there is some families are not able to live in safety, not even able to secure a future for their children. And you're an Equatorian like them. Do you really think, with honesty, this unity that you're talking about, or this so-called South Sudan, exists? When you are not even given the right, they took the grave of our ancestors, from the ground so they can build hotels, places where they want to wipe our history. You still think this is actually something that you will hold on while we here speaking on the independent Victoria, and you tell me like we must not argue on the base we're not even arguing. We are waking the people to stand for what is right for them. What is your answer? Your real feeling about this? You okay with that thing? You're okay with the grave of our ancestors to be taken wipe up our demographic. They're changing the demography. They're eliminating our people and sending 2 million out, even more than that. Are you okay with it, or you feel like it's not? And what is your right? What is the right decision? Do you think this the way the right decision is to stay together still as South Sudanese?
To answer you briefly, I would say those things are not going to happen, because that land is belong to certain group of people. That land, which we call it the Equatorial land, is belong to the Equatorians, and nobody to temper predicting that he will occupy, he will take that land one day. No, nothing. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time, and that is why we are struggling. Let us bring peace. Whether that peace is going to come or not, if that peace is not going to come, we are going to be Equatorian. That will be the
but
time
how
where
could
the
peace?
unity will change.
How could you make a peace with a wolf?
No, wait. If they continue, for example, if they continue like that, then the peace is not coming, then the unity that we are actually advocating for the whole Sudan, it will be specifically turned over to be for Equatorial, the unity of Equatorial, because we are not united. We are not united, and that will be the right time where we will.
Well, that's the language that I don't agree with you. We are united as Equatorial. You just the one in here who are party affiliated. You guys are. You think all? No. I would disagree with you. Listen to me. Let me tell you one thing. Let me stop you there. Well, now you're running because you brought something, and I have to stop you on that wrong because we are united. You know, you're running now. You hit and run. That's what you do, guys. You know, hey, by the kid in the good nas is hit and run. That's what they do all the time.
Something like that will not happen. I wish something like that will not happen. Anyway, I wish something like that will not happen. But I actually am convinced that a certain group of elements were trying to penetrate into Equatorian region illegally. So we will not allow illegal penetration of people to our land. We will not. We will. This is a promise.
Thank you. You put your point. I heard you, but let me tell you something. Kalamta united there. We are not united. You are completely wrong, 100%. You know, let me tell you one thing. Just because you guys are, with all due respect, I feel like there is a delusion with NAS members. They believe that if people don't agree with NAS, meaning Equatorial are not united. Look, we see you here. Let me tell you. I heard you. Let me tell you something. For us as Equatorial nationals, just because you don't agree with us here, we don't say, oh, Khalas, Equatorial are not united. We never mention this stuff. You're the only people who are insecure as a party and as Equatorian. Always when it comes to the challenge, you say, oh, because they don't agree with me, Equatorial are united. That's why we're not progressing as a party. It's not us, it's you. You go and progress your party. You guys are falling apart because you don't have anything for Equatoria. You speak against Equatoria more than for Equatoria. That's the truth. You're not speaking for Equatorian. You just want to play the game that we are Equatorian sons, so you got to respect us and support us. No, we don't support you because you're my son. I support you when you do the right thing. If you are, and when you have a son, is he a criminal? You want to say I will support him because he's my son still? No, that doesn't make any sense. That means you're harboring a criminal and you're part of the criminal organization. So let's be honest. I'm not saying, and again, don't misquote me because I know some of you Asa, I tell you like, oh, Shatamo leader bitanas in who criminal. No. Let me repeat it to you. Hold on, please stop there. Let me explain to you carefully, Ashan. People are in them lack of understanding to understand. When I put that example of somebody have a son who committed an offense, it's not I'm not targeting NAS leaders. Okay, I'm actually giving an example. I can give an example of somebody who is actually say he's going with somebody that he's not for you. Like, okay, like let me give you an example. Your son, say in the time when the Israelis were being persecuted in Germany, someone will say, no, I'm supporting Nazi Hitler because Hitler is he has a good idea about socialism, and then and you are a Jew who you're suffering and getting killed, would you still like say no? He's still with the Nazi, but he's still Israeli, so I will support him because he's my son. That doesn't make sense. So, my friend, why are you interrupting when I'm trying to explain to you point here? Ashan group bitakum, your group do not come and attack me and say, oh, now some people accusing Cirillo is a criminal. I never said that. What I said is that you must understand, if you have a son committed wrong against the society or went opposite, let's say opposite what you believe in, you do not justify that, oh no, I have to stand with that idea because, he's my son. No, people will not look at you logical and say, what's wrong with you? Even God himself, he created hell and heaven, and God is the one create every one of us, including you and me. Okay, so you think God is not fair in judging people going to hell and judging people going to heaven? So please, let's not play this game of devil advocacy where you want to kind of like say Equatorial is not united because I don't support your party. If you support your party, that's the issue. So stop there. Let's not focus on Hajat Bita party affiliation. I'm talking about the people in the ground. They know their land. They know their culture. That's why we always never been in any situation where what is happening in Upper Nile, even defining ourselves. If somebody trying to create that, we know who are doing that. And we are always accusing the Dinka regime because this is a regime that is actually built for the Dinka and only by Dinka and for the Dinka. The same thing as they say, by the people, for the people, but it's only for one tribe. That's why you see today there is a running show on us. These people are manipulating, and then they're using some of these so-called backdoor servant to make sure Equatorial will be submitted to this idea of being quiet. So do not mess us up. All I say is thank you. If you want to say you have 1 minute or less than 1 minute, you put your last word so I can give a chance to Brother Robert. Mr. Marine, are you there?
Yeah, I said thank you very much for your words. I got it. And there are some good points there, of course. You didn't say something about NAS, yeah. And I'm not actually here. I came up as an individual. I'm not representing NAS, but I'm coming as an individual to contribute, to give my own ideas. NAS is an organization, but I'm not here for NAS, but I'm here as an individual to give my viewpoints. Believe me, my brother, we, for example, those who are in NAS, considering those who are actually the separatists as their own people, they're actually the reserve post. The same thing. We are a reserve post to separatists one day. This is one thing I would like to acknowledge you. We are all brothers. We are reserve post to you one day. And then you are also reserve post to this organization one day. Believe me, and this is going to happen. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thank for our sister Didi and for the rest of the people who are listening down there. Let us be objectives in our whenever we're uttering our words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone? Yeah, thank you. Any one of the moderators, please go ahead, and then we'll give to Robert after that. And welcome again to Aman Aliep and then Julius, Brother Julius. Any one of the moderators want to say something quickly?
I just want to welcome Comrade Ohiri and all the rest who have just joined. It out of National Salvation Front al Jamal propaganda in there. Why?
These people are funny.
You are doing just propaganda. You are not even trying to address the problem. You come here do the propaganda, nice. Can it have a room? You know, now the separatists. I don't see even that where this Maringo Nusukalam to Galio, in Asasuno, oh, we are reserve, and you two reserve Dana. Kalameton is wet. You are the people who are cutting the head of Equatorians, the Tayuk the Equatorians, when you endorse the National Salvation Rooms. Please, focus. Either you focus on your unity, that is not gonna come, or be a separatist. Period. Go ahead, let's go.
Yeah, Didi, anything? Or Jada? Nobody? Desperate want to say something quickly. Go ahead. And then we give it Robert. Yeah.
Yeah. أنا بس عايز أقول إحنا ما عندنا مشكلة مع ناس supporters بتوع ماستريلو ولا National Salvation Front. ما عارفين كلام ده كويس. We are just concentrating on our separation and we are calling for independence of Equatoria due to the Hajat al-Gahas in the Equatorians back home. My question is this. National Salvation Kanu supporters or the members or the solution, are they not seeing or hearing what is taking place in Equatorial land or Equatorial region? Mon magain hajadu mon magasma? Mon made no sense? Well, the mushkila to mushino. I'm totally confused. Yes. And now we call for separation because we see something. You know, we care for our people. Like in they care for South Sudan, Mongi fight, the South Sudan Kulu. Yes. Mongi fight me, Ajinas and Gikaturunas and Monte rescue nas there. For what? Like in the rescue Equatorians, that's Yadafi came. That generation, almost 5 generations is gone, is done. Yes. That's my question. Why are they after us? And now we're going to see Kotomon. Our movement is totally different from theirs. Why? At the same time, they will go, they next Equatorians, they zato. You have a region now, we just kill them around Farid, you know, to betray Equatorians plus us separatists. I'm so confused, Yama, to be honest. Let them fight for the unity. Please? Based on him, I'm sorry to hear from this brother here. Very, very sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, إضافة بسيط brothers. يعني أنا داري أقول كلام بسيط عشان ممكن نطلع من روم مرة واحدة. قضية بتاع separation بتاعت جريدي كوتوري. يعني أنت بيستغرب إذا كان إيكوتوريين، أنا ما دار نسميهم يونانيس ولا ما عنده لون، لأنه في إيكوتوريين تانيين لحد يوم الليلة ما عنده لون، في إيكوتوريين لحد يوم الليلة ما عنده كلمة، جاي في السوشيال ميديا أنت ما بتعرف هو واقف مع منو وبيتكلم في شنو. لاحظوا يا جماعة، زور السؤال ده كله أنت بتلقوا إيكوتوري إميمبا ولا هو ما أسود ولا أبيض ولا وذاته بيتكلم في شنو، أنت ما بتفهم. أنت إنسان الليلة جاي في السوشيال ميديا ده محل بتاع بيقدموا فيه برامج مختلفة. في برامج ده كله تقدر تتكلم عن برنامج اللي انت ماشي في روم ده، انت ماشي هناك ده شنو، انت ماشي تتكلم في البرنامج بتاعك ده، مش في ذاك القضية انت تمشي تقول لنا حاجات البأثر. يعني انت ما عندك موضوع اساسا في جريد كوتوري، وده اللي بيجننا في نحن سفراتيست. يعني جاي يتكلم في قضية بتاعنا وما عنده لون في جريد كوتوري، ما عنده لون. كده يتخيل انه في ناس بيصانعوا سفريشن بتاع أبيه وبيرفض سفريشن بتاع جريدي كوتوريا، هو إيكوتوري في نفس الوقت. يا جماعة اللغة ده بيمشي كيف في السوشيال ميديا؟ اللغة ده بيمشي كيف لابنة جريدي كوتوري؟ بيسفورت حكم الذاتي بتاع السلوك وسفريشن بتاع السلوك، وما داير يسمع لإيكوتوري إنه يقول في سفريشن بتاعه. جزء من إيكوتوريين. يبقى نحن أبناء جريد كوتوريا السفراتيست يا جماعة، الصوت بتاعهم ده يوكل للجماعة ده بقى درويسين، ما عرفهم بيكون وين، لأنهم قاعدين يحسب نفوسهم بعد انتصار في جريد كوتوري. ما هيوجهوا الإيكوتوريين السفراتيست، لأنه نحن هيكون موجودين Great Equatorial. نحن Equatorial has a few separation. أنا وكيلك. نحن سوف even الناس separation الناس unanimity. لو مشينا في انتخابات يوم من الأيام Equatorial أخذوا separation ومشينا في انتخابات ولد وحدة بتاع السودان ونحن مشينا في انتخابات وما بيجي فوق. سكينا قلوبهم غير حاربنا في أي طريقة غير سكينا في أي طريقة لكن نحن قدرنا نعيش حتى العدو تجريد إيكواتوريا في داخل جنوب السودان في داخل جريد إيكواتوريا نحن قدرنا نعيشه فأنا ما عندي كثير خلونا نستمر نحن هنستمر مع كلمة بالسفريشن لحد جريد إيكواتوريا يحصل نفسه شكرا.
Thank you, Uncle Jada. I want to welcome also Abraham and also Anur Tangun and all those I did not mention the name, but let me give a chance to Comrade Robert. Mr. Robert, please go ahead. Feel free. I'll give you. Aywa.
I want to Ladu it again Suya because I have some response to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. If you don't mind, Jada, and I really appreciate your time, every one of you. Taban, we spoken some things earlier. وناس الجو متأخرين. Also, I will see Julius. I welcome brother Julius. But also, I seen ناس جو متأخرين ما عارفين التوبيك كان they can ask and we can give them answers if they want possible so يكونوا clear. لكن التوبيك كان is expanded into many things, but the main objective is about the accusation, the false accusation and the tribalism. And we will run this audio again. I ask if Didi can have that ability to do it. And also I appreciate Abraham with his courageous being here with us to listen to this, and then we will talk on that later, but this is later. But brother Robert, please welcome. Feel free. You have 5 minutes I don't mind. If you don't mind, 5 minutes, that'll be good. Or 6 minutes. Let me make it 6 minutes so that way I can be fair. 6 minutes to each, so you can get your points clear. Thank you. And I will interrupt you when the time is coming close. Okay, any one of you guys. So just respectfully. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Edgar. I hope my voice is clear.
Absolutely clear. Yes, sir.
All right. First, the whole of last week, we've been talking on social media about the closing of the room for Chang and Ojang. The close of the rooms, the room of Ochang, as we do understand, it divided Equatorians and non-Equatorians. Many people sided with him, and many also went against him. Today is Thursday on my side, and I do believe it's also might be also Friday on the side of some of you. Yet we are talking about Ochang and the close of his room. In addition, the former enemies of Ochang even made a U-turn to Ochang, pretending to be his friends. And one of the reasons was because they disagreed within their own groups, whether a group of unionists or whatever group. As Equatorial nationalists, our enemies turned against us, the separatists. And we all heard about the people who used to mock us recently, of course. Also, I spoke the language of separatists. And you do understand what I'm talking about. And that was, of course, because of the recent incident in Upper Nile. Not only that, but most recent statements against Ochang were actually shifted against us, the greater Equatorial nationalists. And some of us were following that. And we did not want to, to poke our noses on the end. Now, some people might be asking, am I supporting maybe the room of Ochang to be perpetually closed?
I honestly would say no. Why? I am saying this because I believe in the freedom of speech. The freedom of speech that we wanted to be in the current messy South Sudan and also in the upcoming Equatoria as a nation. Those abusing their freedom of speech, of course, will face the law. Do I agree with the abuse of Ocheng? Of course, not all his views, like many of you do. But I have confronted him in his own room, called Monyomiyo of South Sudan, not Monyomiyo of Olugo. On the New York rally, please, to me, as Robert Ogeda, I did support that rally. Supporting that rally did not mean that, I'm a unionist. No, I stand tall as a separatist. A separatist is standing for Equatoria, Great Equatoria. Great Equatoria that will pull all of us together as Equatorians. Whether big tribe or a small tribe, whether civilized or uncivilized tribe. But we are Equatorians. The rally was so significant to me, personally, because it conveys a clear message to the world leaders that, South Sudan is a messy country. You have seen it from the pictures. So to me, as Robert Ogede, there was no reason for me to be against the rally. People fight the same government, the same regime, the same tribal regime from different perspectives. Those who went for the rally, including our fellow separatists, like Patricia was there. Can we categorize her as a unionist? No. She went there because she wanted to show people that, this is a messy South Sudan. She stood there with the rest of the people. I would have been there. But of course, I also took some days and I went to Equatorial Conference. But let us not dwell on things that can divide us more. Let us dwell on things that can suit the interests of Equatorians and also our interests as separatists, regardless of other Equatorians who are unionists. We have talked about this before, that when we go around each other's neck, that will not support us. That will not actually suit our interests as Equatorians. The same thing with other oppositions, like NAS. I have no any other negativity to go after them, as long as they are fighting from their angle, and I'm here also standing as tall as a separatist. But of course, there are people who are attacking us from other places. But let us have rooms, write down what they are talking about, then we talk about it. But our interest is one. In conclusion, I would like to address you, fellow Equatorial nationalists. And this will be my honest last advice to you, including myself. Fellow great Equatorians, nationalists, please let us close the chapter of Ocheng. Let us close the chapter of unionist fighting. Ocheng, let us change, or let us discourage opening public rooms as Eastern Equatorians, as Central Equatorians, as Western Equatorians. Why? Because I believe that opening side rooms based on states' names will make people to look at us as divided Equatorians. And that will never ever serve the interests of Equatoria that we wanted to see, that I wanted to see as an independent Equatorian.
Thank you. Yeah.
We want the rooms that can bind us together. Now, in addition to that conclusion, I wanted to give a comment on what my brother, fellow separatist Lado Silvio Lado stated.
And Mr. I think, what is it, George, Mr. George Marine, he stated something so important, in which he said, let us calm down the situation. And he was addressing my brother, Lado. Let us calm down the situation. Because this disagreement between us. Let us, in other words, he's saying, let us not fuel these petty disagreements coming from an individual and other individuals to actually burn us down. I guess that's what he meant. And I really do agree with him. And he said that is politics. But we are still brothers. We are still sisters. We need each other tomorrow. That's what he said. And we need to think about these words. Lado said something like, Ochen can be a hero of Eastern Equatoria. Brother, let us not use such kind of words. Because if you are trying to narrow him to Eastern Equatoria, then that is what our enemies wanted to hear. They wanted us to hear that we are saying, I'm from Eastern Equatoria, you're from Central, and this is from Western Equatoria. That's what they wanted to hear. Let us not open that door. You also said Ocheng's discouraging Latuka, of course, or Rugo, not to go to other rooms. I wanted to say to you, brother, I respect you so much. I do agree most of the time with you, but try to refrain from such statements. Because Ochieng cannot convince me not to go to other forums as a proud Orugoni, as a proud Latuka. He cannot do that to me. So let us not create words that can actually divide us or provoke other people. Let us talk about Equatoria, because our interest, your interest and my interest, is the suppression of Equatoria. So you also continue to say, oh, Bari, but you use most of the things only talking about your tribe. Brother, every tribe in Equatoria, or every person from Equatoria, from any tribe in Equatoria, is proud of his own tribe. But if we start using these kind of sentences, if I started now talking, I'm Lotuko, just, talking only about my tribe, what will other people look at me? That means I'm not so inclusive, pulling other people to stand as Equatorial. And that is what the enemies wanted to hear. So you shouldn't be provoked by an individual to also start using words that will actually polarize us much more. I have to be very honest with you. These kind of words will never unite Equatoria. So if you wanted to say this kind of words, talk to Ochieng direct. I wanted to hear something about Equatoria, all the tribes in Equatoria, not me only talking about my tribe. So this is my honest advice to you, brother. And if you open any room, if you want me to be there, okay? Let us talk about Great Equatoria. Great Equatoria, you and I are all crying about the bleeding Equatoria. When some of us went to the conference, we shed tears with our young people, with our women. We talked as Equatorians. We did not talk as tribes. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I stopped you earlier because somebody else tried to kind of propagandize the word. I said the time because I gave you the time and then the time expired. That's what I was saying to you. I wasn't interrupting you even when you exceeded the time. It's okay. Just wanted to make sure that I stay with time. Yeah. No, I'm saying some people writing in the chat, like trying to use this as a propaganda. Oh man, why are you stopping? I was like, I'm not stopping anybody. We give everybody to speak their point. I understand exactly what you said. There is a lot. And let me just remind something, brothers and sisters. There's so many things. I'm not going to defend anyone here. But for us, we can speak as Equatorial nationalists. We never mention our tribe. I don't care what tribe you are. It's good that you don't know my tribe. But my tribe is mixed, and I'm proud of that. My father can attest to that. My mother can attest to that. Even my uncles and nephews. Unfortunately, some have gone, but some still alive. And I never worry about what tribe I have to speak. I can speak in all these names of these tribes, but still I don't even get close to speak the unification that has built me today. The DNA that I carry is about the unity that I am so proud to call Equatoria. And I never like to see our people fight on defining themselves in a tribe or defining on themselves as a state, because this state was not
a red statement by what's his name? Sorry, guys. And this is a message from اسمه شنو ده كان قرأتها Teresa Dili Juba, so it wasn't based on his mouth, but he's here, so it's good that he can vindicate or say, yes, that's me, I wrote that, and he can explain himself. So I don't want to go far. Let's give a chance to Jada, Uncle Jada quickly, and then Nerja back le Amanilab. I don't know if I pronounce your name right, and then Julius, Abraham, and Doris Sabata. Please go ahead, Uncle Jada. Yeah, shukran, Kwan. Yani, أنا بس ردوا لبرادا روبرت بكلمات بسيط. القاعد يعمل جنوشان في السوشيال ميديا أنا ما جبته من راس بتاعي أنا. كثير من الناس القاعد يروم بتاع جنوشان موسمي جنوشان قاعد يقول في شنو. أول فأول يعني قريب ده كلام الجنوشان قاعد إنتم يلوتوك إنتم ما مراقبين في other rooms كاتهم بيا. إذا أنا كذاب يا روبرت يتأكد إذا جون وسان سيف ميديا بتاعه أرجع للميديا لا أسمعه كويس. ده حاجة تقدر تعرف. نمرة 2 ده قرار بتاعك إن أنت بتسبورت جون روم بتاع جون وسان كي continue abusing Equatoria. أوكي ده قرار بتاعك. لكن أنا بيقول إنه لو في إيكوتوريين بيقدر يقول إنه مندرين يقفلوا روم ده عشان روم ده قاعد يقرب قريب إيكوتوريا أنا من مزور أنا بيندوس. برادر روبرت أنا داير نقول كلام بتاعتها باري ده يعني أنت الأفضل تقول لجون وسان على أساس ما يقول له توكا كلام بتاعتها باري ده إنت عرفني أنا قاعد في السوشيال ميديا لسنين بيتكلم عن جريب إيكواتوريا ما حاسس اليوم أنا كان الكلام ده لوتوكا ولا الكلام ده إيه قبيلة قدياتي جريب إيكواتوريا علينا جون وسان بيقول لوتوكا رجال لوتوكا شنو لوتوكا ما تمشي لوتوكا بيقولوا شنو إنه نحن علينا ده ما دايرين ناس سنين عشان يدينا بالشاكلة يلا ناس سنين بيجي يشتغل في مكاتب. برادر روبرت ده اللغة ما بينفع في جريدي كتور. وكرامة كان كلمة يعني إنه كان بيبقى هيرو يوم بيبقى هيرو اللي كان هيرو اللي لوتوكا ما لوتوكا يا عايدو في حاجة لوكي أبيوز سنترال كوتوريو باري سبيكرز انت ايفن ما جاب عشان توقف وزول ده في حاجات دي. انت ما بعرف على اساس جدك او ناس يعني سب انت ما كلمت انت قاعد في السوشيال ميديا ما حاسس اليوم انت قلت كلام عن جنو بتتكلم سو انا ما كثير ده ايكوتوريا mute yourself did you no that was me sorry انا بس قاعد نقول time point quickly yeah we got a couple of seconds انا ما عندي كلام كتير ده ايكوتوريا نحن ماشيين فوق اذا اللغه بتجون قسم ده ناس كتير بيستفيدوا ولو انتم لو انا ما يردوا فيه لانه جون قسم عنده اسلوب الافريقي ده بيتم في ميديا بتاعه لانه اذا هو بيتكلم في ميديا لابد الكلام ده كمان يتم في ميديا بتاعه لكن جون قسم ما بخليك عشان ترد عليه انت ما دقيقه واحد يوم مسمى 3 ساعات ما كل الناس بيكون قاعدين في السوشيال ميديا بتاعهم ما عندي شغل نحن قاعدين ناخذ قروش في ميديا نحن قاعدين نتكلم فيه ده انت ذاته بيعرف اسلوب تجون وشام وين نحن بنرد كلام في ميديا لانه هو قاعد يرسل رسائل عبر الميديا لملايين من الناس بيسكن فيه في باري يا روبرت انت كلمت على اساس وشام حاجه اللي انت قاعد تقوله ده بطل bari sarami bari Japani bari kelen shiri Juba umani ya wodi sasi mali le dinga kaliyo munu ya yeta pio da logat de rutana sa ita kaya lino bijamana nahnu ikotori wallahi kan bijama kan bijuma ikotori teninda lakini ana angolodo kalanda لو جون وشان ما بقدر يخليني فرصه عشان يرد له في الميديا بتاعه ده انا بفتح الميديا انا بيرد له على ليزا وانا انظركم كثير انظركم انتم الكوتورين على اساس ميديا بتاع جون وشان لو اللغه بتاع جون وشان ده انا انقلت له استخدمت الكوتوري ده بيفرقوا جدا لانه يعني كلام كله مركوب وكذب كله كيف انت بابيوز ناس وتجي تفتح ميديا ثاني انت بكين قدم ابيوز تجي encourage people you are encouraging people to take care of themselves يا خيل بميكائيلين انت بعرف يا روبرت انا بعرف اما نحن تكون ايكوتوريا في قضيه ايكوتوريا اما تكون سفرتيس في قضيه سفرتيس شكرا لكم اوكي شكرا لكم دقيقه عشان ما نحن نوصل لي between two people خلاص انا جواب لادو لانه فيها جو خلاص اوكي انت فيك تنتظر شويه كان فيك بليز يس ثانك يو عشان هنا كلنا انا شايف دقيقه انا ما عايزين نحوله ل something else في حاجه very important that was spoken here earlier للناس اللي ما حضروا Uncle Ladu mentioned his point earlier. Robert points his point, and then Ladu has to respond. Even he can't exceed the minute that he's supposed to. عشان كده أنا قاعد نقول please let's stick on time. لما نقول minute انتهى let's respect the others who are not yet spoken. That's all I say. عشان لما الناس انتهوا بعد كده نرجع لشنو؟ لهنا. يعني we try to be polite and respectful, but also come and respect us back. يعني that's all I ask. So let's go to. Amin Alab, I can't pronounce the name. Amen or Amen and Alab. Can you pronounce your name, sir or ma'am? Akol, last name. Akol, are you there? Fogo Kharita, you have a map on your profile. Are you there? You guys can hear me, right? Propaganda. Okay. بكونوا مشغول لو sound far away. Let's go to Julius. Julius, welcome. Do you have any question or anything to say on that? And then from there we go to Abraham and Noor and James. Welcome, Brother James. Please. Yeah.
يا أتيك أنا لازم يجاوب له هنا للادو وهو
دقيقة بس أرجوكم خلينا نكون لذيذ.
قبل
أنا ما أنت فيك تنتظر بس شوية بس أرجوك لأنه في ناس فينا انتظروكم وهم أنتوا كلمتوا يعني حتى أنتوا exceeded both of you exceeded time. ما كان ادونا بس this respect the audience كما أنا those people are جنبنا بس أنا ما قلت أنت ما جاي ترد أنت فيك ترد but just hold on. لأنه إحنا ما عاوزين هنا ده ما مواجهة في حاجة public was said إحنا قلنا room ده ما about Ochang. I even repeated it earlier. It's not about Ochang. But the accusation that was said to Didi when it was not even based on, you know, she didn't even speak. She said Ochang have heard everybody. عشان كده لما هنا قاعد speak everybody قاعد speak their own voices. ده ما حاجة about إنه أنا قاعد نجيب منه ولا أنا قاعد نتكلم. أنا بس داير خلينا ندي فرصة للناس اللي ما تكلموا. لأن ناس أبراهام هنا Abraham one of the people who Didi actually mentioned that even the voice اللي خدته هنا was about Abraham because somebody mentioned his name and it was there. So please يعني خلينا ما نجي نتكلم.
Comrade, I think it will be okay if I just respond to him quickly so that we don't go back. Let's finish that topic with him and then we'll go to the rest of the people.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. أنا بس كده قاعد نمطر things, but go ahead, Robert. And إذا الناس كمان معانا شنو؟ إحنا كمان نقدر الناس التحت في تاني كمان عندهم time بتاعهم, but go ahead, speak. Seems like you want to speak. Go ahead. Now listen to you. But إحنا عاوزين نكون واعيين في الطريقة بتاعنا في الخطاب عشان ندي فرصة للناس تاني. فاتفضل.
أولا عايزين ولا ما فهمني. أول حاجة هو قال يا أخي ما حصل أنا وجهته وجه. أوكي. فدي حاجة غلط لأن أنا وجهته وجه كذا مرة. أنا ما أعرف لادو كان قد أسمع ولا لا. وأنا قلت حاجات وجه أغلبية من حاجات وجه أنا متفق معه. ده أول حاجة. نمرة 2 لادو قال لاتوكا ده اللي هو قاعدين عايد وجه. يا لادو في لاتوكا أنت شايف يوم تاني يتكلم وجه وقال هيمشي قدامه كده. لو في ممكن يكون واحد. وهل أنا يوم مثلا قلت قال وجه ست مباري وست مع الآخرين. يا أخي إحنا ما نتكلم في حاجة البزي الناس. أوكي. إحنا دايرين نجيف كإيكواتوريا لأنه عندنا غرض واحد. فشكرا.
I will say something about that. لادو في حاجة فعلا أنا ذاته I wasn't comfortable with it. And I think Robert have just mentioned. But this thing was about even if Kochang was wrong, let's not add. لأن أنا متأكد أنا أعرف روبرت وأنا أعرف a lot of يعني عندنا حتى brother هنا Charles, brother James من East Equatorial not necessarily have to be Lutuka لكن they don't appreciate what Ochang is doing. Ochang is separating East, West and Central as if كأنه حاجة ده it was us. And I know Ochang, even أنا قلت Ochang is just somebody else. He's an ugly dumpling if you call it. That means like somebody who's odd. He cannot reason with him. You know لكن ده ما موضوع بتاعنا مع Ochang هنا. But everybody expressed themselves وإحنا كمان ما ناخدها بطريقة different. We just want to understand that في حاجة واضح إنه في شخصية. And let me tell you, Ochang is being used by many people. It's used by the regime. It's used by the opposition. إنتوا كان ما عارفين أنا بقول واضح. وأنا responsible to this thing. This man have been used a lot of time. A regime that Nasta supporters that Jim Namta can use him before. He was bombarding Equatorian. Then again, opposition using him also to manipulate Equatorian, to divide Equatorian. This is all the essence. He's like what you can call a magic carpet for these people I'll be using. With the Equatorian wise, you need to be careful to support such person in his word. Whatever he sound sane, sound sane. يقول يا جماعة في conspiracy. But you don't understand his language because language without got to go for lunacy or for reality. Because who راس الدقة هنا بقى ما عارف الحقيقة وين واضح عشان كده ما بيقدر stand on one clear objective. كنت عارف نازل أعداء. Why you still go and insult Equatorian women and men and in even dividing the region. So let's not go far. But I mean Uncle Jarvik تتكلم كنت later بس كنت ادينا فرصة عشان ندي فرصة لجوليوس. وبعد كده نمشي لأبراهام والنور وسباتا وجيمس. If possible. Thank you. تفضل جوليوس.
Thank you, Etika. My greeting to all of you, those who are on the podium and those who are listening down there. I wasn't here from the beginning, but what brought me up is just one point, and I will just focus on it, which is the division. That's what's happening between Equatorian and NAS versus separatists. I'm not here to take a side. I'm just here, as Arab used to say, أنا بجي فاعل خير أو وسيط, And the irony, what really sad when we go to bed, we know who is the enemy, but sooner we wake up, we find the front line have been shifted and Equatoria going, against each other, and this is very sad. Sad because will make the separatist job harder and also NAS job harder, because unity of Equatoria is good for all of you, whether you are unionists or you are separatists. The obstacle of all for both of you is the government in Juba. And Etika, you know my position very well in regard to suppression of Equatoria. I believe suppression, self-determination is a human right. And Equatorian, if they decided they want to go, we cannot hold them hostage if they don't want, if they don't have a consent to remain in that country. They have a right to do so. But also, I would like to see it through the process, because you guys, separatists, are putting proposal up to solve the problems of South Sudan. And us also, they're putting their proposal also to solve the issue of South Sudan. But I would like to see the masses of Equatoria to make the decision, if they want to separate or they want to stay. And this will not take place unless President Kiir government is removed. Then we will have a referendum, and then Equatorian people, they can choose whether they want to remain in that country or they want to stay, have their own country. Because South Sudan, as Brother Robert mentioned, is a mess. And I don't think the government in Juba, they are capable of solving even one problem, leave alone the many problems as we are going through in South Sudan. So, I don't want to see the individual problems. If people disagree, if Abari disagree with Latuko, that's not a problem. That's not a disagreement between the Bari tribe and Latuko tribe. We just have to separate between personal, issue or personal problems and national issue. Because this is what I can see now, when two individuals disagree, then it became a tribe issue. And we saw this in Upper Nile. When Riek Machar disagreed with Johnson Olony, they fought, and also both Nuer and Deng and Shuluk died. The same thing when Riek Machar disagreed with Salva Kiir, also Nuer and Deng, they died. They pay the price for that. So we have to be vigilant. We have to be careful how we, address this issue. Because our problems, as Robert said, is a mess, and this problem is so complicated. And when human minds are perplexed by the problems, as South Sudanese problems, it's obvious that people will reach a different conclusion. But we have to, put, steps of solution. The first step is to remove Salva Kiir from power, to uproot the regime with all the people around them. Then from there, we can pave the way for our future, whether we're going to remain as a one country or we break this country into smaller countries. So I will stop here, Etika, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Etika, did you hear me, guys?
Yes,
Hello?
we did. Yeah, yes, we did. We heard you. I think probably I don't know, his network or something. Yeah, we heard you. We heard you clear. I think let's bring the focus back to thank you for contributing, for coming in to to give us words like you don't want to see the division, but also in the other side of saying that you see it has to be the massive numbers of Equatorians or Equatorians in general to come and speak. I think these things when being spoken to us is really hurtful. Like When we speak, we represent our own Equatorian people. Now, you're telling me you want the Equatorian people who are in South Sudan right now to get up and say that we want separation, and they get slaughtered completely.
No.
But when you're saying that, but just understand, when you're saying that, you're really provoking someone the wrong way.
I just want to correct you. I think you misunderstood my point. I said they will decide in a referendum if they want to remain as South Sudanese or they will have their
But they, who are they and who are we? The Giga, who are they and who are we? We are here a number of Equatorians. That doesn't convince you we are Equatorians and we're representing our people. And we have a lot of Equatorians who are speaking right from down there. Those Equatorians are speaking from right down there. And we have our own separatists who went travel down there and came up and spoke. And if you attended other massive different rooms, they have spoken even in those different rooms. They have put the declaration of Equatorians, what they want, all Equatorians around. And then for an outsider to keep banging that on us, just like when you came here last time, you were declaring yourself, for example, you're separatist. You've been supported by your own people who were criticizing us. But we did not criticize you. See, we did not say that that's not, it has to be the Cholo people to decide, the entire Cholo people. You know the grievances of Cholo. When you speak with the Cholo, we were not there. Who sent you to represent them? We don't know. We were not there. But what we can do is respect. We don't interfere and say that you cannot speak on behalf of the Cholo. Because we know what had happened to you and the pain that pushed you to come and say this. But just see it. When it's our turn, then you say the things that you're saying because you think there is something about you guys. You think that you're in charge of Equatorians. Equatorians are your slaves. You see? You're the master. You can tell us what you want us to do, and it's up to you to have the final say. And you mock us. This is a mockery. And this is very, very aggravating. But in the other words that you say, I will thank you for it. That's definitely a good advice. Thank you.
Etika, I just want to, clear something. Can you please give me a chance?
You cannot speak to Etika. Listen, Degiga, Etika, wait. I don't like this divide and conquer thing. Degiga, I don't like these behaviors. Degiga, just I respect you, but I don't like this behavior when people come up in this platform. They think they had to speak to Etika only and they think that, Etika is only the only person that will allow them to speak. And they disrespect the rest of the people, you see? And then they overlook you. And then they think they have only Itfahamoma Etika and stuff like that. Well, Etika is not the only representation for its separatists. You need to understand that. So you need to see also who came up with this topic up there. So if you're going to speak, you have to respect everybody on the platform. Not thinking that you're going to come up and speak to Etika, and when somebody answer you and they think, no, Etika, can I do that? Can I do that? You got to see all the people here are moderators. I'm done with this kind of behaviors. And this misogyny behaviors, I don't really tolerate it. I saw this a lot when people come up and then they will kind of like undermine even me, undermine everybody. When people speaking, when I say something, no, Etika. You got to stop this. When Etika spoke, he spoke for us all. When I speak for us all. There's no way you can think that whatever I speak, it's not the same thing he's going to agree. Just as simple as that.
Didi. Julia. Hakim. Let him finish. Let me ask you. Hakim is helping you.
Dagiga, Julius. Let him finish. Hold on. Go ahead, Hakim. Quickly, please.
Okay. What I mean, Julia is helping you, Didi, with the separation. He's not against it, but he said,
Just a good thing about Didi. Go ahead.
We have a point. So I'm just going to tell Didi, Julia on your side. But thank you. That's it. Thank you.
No, Julius actually is flip-flop. Last time Julius came to us, said he's a separatist. The next thing Julius attack us and talk about the separatists would not happen. Equatorial majority should decide. And what he said here, I said I appreciate one note of what he said to my brother. But the other thing he said was really offensive. He said it's for the Equatorians to decide. And this will happen unless, his final word was unless. When they remove Salva Kiir out, then that's when they will give us the go-ahead for Equatorians to speak. So we Equatorians, we don't have the say. We just have to follow them, what they're saying, what they're deciding. But when they were talking about the separation, we don't say these things. We leave them to alter themselves as much as they want. This is just the difference here. You can't come to somebody's house and tell them who is who in their home. The way that I speak with my people, he doesn't understand the language. He's not part of it. He can't come here and tell us who, you know, who to decide and who doesn't decide. This is the same language of their political people that we have trouble with. And he's a separatist. He should understand like separatists.
First of all, I'm not a sexual.
Just want to say, I gotta say, you got 2 minutes, session. Make sure you're clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm not a misogynist. I have nothing against women. That's the first thing I didn't need to know. And when I said, if you focus on what I'm saying you guys, the separatists, are putting a proposal as an organization to separate Equatoria from South Sudan. This is number one. Number two, I just said I didn't say you guys, like, you are not, Equatorian. You're not representing Equatorian. Yes, you are representing a portion of Equatorian, and so do NAS, and so do other organizations. Okay? So really, I know.
Julius, stop reducing our freedom fighters to Umara. Okay? And who represent the other largest portion of Equatoria? How do you know that we don't represent all the larger community of Equatoria? Did you do a statistic? Please don't have their propaganda in, okay? Thank you. Julius, tomorrow, Jama. Julius, let us just. Finish. I got you. You corrected him. Let's remember. All I want to say, Jama, I understand him and disagree. خليه finish his point into 2 minutes كان عشان ينتهي. بعد كده احنا بنيجي do 30 minutes. 30 seconds, sorry. Once you finish, then you can respond. Best respectful to that. عشان بعدين احنا we're not ganging on him. Like في واحد قاعد يكتب هناك قال يا اخي يا جوليوس انزل تحت. I can't believe ناس عندهم في ناس عندهم hate towards shallow. And you was not very well.
This is the problem that I'm saying. This is the problem. This is the problem that I was speaking earlier. Malish, just sorry. I know I overrule you a lot, Malish. Forgive me. I appreciate your patience and I apologize if you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I'm sorry to interfere you. But this is the thing that I was saying. At first, when I answered him, it was not good enough. He rushed to you and he wants to speak with you. And he brushed me to the side. What is this? That's misogyny. That's sexism and misogyny. So you couldn't take what I said as a final. So you thought you want to hear it from him. So the fact that
if you allow me to finish,
yeah, go ahead. But even in the way that you're putting Gali to this Didi and stuff, the way that you put things, our disagreement with you here is like you cannot come up to us. If you can find it in your heart, just kindly. If you can find it in your heart, kindly, just I'm saying, if you can go to anybody and you begin to tell them when they're speaking the grievances of their people, and they say, okay, I want to separate because of this, and you yourself, you have your own grievances, and then you said you're not a separatist, Sholo, but I can attest to that because our rooms are all recorded. There was a time you came up to us and you spoke to us. You say even one of these days you will come out and speak. I can go back. I can go back and look for this recordings. And then secondly, if you can come up to us and say, Gali, you can say that but first we have to remove Kir, and then secondly, then the Equatorians will decide. Those Equatorians will decide. So what are we doing here? We are the Equatorians. This is just, if you can understand now, it's not like I'm trying to go against you, but I'm just trying to say the preferral on the language that you use. Maybe if you had used a different language, or also if you have acknowledged us why we are saying this, then we will be in the same chapter. This is just what I'm saying. And there is no way somebody can come here and just scream etika, and undermining other people. And while you spoke and I just answered you, I don't tolerate these things.
نزلوا بس نزلوا لا ده كده يعني انا ما اقدر نكون شخصيات ده انا عارف كجاله انت you said it, you have right when people piss you, but we also have to kind of like hold our hearts a little bit. حتى لو في اختلاف ما مفترض ما نزيد كان حركات ده قد يحصل في الغرف تانيين احنا ما نعمله هنا. That's all I'm asking you. It's not like I'm better than anyone, I'm reasonable or I'm good guy, because I know في ناس بيجي بيلخبط. Didi mentioned something very important and I agree. Do not divide us. احنا كلنا قلنا agree as separatists at what we stand for. أنا لما بتكلم كلام بتاعي I'm talking for a purpose that احنا whatever action is a reaction. احنا بنعرف exactly what we're doing. نخلي الناس يتكلم، اي زول يتكلم حتى لو بيعارضنا، حتى احنا بنختلف مرات كسبرتيز في مواضيع معينه لكن نحترم البعض. النزول هنا كانوا مثلا السبه وفي كلمات فعلا لازم جوليوس يراجع نفسه بكل احترام له هو كصديق وكواحد انا بعرفه هنا. We know very well that في حاجات sometimes we have to be very careful لانه اي كلمه you are responsible to it. And I see what Didi was mentioning. أنا شفت حاجة ما بس جوليوس براو لكن a lot of Equatorians in South Sudanese لما في أخت أو مرأة woman speaking تلقى الرجال تاني مرات بي override the woman by voicing their voice loud وبيخلي إنه بيقدر يتكلم. يعني they don't give the woman a chance to express herself. And then you see the language which has in us Ochang, and I'm sorry I have to mention his name again. Ochang بيجي بيشتم نساوين بتاعنا يعني ما بس نساوين Equatorial. He insulted every South Sudanese woman. ولا every woman in this earth الخلقوا مرأة. لأنه how dare you to say about women that way. يعني أنا ما قاعد نقول ده example. I'm not saying Julia said that. ولا anybody who override women in some things, but you have to be very careful. Today we are in a generation, we are bigger than that. In the generation بتاعنا we are wise enough to see the wrong and right. That's why today في حقوق المرأة، في حقوق الأطفال، في حقوق أي زول حتى indigenous عندهم حقوق بتاعهم. You know, we talk about human rights. So let us, when we express ourselves, let us be careful in how we express it. أنا أعرف في ناس propaganda هيلعبوا التهد هناك هيقولوا يا جوليوس أنا زكني attack you لأنت من شولو. And Julius know me, we don't have anything against Sholo. Even we acknowledge the pain of Sholo as we acknowledge every pain that any Gabila Alfi Apanal and Nandinka who are suffering under Dinka. ولما نقول في Dinka قاعدين suffer كمان we know لكن ما يجي يقول يا أخي عشان Dinka قاعدين suffer ده that mean we have to like look at the whole country as well. لأنه هم ذات في نفس الوقت if they come to help they will be the first people to be helped compared to us non-Dinka. Dinka. Let me be honest with you. يوم ده كان يقول بنفسه assist people. did he ever assisted Cholo ولا Nuer ولا Equatorial decision. So we play things that sound good. طبعا هنا لازم نوقف hypocrisy. حاجه بتاع مجاملات لازم يجيب عشان نمشي قدام. انا بس ريسبكتفul وانا بشكر جوليوس for coming up here وهنا ندور احترام. انا ما بالنسبه لانه هو ما قاعد انا شفته شخصيا ما بيسيب هو زول واي جدا. يس لو في حاجات وقالوا اللي مفترض هو investigated by himself and see that language must be refrained. That's all I say. But go ahead, Julius. I give you 1 minute, just 1 minute, and to conclude your point. Thank you. Yani don't take it personal to anyone and I'm not the good guy and I'm not the bad guy, but I'm talking here in the point of respecting each other. Now, this is what we need, mutual respect. Bella demand of mutual respect. And show the mutual respect as compatriots Allegation fight the same fight. How have to look different in the battle. But thank you. Further. 1 minute, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Any disagreement between me and Didi is not a disagreement between Cholo and Equatorial. Everybody needs to understand that. And why I mentioned Etika rather than Didi, because Etika, so I thought you the moderator, because that's why I was talking to you, I was not talking to Didi. So this is not, something against, or I'm picking Didi, because she's a woman, no. Because this is very clear, okay? The second thing that I just want to say before I finish, we don't have borders with Equatoria. So if Equatoria become an independent country today, we are not going to have any issues because we don't have borders, okay? So sincerely, Didi, I just want to let you know, if you are fighting a war, you just have to be particular who is your enemy. So shooting everything that is moving, you are not going to help your case. So thank you very much for the opportunity again. Thank you.
But this is where you're wrong here, Julia. You see, you're still going on the wrong note. You're going on the very wrong note. I said maybe choosing your word wisely will be better, because now you're still shooting arrows at me, and you saying I'm shooting arrows at you. Me, I'm just correcting you based on the rights of my people and what I represent. I say that your language, what you're using, is very hostile towards us. That's just what I'm saying. But then you choose to force your way that is the right way to go. By saying that Etika is the moderator, look up here, how many moderators are here? Just because he was chances for people does not mean that anybody cannot answer you. Even someone who's not a moderator can answer you. You know why? Because they're Equatorians. They have the right to answer you. It's not because the moderator has to answer you, but every Equatorian can answer you. For even Equatorian give you an answer and you think it's not good enough and only the moderator should answer you, then you've got a problem here. So you think إنت ما بتفهم زول تاني unless زول ده moderator and unless زول ده قاعد يعمل هنا. Then كيف إنت تتفهم moderator تاني تتفهم باقي ناس? That's the problem here where you find yourself in the wrong side. And then the other one, the other one is like by saying I'm shooting arrows towards everybody there. I need to know my enemy there. This you're speaking now a different note than what we are saying here. I think you have a different agenda. Because I did not shoot arrows at you. I just told you that the way I answered you and it was not good enough for you. You still think Etika, you overshouting to Etika there. You want that Faham Etika there. That's what I said. It's not right. I've already answered you. We just say that the way that you're directing us was not really right. You're still speaking on the wrong note.
Yes, Didi, I just sorry I cut you. I said I stand with you on that. You're not shooting any arrow because that is like belittling. Even last time, Julius, the last
exactly, that's belittling. They do that all the time. They speak exactly like they are political parties.
Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. We're not gonna hold it against you just because I know you have a different agenda and plan and a program. Mm-hmm. عشان ندي هسه كمان ابراهيم لو لقى اختفى يجي ما اعرف كان عمل دمنك ولا شنو المهم ما فينا يا حديث انا افتر جيليس
انا عندي سؤال
عاوزول يازول فوقنا تلجوا يا جماعه رومدا بدا ايكواتوريا بدا سفرتيس ما بيستغرب من هي روم بدا جريد ايكواتوريا بدا سفرتيس مثلا تجيبوا زول غريب تجيبوا لنا في روم ده لو زولا بيجا فوقو يا بدا سفرتيس روم الناس اللي بيجا فوقو ده ايكواتوريا فقط لانه انتم عارفين سياسه بتتصرف على النيل دي سياسه دي جريد ايكواتوريا لذلك ما ممكن تجيبوا زول في هنا عشان يغيروا يجي عندنا بطريقه انه نحن نرتبط بالسياسه بتاعتهم. اخواني في جريد ايكواتوريا اذا في روم في تسافرتيس ولا في جريد ايكواتوريا بنشوفوا الوان قبائل تنا جريد ايكواتوريا في منطقه كل روم انا ما بدخل فوقه وانا ما بكون شريك فوقه. وحتى لو في زول انا بينزل اتيكا انا ما بعرف هل انت بيعرف سبب انت بيجيبوه ناس في روم زي روم ده.
إذا تكلمت معي privately I will explain to you more. Unfortunately the guys تواجهني هنا I'm trying to be very clear. Just look at it, this is a form of democracy. Okay? Even كواجه الاستعمار زول أسود جابوا في منابر ويتكلم. كنت قاعد تتابع في American forum like Nasty Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. They went many places. Can be someone walking dark Negroes. We love Negroes. I can people like Malcolm X in particular, and this is my greatest idol. A man who stood strongly in his principle of blackness without. He never backed out from challenging these people. لما نحن بنتكلم عن قضية إيكواتوريا ده ما موضوع بتاع منو يا بيجي أنا ما داير repeat myself with people that are already مشجعين because إذا كان فريق ده تلعب مع نفسك ولا ده تلعب مع فريق تاني مضاد عشان تقدر توري أنت عندك القوة والكفاءة. This is how I can put it because we are in a fight and this fight need a challenger and we challenge each other. We can challenge as Equatoria. طبعا هسه Equatoria بتاعنا التانيين دراويش ده هم ماشيين ستوريا كلهم دراويش دراويش ماشيين بشنو؟ ما عارفين انهم ده ماشيين بس بيكون من مانشستر يلا ما نرجع في دوله بتاعه ما عارف يلعب كوره قدم. عشان كده شفت افارقه دائما يخسروا كاس العالم كان اللي حصل في كاس العالم. And then when they go to the people they play really good. And that's how we are. So in Ecuadorian, let's stand our ground and let's fear. We know what we stand for and we're confident. All it need from us هنا بقى Ecuadorian there نواجههم بدون خوف. اللي بس القلال مثلا بيسب ولا بيتكلم كلمات استهزائيه ده احنا بنديه انذار وقانون محترم حاله نقول اوكي my friend you have to go just listen down there until you know how to calm down and talk to us in a reasonable way, then we will try to give each other. احنا ما خايفين لانه this is we're trying to even now this is a form of democracy. احنا ما نصل نجي propaganda. We are not here for propaganda. We will never allow propaganda. You know, في ناس بيكتب في الشات propaganda بتاعهم let them do it. لكن هنا we are confident because البرنامج ده برنامج noble and have a reason. So that's why we say as a Ecuadorian nationalist we're not afraid. I hope يعني لكن أنا بتكلم معك بعدين عن كوجالا. I hope you don't misunderstand me and don't take it against me because I know exactly we're standing here نخلي يزول يتكلم. So if just move the line please. Okay, comrade. Thank you. I think it's Abraham. When Abraham. Okay, أنا فكرت جريت تمام يعني. Welcome. أنا كنت مشيت تشوفه بسرعة كده من down سيرفكير تمشي. Okay. So that's good to see you. That's good. I really appreciate you. Didi, I think you want to run that audio one more time, if it's okay. And then Abraham.
I think he knows what he said. To me, I think he knows what he said.
No, but run it. Just run it for the sake.
No, because if I did not, I was not directed or I did not go back to search for this would have gone like this. And everybody all around the world knows that, you know, أنا زولت لخبطة. أنا مشيت لخبطة ناس أنا مشيت قلت كده أنا was did أوشان وأنا was did كده واسمي أهو طلع براه بس. What really aggravates me is like the ناس ال كانوا did أوشان يهو ناس كانوا فوق هناك. Even ناس even Zato decided to block him. So Yala Tape Anna was just selected based on what I said. So if he said it, he knows what he said. But if he did not say it, then from there we can play it.
Okay, so what's the question Sister Didi?
The question, there was not any question, but we are speaking on the note, on the message, No, we're speaking on the message. We're speaking on the message that you sent to one of the moderators in Ochang's room. And she spoke out loudly about me. But then you know what you've done. So that's why I'm leaving it up to you. Because you knew you had an agenda against me. You knew what was it. You knew what you've talked about me, what you've stuck somebody about me. So if you did not do it, then I will know you did not do it. Then, yeah. Then I will have to play it and then examine you out.
Oh, no, that's fine. I know what I wrote. You know, I'm a man of my words, and everything I wrote is true. And yes, I did. If the question was like, did you remove somebody from the room? Yes, I did. I removed CPI, you know, because not only during that time he was talking bad about, you know, about Jono Chung, but he was talking bad about me the whole time. You know.
Can you raise your voice? Can you raise your voice, please? Your voice is low. Can you raise it?
Hold on a second. Yeah, hello? Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes, go ahead. We hear you now.
Oh, yeah. So if the question is about anyone that I removed from that room, absolutely, yes, I did, and I admit to it. I just don't want you guys to use this opportunity to accuse somebody else. And I felt like the direction of the accusation went to the wrong person, but it was me, actually. I'm the one that did it. And as you can see, CPI been not only disrespectful to me, but been disrespectful to the rally since day one. And that's not acceptable. And I don't owe him any explanation. anyone that was removed from that room, it was just based on your comment and behavior. And
so let me stop you for a second. Let me stop you. What behavior? Because you said you removed us, so now you take responsibility. That's good. You're a man. But tell us, what was the behavior? Did we use profanity, or you just insecure because we were challenging your standard in what you're standing for? Can you explain to us?
And also the other thing, Etika, goes back to you. Were you in the room? Etika, were you in the room? Have you wrote some stuff?
I can't talk to two people.
No, I wrote only on a channel when. Hold on.
On the rally, the same day that I was removed and Itahil was removed. Have you wrote some stuff in that room?
On the rally, I wasn't there. I was in a duty. I was working, so I wasn't in there. But I have been in many rooms that when they have, I just later save it or just pick save so I can watch it later in the time when I'm free and I listen to it. But I never been in the room and writing. Only if I was there, I know I have time, I can write. And I've been writing some things. But I remember I wrote in Ochang room when people were, talking about Ochang is a hero and all that. And I kind of criticized that. I was like, people, let's not be ignorant. There is something here that does not make any sense. And I'm very responsible in my word. I said, it's not like about Ochang because Ochang is one person like anyone else. But let's look at the bigger picture. What Ochang is bringing to the table. Hold on.
Just one second, brother.
Yes, sir.
Want to handle this, Abraham?
Yes, sir. I'm coming to it. Yes, sir.
No. It's something here.
I don't want to divert. Yeah.
Please, we are talking. This is the topic where now we are talking. Abraham, were you in Ochang room? Where did you remove me from? And Didi? Thank you.
And I want to know also, because my question is like, he said there was an uncertain behavior, like there was certain behavior that was not right, inappropriate behavior. What type of behavior? Because are they challenging your standard? That's why I say what you're standing for, because you know what we stand for. We are, for me especially, I'm vocal like CPI. CPI is putting this mark in his profile. He's against the rally. And many of us, and I said it vocally, and you know that very well. Even I was against the first one and the second one. I said, this one is just a joke because this thing is not representing Equatorian. It's going against Equatorian. But this is the right for you to remove. Right now, I see many people who challenge Equatorian separatists, but I will never remove them because they disagree with me. But for you, what did Didi? And Didi never used profanity in her writing or anything. She always, most of the time, she advised not to write anything because she say you'll be kicked out. And I'll be kicked out before. The first rally, you guys have been kicking out people, blocking people so they cannot come into your rooms. And I didn't care because I know I laughed at it. I said, this is insecurity because either you're not really aware of what you're doing or you guys are just trying to play objective and then make your way that you are actually for the people, but you're afraid of facing the truth. So please tell us, my brother, what was the reason for you to kick them out?
So first of all, you said, you've been against me from the beginning, from the first rally.
Oh my God! I didn't say I'm against you, my brother. Did you hear? I'm against the rally. For God's sake, I don't even know you. How could I be against you?
Okay, my friend. So here's the thing. I'm the representative of the rally. So basically, if you're against the rally, you're against me, my ideas.
So you mean the rally is actually about you? It's not about the South Sudanese?
No. Here's the thing, because I'm the representative of the rally.
But what does it do? Even if you're not against separation, against me, and the separation or against the separation, does it mean against me?
But
what's the difference, AJ?
Marco, can I speak? Here's the thing, I never condemn separatists or make you guys feel like, you don't have the right to separate. Never in my life I spoke against separatists. Matter of fact, I encourage you guys, hey, this issue of South Sudan, put people in a different position to think of a solution. Whether you want to unite or whether you want to fight or whether you want to separate. So therefore, me as an individual, that I must respect anyone's opinion, regardless if it does not align with mine. So what CPI has been doing this whole time is very disrespectful in point blank. Because if
do you understand freedom of speech?
So why are you upset when people condemning separatists then? Why are you upset? Because you
said I'm upset.
Here's the thing. You're saying the same thing. But me, I never done anything against separatists. I never done that.
No. Okay, hold on. I think we need to clarify something. We are not upset. We are clarifying some manipulation and some false accusation. We never accused you of anything here, okay? When we are against the rally, we are against the rally because we have a point. We said this rally has something about it is not correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you say you have a point, but why there's no
can I suggest something,
Abraham, this Abraham. Abraham, can you answer me? Where did you remove him from? Is it from South Sudan rally or from where? Just I want to know that. And where did you remove Didi?
I removed you, believe, from Joro Chang room. I did remove you from Joro Chang room. So please do not use that as a.
You were not there. You were not in the Chang room. Now you are lying.
I was there.
No, you are not there.
No, I'm looking for the room to prove whether he's there or not. So yeah.
He was not there. He was not there.
Hey, see, I'm a man of my word.
Listen, let's not worry about if he's there or not. Who got to remove you, okay? Let's respond to him about his lies here. Please, now I'm gonna talk since he's here. My greetings to all our separatists, all the citizens of the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. You know, this is General Charles Pearson, the Chairman and Commander-in-Chief of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. I'm proud to be Equatorian citizen and proud to be with our people here, our citizens, our separatists. Now, Abraham, first and foremost, I condemn you in the strongest term as possible because you are using Equatorians to the benefit of South Sudanese. I condemn you because you, Abraham Lolik, you did show the children of Equatorians that are slaughtered, and you do not even mention that these are Equatorians. You use them for South Sudanese interest. I condemn you. You never even put anything that represent Equatorial interest in your document. Where did you mention Equatorial atrocities? Show us. You should be condemned. Why should I be proud of a country that oppresses my people? Why should I be proud of a country that kills my people? Why should I be proud of a country or people who manipulate our people? Lord, you have been manipulated the first rally. What are you lying here? You are made like a kid. You are made as a child in the first rally. Or everybody watched that. Even this last rally, you become only Equatorians. When you say I'm president of the rally, you accuse me. Serious?
Do you have a question for me, or was
I say you do not repeat. Why do you use Equatorians for the interest of South Sudanese, and you do not even mention Equatorians that they are the one being bleeding? I do have questions for him. Right?
I don't think you guys are.
Listen, you don't have to listen. You don't have to be arrogant and just. We're gonna ask you a question here. No. Hold on. You say you guys. Okay. I know. This is the way how you think you're respectful. But I'm asking when we are saying I have a question, you say you guys. You didn't even let him finish. He will get you. Thank you for coming up here, and we will give you the chance. We will respect it.
Here's the thing. I'm a people person. I'm not going to shy away from anyone.
So what's people person got to do with national issues?
What do you mean?
You said you represent South Sudanese. Now you're saying you're a people person. Are you trying to apply for a resume with us? Or are you trying to tell us that? No, I'm just wondering.
That's South Sudan, including the separatists as well. You guys are South Sudanese, right?
We are not South Sudanese. We're Equatorians.
Okay. Well, I represent Equatoria as well, so.
No, I didn't see this Equatoria. Paper.
Guys, can I suggest something? I think maybe my suggestion will help guide the discussion, because I think from what I'm listening and from the audio that has been played, I think the issue here is, one, Didi is not happy with the statement that Abraham Lolik did, saying that moved her because she seconded the idea al assassino Jonah Chang should Jonah Chang's room
or Clubhouse should be closed. And Didi is not happy because Didi thinks that she did not allege anything of such. However, Abraham simply just removed her from room because she criticized a statement that Abraham did when Abraham mentioned
Brother Sabata, even sorry to cut you, is Sabata. Didi never even, the way when they removed her, it wasn't Equatorial Bridge never even said anything about Jonah Chang criticizing him. She just put a proposal, okay? And then في room القال عملوا kick Didi, like she didn't even speak, but they found her that she's there. Automatically she was labeled as this separatist, not a problem then. So brother, yes sir. Didi is here. She will correct me if I'm wrong because I'm a guy no Kanajal. The issue now as Geru Kano, it is issue between separatists and Nasalma separatists, which I think is diverging the issue. The issue is simple. Didi, you will correct me. Removal bita Didi and removal bita Charles. This is it. It is not about separatists and those who are not separatists. But I think the way this issue is now being dragged here, yani bikutu nas bipada dugu rusto monine and people are coming so many enjoying this and all this. It is not good, Yahwana. Let us just maintain what the issue is. And to me, personally, Ana Gifil al Assassino, Bukura, if possible, Didi can call Abraham. Well, Anazatu personally will sacrifice to call Abraham to have an honest discussion with Abraham about this. Why she really dropped Didi? Is it because Gifil al Assassino, Didi condemned his statement, Zaman Okelengali Yaki Jonah Chang is a hero? While really Okelengali Yaki behavior at Didi Marquez, what is it? Let him articulate. Let it remain there. It should not be an issue between separatists and not separatists. Now, with Modubita Charles, Abraham giving an Assassino Charles is critical about the rally from day one. The opinion to Charles, ma isim tomono ma Abraham Lolik, let them sort it out. Like in Juru Galia, it is not between separatists and those who are not separatists. It is just great. I feel like there is some things that's not clear here with some people, and they want to kind of misguide us. They want to misinterpret everything we say. I don't think I got out of anything out. But then let me be clear. I know how to fear. But let me tell you, and I'm going to say it, and I'm responsible with it. A lot of people are attacking us because when we speak against what is wrong, brother, here's something about you. You're trying to put yourself in this. You're trying to put yourself in this. Didi, can I please play Ajada? It's okay, unmute yourself. I'm gonna put myself in this. I don't know where am I putting it.
Guys,
can you explain to this gentleman, please? Because I'm not putting myself in it. Did I say Etika was kicked out of the room or she? Because that thing is not making sense here. Now I'm gonna how in the goal and message. And that's all my job bedri. My very new to Haja Mafia more hour. So please put the point.
Let's guys.
Please play the audio. But that's why I have to stop all these arguments and not going to make any fighter. Put the point of the audio. That would be the wisest thing to do.
The reason why I don't want to play the audio because I will play it, but I wanted Abraham to, because he knows what he said and why he said it. Let him explain. Like he was going on the right note before we kind of interact. That, speaking why he removed Charles and then why remove me, because I never wrote anything in the rally, never disrespected the rally, never. So yeah.
So here's the thing. Just to clear things up, I already acknowledge that I removed you in CPI. First because at that other room, the Equatorial Bridge, you guys both agreed that Jonah Chang is supposed to be moved.
No, you didn't remove Didi from the Equatorial Bridge. You didn't remove her. Please, don't lie. You can't do that.
No.
Are you talking about the Equatorial Bridge? I was removed to another. Yeah. Did you too?
I wasn't removed. I was there. I did. Nobody removed.
No, the issue here is, Abraham, you need to understand the issue here. You're a grown man, okay? You're not a child. And you around in Clubhouse here, you preach about church and all this thing and civil society or something like that. You need to understand. Confidentiality is very important. I thought that you will understand that. Whatever had happened in the Equatorial Bridge, it was supposed to remain there. And this is what, wherever I go in meetings to Equatorial, I used to say that. And I used to say that even when I'm an EPS, when we get into Equatorial and we speak the things of Equatorial, we must be Equatorians and everything must be here. We get in, we lock the door, we get out, we keep the door closed. We don't come out in the public. No.
Okay. You brought it here.
No, just let me finish. Let me finish. But just no. Let me just untangle what he's trying to accuse me with now. For the reason why I brought it here, that's why I'm explaining it, because you had brought it out. You ran out here as the Talabera, but a wrong Talabera. You tried to tangle me in things that I've never said, because I went close to what you have said. But I've never even meant actually to challenge you. No. For me, I was just saying, no, wasn't about what you were saying. I just said, no, it's not about that. It's about the people that are hurt, and there's Ochang here needed to be helped. And I gave example in the Cholo room. And then I said, then should we help Ochang or not? I said, yes, we should help Ochang. That's what I've said, Abraham. Never said anything against Ochang. Never said Ochang deserves to go or not to go. But just say that we must acknowledge the pain of the people who are talking here. You left a lot of people who spoke there. There are men, there are women who spoke. A lot of people spoke. Abraham condemned. Even to the last of the night in the other room of the body speakers, a lot of people were speaking. Ita kalet nazukulu, ita kan sujah say. Ita kalet nazukulu. And then you come to me, who spoke and said and gave an example with what the Cholo have done, and applaud them for that. And Gutalo, this is how we resolve problems. Just like what the Cholo people have done, this is how problem can be resolved. This is how it be coolness down. Because I've spoken even, I say, for me, important for me is the union of Equatorians. Anamaga the speak and group, Anamaga the speak and tribe. Ita yahu jeret makalam de barra hina as a talabara zema ochanga fi rum hagu, rujual bihi bikalamu fi suwatat. Ita jeret bekalam de barra hina, that's why I had to do this royal commission, which is hearing. Ita meshet fi room, ita rasalta message fi room to Ochang, and then people were screaming about my name, and separatist here was included in it. Some people spoke about separatists there. Ita jeret bekalam de barra, ita kazul rajil, ita kan zul kan si del bet, ita kan ma bitkalam kalam de. For me, Ochang matters. For at that time, for me, the Equatorians which are unhappy matters. This is what I represent. Lakin ita kazul ga rajil ta din, degiga. Ita kazul rajil ta din, it did not matter for you. For you, you were mattering as you were there as tangling people up. You were choosing sides.
CPI and you, I'm the one that removed them. So I don't know what's the issues. You know, I'm the one that
this is just childish of you to say. This is just a poor behavior. Very poor behavior of you. Usat Sudanese Alita got to represent there. This is just a poor behavior. Very childish. Very childish. You're representing South Sudanese, yet you backstab South Sudanese in their back.
Please let him go. He can go.
He represents South Sudanese Etika Quest, but then there you go. He stabbed South Sudanese with a dagger on their back. It has stabbed every South Sudanese in their back. You're a hypocrite, Abraham. Hypocrite.
Don't worry about it.
You're a hypocrite. It has stabbed South Sudanese on their back. And now Solfatuma Ferrali there, you stab them on their back.
Be quiet, guys. There's no moderators. We're talking. Don't speak on the moderator's face. Khalidi Kalam. When you finish, Lady, please, if you listen to me, play the audio. عشان النفاق ده يجيب هو ذات ما قدر يجيب جواب ليه هو kick you out خليك بك منو kick you out واو زعما نفسه هو بطل لكن ورينا السبب انت كلمت شنو انت شتمته
ما شتمته خالص. With all my respect to you, brother, with all my respect to you, I allow our topics to go backwards because of your rally. It says shift the change in us. Because also of Bika Gadi Hassel that we back channel our stuff backwards. Have you seen the change? You're not noticing the change that were happening because you're on a personal note. You guys manipulated the Ochang stuff based on ita birelek le munu or ita who munu you want to pick a side. You're a hypocrite. You backstab South Sudanese on their back. Yet ita guy ita leader. And I'm on to go on and preach this. Since ita you want to behave with me in a childish manner.
He sent me message. Yes, now maybe now it's hour now because they are going to New York. He told me Teresa, and I could read this, and I sent to John to Uncle here. He said Teresa, I'm the one who removed Charles and Didi from the room that day because at the Equatorial Bridge room, both individual expresses that Uncle John of Shan deserve his account to be suspended. Secondly, Charles continued to disrespect our rally logo since day one. I am willing to confess that in front of him and Didi. I totally disagree with their behaviors against us, the rally team. This is the message Lolik sent me. Because yesterday, thank God, Brother Abraham.
I have recordings from that room. I could play it, and you could hear a lot of people who spoke against their hurt. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it just in 1 second. A lot of people who express themselves because of their pain.
So what's the difference? What's the difference about
the manner? What's the difference? What do you mean? What's the difference, really? The difference here is I never said Ochang deserve. I've never said that Ochang deserve to be suspended. I've never suspended Ochang. I've never been against Ochang. It to be tempted to bridge that, to kubri room kubri that. It to be tempted to conspire against Ochang. That's Anna did gutta. It's not about heroism. It's all about the giga. I said the giga. It's not you cannot answer me one-on-one. Anna, let me just. You cannot answer me one-on-one. Ita do not partake from a cup that you do not drink from a cup. A poison cup that ita btarf ita that samim zoltani wita samim nafsak ita barak itarif. You know your position, what you're doing. This is not the position that you put yourself. Ita bekash makita spoke against people the South Sudanese that you're representing. Ita loderana bigibulek for evidence kulu. You spoke against people, but we as your sisters, we never said anything. We let you go. Anna, as your sister, back channel everything that we were supposed to do because of trying to respect you. But Itahina, you're stabbing me in the back, yet you're stabbing South Sudanese in the back. Ita, you want to say you're a religious man? You want to say you're a rally man? Come on, you're a civil society. Come on, you want to disrespect me on top of it. Why, Abraham? Why?
So what's the issue? You asked me.
What's the issue? The issue here, you lied. The issue here, you lied, and you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a sellout. Ita be sell Nasaki out so cheap. So cheap. Ita sold your sister out so cheap. You're coward. You're coward of the coward, ya Abraham. Ita kalet rujal hinaka, ita kalet nuswan hinaka. Fi nuswan hinaka kan bugulu ana yaude. Ita khaletom ita jitle yana. Bas huma shan mafi hina kan kaliju hina. Kan jo hina kan ita you don't even know what to say. Fi rujal hinaka galu kalam Abraham. Lakin kalami ma ze kalam al huma galu. Kalami was acknowledge nasal zalanin. Kali ayu South Sudanese ji fokina iji warini acknowledge nasal zalanin acknowledge nasal zalanin acknowledge here that we need to help Ochang and let's do what the Cholo did in their room, the wisdom that they did. Let's take it. Hasa de hina fogo shino. They are to yaw the same hina Abraham. Ita you're hypocrite and I'm going to preach against that. Every room you're in, I'm going to preach about that. And remove me out. I don't really care because I'm not for union. Ita you hate me for no good reason. Go ahead, hate me, lo agenda bitakta hate debi help me for religious preaching takide. Go ahead, marinate yourself in it, and you can be biyamula kef or biyamula kef. Go do it. I don't care really anymore. That's really disgusting behavior.
Yeah, Anna, you think that Abraham?
That's really disrespecting. That's targeting Zol because of conspiracy. You allowed yourself to be used as a man. Ochangindo hakiji shetim kun the third day. You gulu fina sanin zet sawatin zen swan. Mofrut haja kan kalomo hinaka yikalu hinaka. لو كان انا اتكلمت كلام ده كان انا بقول يس انا اتكلمت because of كده يا ده اتيكا قاعد يقول في ناس قالوا انت لسه بتكلم ناس تيجي تقول لي يا اخي بدل you see what how you wrong me تيجي تقول لي what's the difference. That's disrespectful. You stop this targeting تاكو نيتو قاعد انت target me then you stop it. أنا ولا بيعرفك أنا ولا follow you ولا you follow me ولا we don't even talk. Let's keep it at that. You're just inheriting مشاكل الماما مشاكلك أنت قاعد تدخل فوقه. Go ahead inherit yourself and then إنت لو دار تعمل شنو أعمله دار تطير في سماء تطير.
كده كده سبادة يا جماعه ريموف ده ما كويس ريموف انا مره واحد الروم قفلوا عندنا عندما وايس عندما ابراهام is okay لكن انا مره من ريموف انا ما باكيز زور انا بعرف ما انا عندي جواب انا وديتكم فرصه يا جماعه
إذا يا جماعة let's listen. First of all, the Royal Commission is actually about me accused. If anybody gonna come here and say haja against what I'm trying to do or somebody trying to defend somebody, this is just unacceptable. Leano Anna, my name is being tarnished all around the world internationally. And I want people to know I want to clear myself out. I never come out and say Gal Ochang deserves to be reported. How about if you running around my isn't I? How about it I'm run around become room a little amal to the Ochang? Comparing the Ochang, even into trying to hijack room to Ochang, and me for me in my own thoughts and the do as Didi, Kali room Ochang you got public room and political land Ochang their audience. As an Ubil go audience hago, Sudanese audience do kulu biji. Namani to hijack room to Ochang, you guys manipulated him, itu jeretu. في يوم تاني إنتوا بقولوا أفتح روم إنتوا بتمشي في اتجاه تاني هو بيقعد هنا برا بيقول my people are coming إنتوا ماشيين ناس زينا كده بقول أي ناس زي ما في ناس في بهناك إنت واحد الجرد من هناك بقيت تصوتني لو كان كمان what's the problem here إنتوا مالكم.
Thank you. في ناس عشان ندي فرصة hold on جماعة hold on أبرا دقيقة في حاجة واحد أنا let me tell you the audio أنا قلت ليه play it because there is a reason why you know and it's gonna hurt some people هنا خلينا نكون واضحين we have to be honest with ourselves you know في ناس حددونا في ناس شتمونا في ناس قال لنا حاجات ده ما جديد. Didi have been quiet. Had Didi warned me not to even write my comment what I think when it comes to the rooms that Liana got Nishufa Hajada Kulu is insulting to Equatorian rights. Now, if you remember, yani Equatorial Bisangro Harlem, the German Equatorial look like children in front of the enemy. Yalla, if Equatorian government intellectual, BJP for Tanasta, Apanal, and then the Apanal will laugh at them. Galshif Nazir. Who are they talking about? These guys are childish. They are cowards, first of all, and also they are very easy to lay themselves down. You mock them. Whom am I going to see that? And we always warn Equatorial, Jama, wake up. One of them, I speak aggressive as people think, but I'm not aggressive. I'm just being frank. These people are looking at us. I'm listening to the way how they say, and I'm putting it to you. لكن في ناس قاعدين يشوفونا بقى enemy، نعم بقى بيشتمونا وين. المهم وصل لمراحل كده. أنا قلت مشكلة إحنا ذاته كان اختلافي مع الفكرة بتاع القيادة. أنا ما بختلف مع زول شخصيا وكزول كإنسان. يعني في ناس what I say. Didi, my brother had mentioned, and I want to say this clear. Now, this is an attack to all separatists because Didi is speaking plainly. Didi was saying, we dedicated our time and our effort to speak for the people of Equatoria. Any credit for it, but we do it because we love our people and we care and we want to see the best for us. In the position. And let the position خليجي مع الناس عشان كده بتلقاهم بيمشوا مع أي زول بتاع أحزاب وبتاع رجيم عشان يقعدوا معهم لأنه هم بكرة عندهم promise future. But for us, we don't have it. We only have our own position and موجودين في اللايف بتاعنا قاعدين مع خواجات الادابترز ده. لكن it's very sad when احنا بنتكلم حقائق قد يكون حقيقة. مرة Teresa, with all respect to her, she's not in the room, but if she's in the room or somebody send a message, I hope she's here too. That would be nice.
Just leave her out of it. Leave her out of it. Just
Just leave her out of it. Mention it. Listen. Ana lazim mention it. I'm sorry, I have to mention this.
I know the game that was being played. I'm just disappointed on Abraham. All my respect that was on him just went away. I'm just so disappointed.
Abraham is a foot soldier, and he know what that means. No, hold on. This is you can correct yourself. You can correct yourself. You're a foot soldier. Let us you're a foot soldier right now. I'm going to remove all those who are not. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Please. Okay, let me go. Because we want to handle this case with Abraham. Asma, I'm going to blame Teresa on it. You want it or not? That's it. Stop there. So go ahead, Abraham. Or Sabata, go ahead. Sabata. Let's Sabata and then Abraham. عشان ندي فرصة لأمور. ندي فرصة لأمور. معلش. خلاص دقيقة بس كلامنا خلاص واحد حاجة. أنا أول من الناس ده كله يا جماعة. I know. أنا بديك 6 minutes. Just go ahead. خلاص بس كلامنا خلاص statement. معلش. Abraham, you know, kakan أنا كي discuss أجره with only limited amount of people. Istiwain hini. Ana can relate a brother Abraham from the bottom of my heart as an elderly brother. I know as an elderly brother with that. Al assassino, I think you have overreacted. For removal bita Charles, ma isim tomono, ma Didi. I've carefully been listening to this. I think you have overreacted. Ukana naita, it will not take me a minute just to say sorry, le Didi. They who take it in a high. Didi, Abraham the brother taki. Salakan. You are in different camps, but at the end of the day. Abraham Kananeta, I will just say sorry to Didi and people who will move on. Peterika Alquays. Now, I feel like I wasn't being given a chance, you know. And Malish, it's okay. You will come in. Yeah, you will come in. Malish. And then with respect to Teresa, Yahwana, Anazu, make it very clear. From what I'm listening in this audio, Teresa is simply responding to allegation Alo Gifil, an assassin Charles G accused here, Teresa, of throwing Nasididi. So in a way, she's trying to justify Galdemo, the Abraham Nolik. So Gagara Hajere trying to say the Abraham Nolik Satu Katibini, al assassino de remove Nasa Jere, Nasa Ajere Didi. So in a way, Malde Kerenas ma pain Teresa Sibuta Honda de Keregeni Kira, Lanu she's trying. Sabata. Sorry to interject. No. I'm just trying to clarify this. Yoma Teresa removana, Ubalisan Omaja, and I go so. Mino Jazere, Galo Changu Dilana Jere, Green, Mino Dig Green Jere, Lucana Ter. Dema Abraham, Kadzab Dage. No. Before Teresa. Kalana conclude, Brother Abraham, please just take it from me as an elderly brother. Apologize, let Didi at your own private time and let's move on. Yeah, thank you very much. That's what I'm saying. So, just not to prolong the conversation, because I feel like this is going the wrong direction. You know, the only reason I sent the message to Teresa, because I don't want her to be accused for something that she was never part of. It was me, actually, that removed CPI and Didi. And I apologize for this behavior. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. So, but it was driven by emotions. So please, my dear sister Didi, I apologize to you. I don't have any issue with separatists. Matter of fact, you know, I've been blamed so much from you guys. To be honest, not all of you guys, you know, certain individuals. But I never came and opened a room or attacked any of you guys based on your own ideology of how you want to be separate. So therefore, I respect your separation. I respect anyone wanting to do anything in South Sudan politics or platform, you know, because we all in pain, you know. I'm dealing with my pain, you know, according to how I want to deal with it. And I feel like all of us should respect one another and should respect each other's moves or behavior toward bringing a change in South Sudan. You know, at the end of the day, our enemies won.
which is the regime in Juba. So there's no point of us fighting each other, and then I'm not immune to any mistakes. I'm a human being just like anybody else. And if I do, and if I was wrong, I will admit I was wrong. And that's why I sent the message to Teresa, because I told her, hey, I'm willing to confess to Didi. I'm the one that did it. And CPI. That way at least you not be blamed for this, And
Can I just excuse? Can I excuse you, Malish? I just wanted Etika just called me that he couldn't get back to the room. Has anybody here blocked him, or has anybody here blocked him so that we can see how we can bring him back, or if we can all Etika, he couldn't come back to the room. He found himself out of the room and he can't come back to the room.
Oh, maybe I did not do that.
I pinned you back in the room. Can you see it or no?
Let me see. No, I did not. Drop everybody down.
Yeah, can everybody come down and then he can come in and then you can come back up?
No.
Didi, I don't know if you
right?
I don't know if you listened to my apology, but
no, I was on the phone. I was on the phone, and Etika's not here because we started the room all together, clarifying what is happening, because what had happened has drug separatists all in it from day in, day out. Separatists has been tarnished on it because the message that we're giving, we've been told, girl, oh yeah, that's not separatists, they're not responsible, which was not really right. You see, and the other thing that if he had come up here and say that this is the reason and stuff, but there was not even legitimate reason, you just started aggravating the situation. You started saying that, and what's the problem? You don't see any difference. For you don't see the difference between me saying that let's acknowledge both party. Even in the next room, I spoke about it when problem to Alphonse was brought. I said that, okay, if we're gonna do this with Alphonse, we're gonna do this over there, come on with Ochang, and then we gotta acknowledge all the people who felt offended. I kept saying the same messages because to me, all these people are equal, and all these people are important to me. So I don't know why you villainize me out of all the people. And he kept telling me that you don't see the difference. Well, there's a difference between me who was speaking and the rest who spoke in the room. There's big difference. If I were to play all the audios, people will see here. And I'll actually be vindicated. This is just the difference. You kind of you have selected me actually out of all the people because you guys thought, okay, this is the one that is alone. Let's villainize her. Let's slaughter her as the sheep for our union, which is not right. At the end of the day, I had respected you. I had done everything in my power to allow you to channel your rally. Don't inherit mashakil ta nas wala mashakil jamin when don't get yourself in it. You're a man.
And you're right. I'm absolutely a man, and there's no question about it. And real men apologize. So therefore, I don't know what else do I need to do more than this, even though I apologize to you. But we can settle this once and done. Or we can. If you don't want to accept my apology, that's fine. I don't have any issue with you. I don't have any issue with CPI, even though you got most of the group have been abusing the rally since day one. You guys saying you guys against it. I represent the people of South Sudan. The suffering of people of South Sudan is a concern to me and to the whole nation. And that's what I stand on. And if you wanted to separate, I respect your opinion as well. I never disagree. I never one day open a room and say separatists should not, participate in this rally. Matter of fact, I encourage you guys to come to the rally. And I have evidence. I invited you guys personally. And some of you guys showed up, and that's grateful. It's an honor. Because at the end of the day, if I'm not capturing all the concerned citizens of South Sudan, so what's the point? What's the point of having a rally and I'm trying to silence a group of people? If I be one to separate or I be one to unite with South Sudan, let them come. Anyone is welcome to come. And that's what I stand for. But anyone attacking the rally, just because you're a separatist, to me, that's selfish. What about my freedom? The same way you wanted to separate. Why can't you give me the same privilege to have my own opinion and stick to it? Just because mine does not align with yours, that don't mean yours is right and mine is wrong.
Did you find your pin?
And I'm not a seller. Because many of you guys are calling me a seller. You know, how can I be a seller and having my own opinion? And that's suppression. You're suppressing my own opinion.
Guys, can we try to bring Etika in? Just Malish Abraham, forgive me. Can we try to bring Etika in?
Didi.
Yeah.
Before you bring Etika, drop everybody down. Maybe somebody block Etika. But my question is not answered. Who removed me, Abraham? I was removed completely. I never opened my mic. I never said nothing.
Yeah, Ita.
Asma, Ita.
Hakim, malak Ita.
If I remove you, I remove you. I don't think I'll remove nothing.
Can they make the Sukura? Can they make the Sukura? Thank you.
Ita will remove in Jenaje.
Gara, I remove the question. I remove those bottom room to Equatoria. Come on, man. Thank you.
Now, can you come in? Are you able to see the room? Are you able to see the room? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, can you come in? Can you come in? Now, can we bring the people? Yeah, can you bring everybody back? I apologize because I'm trying to bring him. Let's bring everybody back to their rightful place. Because everybody have the right to express themselves.
That's very shameful, Ajama. Oh my God of Israel. Are you serious? To block people عشان انت ما قادر تاجري معي حرام عليك ولا ده عيب كبير ده ناس رجال انا متاكد في زول اللي عنده خاتيو معي قال you know what انا ببلوك this nigga you block me but it's not gonna help هسه يتهيلي كمان بلوك انا ده نقول يتهيلي كان يرجع كده hold on that's very sad.
بيجيبوا ناس كتير سامبا لفوق لانه شفت الناس دي الحاسدين بجد.
Yeah, so Abraham was apologizing. Unfortunately, you're not there, so he's coming to apologize, like make amends and stuff like that. But me, I just feel Abraham is being used. That's all. That's what I come down to. He's very innocent. He's just being used left and right.
Haters are there, you know. I can't exactly, but you know it's okay. It's sad. If I got to like my idea, you know, you don't have to block me. I don't have to block you. If I can شتم او شتم هالتاج معلش اقول لي انا عندي حق تقوم تكبني تبلوك مي. لا انا ما قاعد نجي نشتم معي لا بتاعك ولا family بتاعك ولا anything. You know, but if they get تقوم تبلوك مي بس انا ما agree معك, that's very shameful يا جماعه. Very shameful. You know. المهم انا عملت invite لناس الجبالك انا عارف exactly who blocked me لكنه طبعا ما عنده الوش عشان يقول حقائق. You know, but we respect everybody. I know Sabata will never do that. That's for sure. No, brother James.
If there's anybody, and anyway, too, if you guys can remember, please send them requests. Yeah, I know. I think I didn't bring him.
But I was kicked out by internet. Yalla bashana magit maga narja jua. Hatta tehil na magadi kala mai basha kawan. He was out. I'm like, what? That thing is so funny. And in the beginning, we are target, and that's very shameful. It can talk about it. It can secure of yourself. You know who you are. You would never worry about what people will do. That's why I can get a block John Chang before. That insecurity. Like Chang is a chaos. He's a chaos in making. Like we have to go so aggressive in that. Do it. Confident, stay with yourself. And I know people who are really hurt. John brought a lot of pain to people. But let's not talk about him because he need to ask himself, is this thing a good thing for Equatorian? Now Equatorians and as Joseph Lago and Shakhsiyat Ali Khan work for Nyanya, they're Shakhsiyat and Nishkurum because they united us together. But anyway, ندي فرصة لأنورة زايد لأنه هنا ما
أنورة تجيب فوق لأن أنا ما شفته. أوكي هو في فوق كان في زول Yeah, can في زول أنا ما جبته, please you can try.
I give respect to Anur. Anur he's an elder also that I give him so much respect, and I know him very well as a kid, that he's not somebody that will do such childish thing. أنا عارف إحنا بنختلف في السياسة لكن we just respect each other on point on that. But تفضل Anur, sorry أنا أخذنا وقتك قبالك. Thank you for your patience and welcome, please. وكان سبات أنا عملت لك invite and others also. So please join us. Uncle Jada, come on, please. Thank you.
يا شكرا جزيلا اوديسيوس وسيستر ديدي وباقي شباب الفوق جيني وناس المستمعين دي. انا جاني اسمع لقيتكم من قبل، طبعا انا في مع الشغل لكن لقيت انا قال لي كلامنا طلع فوق وري اوبينيون جاي في ارجيومنت الجيرو هذا. لكن قبل ده كله يا جماعه أنا كله قابل في السوشيال ميديا يعني أنا ما أعرف بعدهم كويس. أنا هم تاعي committed suicide بكلام تفتنا. I was 2 years old according to what they told me. يعني زول كان أصعدنا هسا هم تاعي سكلتو شنو أنا ما بعرف. عشان كده أنا واحد من الناس كمان في life أنا لقوا a lot of challenges. أنا بيجا ما جرودو كلام تفتنا. كلام اللي حاصليني ده كله ده كلام تفتنا. أنا أسمع الأوديو اللي play there for 3 times almost. Audio that I know the genesis of that audio. Batman, I was not there. In who removed who, I don't know. أنا دائما حاجة لنا ما أعرف أنا ما أجي نشوفه. لكن after that ball أنا جالي go CPI offered a room يوم داك ده وياو بعدا ونشوفي كلام ده. Later on John Ochanja minina John Ochan bada shilu إنه يعني وريلو قال لك حتى روم تاكي ده ناس القفلوا ده ناس فلان وفلان وفلان وتريزا يدو فوقو. I'm not here to defend Teresa. You know, even me, I was reported to Teresa. I don't know who reported me. Like the one who reported me is playing with the wrong guy. Ashan Ana Magi sugarcoat. Ana I don't respect to someone who don't respect me. Honestly, Teresa yam dagde o Rasulana recording there. Werila ana galia kita kan fi room kida wita onu sukida. I just want to correct you. Lakin the issue is not for her to come and correct me. The issue them who record Anna Rasul Teresa for what? Lakin I didn't take it so يعني حاجة كبير. No, I just ignore it and I'm going ahead with my life, with my commitment to NAS. لأنه I'm there for the ideology of NAS. أنا ما هناك individuals ولا games الناس play like this one. إنه ده report ده عمل ده شنو no. فده مشكلة بتاعنا يا جماعة. إنه يعني فعلا في ناس كده play dirty game, dirty politics. أنا ذاته يوم ده أنا قوم من نوم أنا جاسمة إنه يا أخي روم تا جونوشان was reported وقفلوا. أنا واحد من الناس أنا يردو كلام تاوشان لكن أنا ما يردو the language I don't use at all. وفي يوم أنا ذاته طالع له فوق وأنا وريله لأنه طبيعة هاي دائما أنا كان إنه عجبة ده كده غلط وأنا وريله أنا قالت وأنا وديله proof, especially when he was going against my community. Ladu, I think is here. I don't know if he is back. Jada, Uncle Silvio. We came from the same community. Yes. Yeah. One day, over the one who Ajat Al-Batal and community, I called him privately. Wana Galilo, Ana Warilo Gali don't generalize. Laenu Kalama Leta Giwanu Sude, I am not part of it. Even you, Ladu, you are not part of it. Me and you, we know that in Nufi, some individuals, Al-Hindu Ida, before Dalge Hasil Jubare, like don't generalize. Zal Jonu Chanja fi room bita CPA, u CPA bada mala rasta Jonu Chane nu de Teresa de sunu, Jonu Chanta wali shilu notice minina kuja fata room. Ubada wonu so. That is where Teresa came in. The audio later get played. Teresa was denying in Hatta Gali, CPA, Rua, Fa, Ledaraja, Ogi Warigale, or remove Udidi, Ita, Alanur, Ita Zato. Let me finish. Let him finish. Don't interrupt him. Just respectfully. Yeah, thank you. The rules are there, and all these people can go and listen what happened exactly. Like in the room, Teresa Joan Sufiu Fogode, Fatau immediately, bad Maheta CPA, ita Fata room back there. Wali John Chanja Fata there. Teresa Jada Kalufogo, who Teresa deny in Roma Mulkalamante. Later on, Yao Galeaki, Rasululo, message in Abraham Loli, Obada Agaran message there. I'm just telling what I was there attending that room, what happened. Fayajama, Dema Haja Al Gali Bisad Nas. Yani they be divided us more. Yani shunu asana kan damiru CPA. Well, the CPA damirana, yani ita bisefit shunu. Ubad marata jama kaman generalization there. Yumkin firum yum that fogo General Thomas. NAS is an organization fogo structure. Sinas aluman kan wonusu anna bishilu kalam Thomas seriously. Thomas Cirilo, Soba Samuel, Yen Matthew, Nasal Naide, Lakin kan Aizol, Zehana Asana member can Nas. Ana mumkin buonusu ai kalam alzatu ma related le isum shunuta Nas. Lakin let us not go there. Muhim kalam ta fitna there Jama lazim buogifui, especially kan biga kitala mirujal, yani de walai يعني إلا ناس بعمل صلوات عشان يعني ربنا really intervene في issues بتاع South Sudan. ناس جدوغو راس تادي جدوغو ما دي عشان to gain what. Look, CPA I think has an interjection. Let him interject. If I have to answer, I will answer. If not, I will stop here and thank you for the chance.
Thank you, Colonel. Okay, Angela, it's further here. Okay, yeah. As my Alunu, are you not part of the group? Because I don't want to mention all of you. Were you not in the room when you came against Ochang? In Equatorial Bridge?
Like the Ramana CPA, I just told you. I was not part of it at all.
أنا قمت صبانا الناس بيجيبون نسو. أنت كان في إيكوتوريا بريدج. Please don't lie. Let me clarify when. Let me clarify when. There's a man Alcan Alphonse out there can Fini. Alphonse Galera Fata room. Ufina Sura Hani so Galea Alphonse Lala Sibu Ladi Jibo fi Equatorial Bridge. There's a man Alana country Fogo. Fogo Kalamade who can't kill Mataya ya CPA. Can room defi Fata Asa Kelina Sasuma. Ana Galea Jama Dekulu Kalamta Fitna. Yani Asha Sura Wenu Sukalam and Jonuchan Nasbika Del Karabu Chocola Brotherhood Equatorians. Ma Uchandeza to give us Wajat al Batala, and Nagas could there. Anna Maru Fonusu, this is my statement. Bring that room. Thank you. Thank you. Itahini, sorry if I say something. Ojang is a controversy, Jama. Anna Benafsi, I stated before, and I'm not saying because I want to say this, but fair is Ojang is a controversy. I know good is only going to get used. Because at least I'm not going to understand why I say he's getting used. He's used by the regime and he's used by some of the so-called opposition. Like in the opposition, I'm going to fight for the people of Equatoria or South Sudan. When I say this, Kaman Khalinas understand carefully why I say this. Because Finas going to put the string on Equatorian Khali. He speak against Equatoria, how we speak silent without talking about Equatoria. يعني شنو في مظاهرات وشنو في أنا قبل شوية قلنا أبراهام يمكن طبعا أبراهام زاهر مشى لكن حاجة أنا كان قلتها يعني أنا بحترم كل زول هنا. Let me be honest with you, and I know very much Uncle Nur, and I respect him regardless how we disagree. But let me tell you, we have even disagreed in many things. When I'm gonna tell him for Hajat, I know sometimes he don't like what we say, but he also appreciate that we come frank. I believe that. This is my belief to what I see him when he interact with us. And sometimes he will have a different idea of people, but he knows. But حاجة ما بيعجبني لما الناس بيكلموا حاجات ورا دحر زول إذا جيت تتفاجئ إنه في زول قاعد يتكلم عنك زي هو قال في زول مش عامل شمارات من ورا دحره وظهر معلومة. He had to confront it because somebody else had to bring him in his front and say, oh, somebody got to tell him money. And these things happen. Yeah, as a Didi, she was not only just spoken behind her back, but also she was kicked out of the room. And then people were justifying that she did something, and then there was no evidence. Abraham, we're against him. And for me, I spoke bluntly, clear. I'm anti-Hajism. Rally is waste of time, and it's a mockery to Equatorian. I know Equatorian are not really speaking for themselves. They're speaking on the behalf of somebody else, somebody who's trying to gain power. ما عملوا حاجة دي فوقنا مرات. استخدمنا اسبر استخدمنا وسوا استخدمنا حسب سوا ما قاعد يستخدم the same thing عشان use Equatoria كcarpet. أنا قاعد نقول Equatoria wake up. طبعا بيك كم عملوا generalization فوقنا. yes احنا كلنا بأجري إنه في abuse في Equatorian من خلال السياسات بتاع شنو unity تاع جنوب السودان ده. عشان كده قلنا Equatorian we need to find out where we stand. We are not divided as some people try to use. Giberi Uncle Maring, they're going to divide. No, we're not divided. The division levels في idea, في آراء. لكن الحقيقة الناس التهدينات they're tired, they're fed up. They know who these people are. They know what are they standing for. They don't care about us. So, Kalambita, whatever happened for Gurfadak, it was wrong for them to accuse Didi when Didi was not even mentioning anything offensive again. It's just said that you guys need to think carefully. يلا بقى في هجوم وانا قبلك في هجوم حتى وانا بقول لك لا انا قبلك لا اسم تاع Teresa and let anybody come on and Teresa have the right to speak and defend herself. حاجه انا شفته Teresa came out trying to silence Didi in the room. I'm sorry that I have to say this because حاجه ده ما عجبني. Even I was gonna ready to speak but it spoke for yourself. You stood up. مرة بقى قاعد يكركر فوقك قاعد يقول لك no انت قلت listen يلا في واحد راجل ثاني ده كمان silence you. لما انت حاطط السنه دي اسمها قدرات بيجوا الدفاع الشعبي ولا شنو؟ ده الرجال يعني بيجا ماشيين بجروب. لما احنا كنا نتكلم عن حقيقه ايكوتوريان we don't worry about it. قاعد شتمنا شتم ابوي جدي ما خليته فوقنا شيء.
لكن احنا ما قاعدين worry about this as much as well. كون honest with yourself. انت why are you fighting me? Why are you fighting اخوك الثاني؟ لما نتكلم حقيقة كون حقيقة. انت زعلان مني؟ ما تبلوك مي، ما تمشي to kick me out in your room. كون راجل وكون اخت، اديني فرصة نقدر نعبر عن رأيي. انت سيزول تؤمن بالديمقراطية وانت قاعد تحل بناس التعبانين تحت ده. لأن احنا قاعد نحل بناس ديل. لكن قلنا اي زول بيشتم شتيمة الفاظ اللي بيشتم لما جدودك ولا اي شيء كده، انا بقول لا 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 ولا قبيلتك، ده حاجة غلط. انا حقي واحد من الناس I don't agree with Ochang. انا قلت Ochang whatever he made his bed he sleep on it. I said it even in that room. Ali, our brother هنا بنفسه, and I have to put you out, my brother Abraham. انت قلت this man is a hero. And I was like, what? You call him a hero? That man is not a hero. And I was laughing. I was like, are you serious, guys? خلاص راسكم ضرب. بس أنا قلت في رأيي كده. And I say to you, I'm not afraid to back it up for that. لأنه كيف تقول somebody hero اللي ما قادر respect any human، حتى مرة ما قادر respect. أنت بترespect somebody اللي بيجي بيشتم أمك وحبوباتك وأخواتك، حتى لو هو زوج دنكا ولا زوج بيجا ذاته جانا خواجة ولا بيجا زوج ذاته كان بيجا فلسطيني، تيجي تشتمه يعني تقول لا ده راجل. وعمل شنو عشان يجي يورينا هيرو ده؟ في الإيكاتوري ناس قاعدين فايت، حتى أنا ما ناس، أنا بجيب ريسبكت يالتا إيكاتوري أنت الناس قاعدين فايت في جوا هناك في التحت ده. أنا اتكلمت معهم ده ناس رجال، ده اللي أبو لهم هيرو. Ochang is not a hero. Ochang قاعد في السوشيال ميديا قاعد يشتم بس، وأنا قلت واضح الدير ما دير ده حقيقة. أنا عندي أخيلان تاعي قتلهم عمي أسا قريبا ده أنا عندي وفيت اثنين. And I don't want to say but this has bothered me because ناسنا قاعدين يقتلوهم هناك وإنتوا قاعدين يتغنوا وتعملوا تارس ما كويس. عشان كده حاجة دي كده يوجعني لما نشوف يلا أخوتنا هنا بيشتموا كمان. She's speaking, she didn't even care. إما إنه قاعد يديني إنذار كتير إنه ما تكتب. أنا أكتر واحد من الناس بحب أكتب حاجة كان في جا في راسي. I'm not gonna sit down. لحد ما kick me out and I'm not afraid to be kicked out. Anytime kick me out, I'm okay as long as I'm gonna say my word. خليني يكون my last word at least. But she don't do that. She just listen and then she conclude and then later she will respond if she want to. لكن insecurity بتاع ناس تانيين بيجي kick you out. Why? ده سؤال هنا. يلا كمان ترى بيجي يمضي ورقة قال هاي زول قال لي كده كده وكده. What is that? وانت قاعد تمثل صوت انت قلت ناس المضررين. أنا بجيب هنا.
So let me just clear the things up.
Go ahead. ما انت قاعد نقول طوال انا لسه ما دورك ذاته كمان. معلومه
ما دقيقه ما you speaking on my behalf.
ما يا سخن. Go ahead. تفضل. نرجع ايوه go ahead.
انا سخن انا قاعد في راس قانون انا ما قاعد في قانون.
انت قاعد في قانون تاع إيكاتوريا يا جيك. Go ahead.
وين يا جيك وين لي؟ Just to be on a serious note, honestly.
I hope انت ما block me يا جيك. I hope you don't block me عشان انا جاي اشوف روم بتاعكم تا هنا تا رالي ده ان شاء الله الاسبوع الجاي ولا بكره ولا بعد بكره. Mean go ahead.
Just don't write anything. Don't write anything. I still stand on my word.
انا عارف. ما طبعا الناس الحساسين ده بقى كان سبرتيس كلام حاجه بكره الروم ده ما بيظهر لي. هسه قبل شويه الروم ما ظهر. انا ما اعرف ده ما انت، انا ما قاعد اقول لك انت، لكن قاعد نقول بس بكره ما تبلوك من الروم. انا جاي فوق اوكي ده نسمع بس انا جاي اسمع.
That's my freedom. You can't the same way you don't like the rally, so why you want to come listen?
Okay, so انت block me يعني ولا شنو؟
وانت قلت you don't like the rally, you against me against.
انا كان ما like the rally ده ما freedom of speech، لكن ما ببلوك عشان كلام انا ما like. انت ما like separatists انا block you هسه؟
يا جماعه ده ما definition ده صوتك كمان هسه.
No, ما انت هسه قاعد تتكلم قال انا you trying to tell me like I don't like the rally, so I have the right. Like you trying to tell me a hint.
That's right.
بس انا قاعد wonder. But go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. You know, the only reason.
انت already kicked Didi before, so انا ما بستغرب لو انت كمان block me or kick me out. So it's okay. Go ahead, my friend.
Here's the thing. Usually I don't engage in this type of conversation because me, if there's something is wrong, we can address it the right way, respectfully, and we get to a solution. That's who I am. That's what I stand for. And I think what happened that day, things were taken out of context based on that particular time and what was going on, whether it's from the previous room or the room after, you know. And apparently somebody took that, whatever, once they got removed, they blamed it on a particular person, even though there was a lot of moderators in that room on that day, you know. And when I sensed the direction of blaming going to the wrong person, I knew that was me. And I admitted, and I told, hey, hey, I'm the one that did this. They shouldn't be blaming you and blaming any other group. I'm in up to it. Like, this is responsibility. It's not like I'm scared. No, I admitted it. You know what? If they're going to put that on you, it's not you. I'm the one. And literally, if you read on the message, and I say voluntarily, I'm willing to confess that I am the one that did it. And I came to this room. I didn't even know that you guys are talking about this topic. And all I heard was like, oh, Abraham, we're going to play the audio. We need you up there. And I came, the only reason I came, one, I'm a people person, and I'm not scared of anything. I can face the truth like the way it is. I'm not anybody else who can run from it and do anything behind closed doors and pretend like I'm the saint. No. You got me wrong, and I do pray.
Are you sure you want me to ask you about you don't afraid of anything? Can I confront you on something you said?
I'm not,
No, go ahead. Just go ahead. I know. I know.
I feel like we're missing the whole point here, and that's, I like this engagement of conversation, with different ideas. But what I want you guys, just, that whole group, and then CPI, that at the end of the day, we're all suffering. Our enemy is one. And that's one thing that sometimes we spend a lot of energy fighting each other, and we're not fighting actually the actual fight that we're supposed to fight. I don't have anything against separatists. I don't have anything against any South Sudanese.
سؤالي لك بس سؤالي أقاطع أنت لما دقيقة أنت جبت ناس هنا opposition أنت قلت يا رئيس الرالي ده أنت جبت ناس opposition ده opposition هنا ذاته ما قد يمثل أصوات كل الشعب يلا أنت ما جبت ناس رالي ما من ناس separatist عشان تسمع آرائهم أنت بس جبت ناس بتاع opposition تاع سوما بس كمان ورني أنت هسه أنت ما عامل أنت ما شغال لناس ده ولا أنت بنفسك تجيب بأراده بس سؤالي لك لأنه كلام ده أنا it doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, let me explain. So here's the thing.
Yeah, explain.
The rally, if you really understand what's the definition of a rally, الناس لما الشعب لما نعمل مظاهرات لأن عندهم مطالب مطالب بتاعك يكون inflation you disagree with the government and you need a change. That's why you get in the street, and you rally, you voice your opinion. When we had the DC rally, I invited you guys personally. I invited you guys. I invited CPI. You guys are separation.
Unfortunately, I didn't get the message. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I didn't get it.
Group talk with myself and a few different type of separatists.
انت رسلته لمنو دايركتلي جبت لنا لتر باسم بتاع ايكوتوريال سيفل عشان كونسل او ايكوتوريال سيبريتيست. وادرستاكم وين قبل ما تسالني انت هسه انت قلت الرالي ادرستاكم وين ذاته في هلا عشان نقدر نرسل لكم جواب.
I can send it to you.
Okay, send it to me in my message. انت كان قاعد في مدرسه. انت قاعد تسال سؤال انت ما قاعد تجاوبني هسه يا public كل انت قاعد تسالني سؤال publicly and also I will answer you publicly once you answer.
No, we have address. I can send you address. But here's the thing. If you can recall from my conversation in every time I speak on Clubhouse, I'd say this rally for everybody, all South Sudanese. If you are suffering, you need to come out. I'm not stopping you for doing your rally. As a separatist, I will donate, I will support. I will support you guys. But why are you condemning my rally? Why?
The big rally بتاعك ولا ده rally الجنوبيين يا جاك انت كمان قاعد تمشي يا تحلها. يعني مناطق is about you, it's not about the people.
You're taking it the wrong way. I'm the one directing the rally. Why are you guys condemning the rally of the people of South Sudan? Why? You really earlier you said I condemned the rally. Even good. No, not is recording. It literally said you say I condemn the rally.
Yeah, I condemn because you're a child. You're a soldier. What they call it, foot soldier. But I don't know the best things are like Clement. Ita kamaga tete tahtari nafsak. You be kicked out soon. Ita wina. Okay, ما مشكلة. خلي له. They freedom. Sorry. Who win a man of hope? Itfadal. I'll give you a phone. I swear. The next time I'm leaving. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
انت جيت لقيته فوق هنا وبيضرب بتاع مهاجر بتاع حكيم ده ولا شنو؟
Asua, the next time I'm leaving Clement, you're here. Welcome, yeah, rally man. So then the far bitar. Go ahead, yeah, Abraham. That's good. So I respect. Go ahead, brother.
I usually don't engage in back and forth debate, but let's be serious for one moment. I understand we're all suffering. To be honest, yes, I'm an Equatorian, you know, but people are suffering, to be honest, suffering way beyond, you know, and my heart is crying. And that's one of the reasons we went to New York, you know. We went to New York as and we carry all this. If you look at those pictures, what we display in New York, it literally capture the people of South Sudan are suffering. Whether you from Apanar, you know, the Unity State, the lady that was in the truck feeding the baby, whether you saw the soldiers putting the food on top of the two brothers that were killed in Equatoria, you know, and what happened in Adidiang and the displacement, we capture all these pictures to show, not to separate them, you know, but at the end of the day, that's somebody lost a brother, you know, that's an auntie. We lost a auntie. أنا بس ما داير propaganda sorry. أنت قاعد تتكلم على جد كله تاب وينو باقي الناس أنتوا بس هاي كتورين كان في جوا رالي ده اثنين من أبنال ولا ثلاثة بس نقول باقين ده وين؟ And you said you are the leader of the people of South Sudan. Malona sema join last time for DC it was Edward to group there na manna ganna wajihan gunna da haja barnamij bita opposition na sisi wadana maarif not to win inta biga fi talata nafar fadal yalla hassa ita why didn't you record that we were you know hata ana ma shifta nuwarawi hina wala shifta nasta mabani hina wala shifta nasta apa bahar al-ghazal hina illa Equatorian desatu they are all affiliated with part or affiliated with group bita al-marufin you know themselves really people yeah تفضل خلينا نتكلم Edward is not the rally, you know. Even me, myself, I am not the rally. You know, the rally is for the people of South Sudan are suffering. Zul deriji beji, zul ma deriji yalla ma. Al mushkila wan, it is not malak ma jid. You know? I got my point clear. I'm not against you. I'm against you. Yeah. Why do you care about it if you're against it? Who comes and who doesn't come? Why does it concern you? ما انت قاعد تقول for unity to South Sudan لكن وين ناس الماء؟ Why does it concern you if you're not coming? It concerns me because I want to see the genuineness. It can say really it came up with this idea. It come to tell them, it come to mobilize. Like in الناس ذاته ما صدقوك. خليك بك من أنا حقيقي ما بترست on this idea. That's what I'm saying. عشان كده felt uncomfortable لما تكيك أي separatist including ناس زي نزيد ودي ما قاعد يتكلم في حاجات أنا قاعد نواجه حاجات واضح. اسمع خلاص we don't want to drag this because I feel like this is dragging and I'm not that type of person. Sorry أنا عملت سخانة اتفضل. Yeah go ahead in 3 minutes. That means you ما مشكلة separatists understand it. Go ahead. أنا قاعد أتكلم ده لغة separatist. That's what I'm saying. If you already condemn it, why are you worried about it? That's my thing. You know, you need to focus on your agenda. How are you going to separate? You know? Focus on your agenda. How are you going to separate? Why are you worried about me? Simple as that. You know? That way at least we need to, you know, put a boundary. Focus on your agenda. Later مش kick out ناس التهيلي لأنه خدي ban في حاجة اسمه you know الرالي تاع DC وديدي ما تكلمت بس لأنه هو associated with me and she speak for separation. It kick her out. Then tell me why are you know unable to handle her in the room? It's going to kick her out. مع CPI ما هسه انت قاعد تتكلم كلام ده قاعد يرجع له في ناس طبعا مشجعين تاعك متبلاتيه بتاع الدفاع الشعبي قال يا اخي كلام بتاعي ده تشايلدش معاك ما مشكله المهم يقولوا تشايلد لانه مثلا ما عندهم باك بون to stand for Equatoria. But go ahead, let me hear from you, man. No, just not to go back and forth. To be honest, I already apologized. You know, I said, hey, it was me. I took the ownership of the responsibility, and I say I'm sorry. And I apologize to Didi, my dear sister. I apologize. Actually, it's not even that intended to go that route, but that's my fault. You know, I want to apologize. What was the reason, though? What was the reason to kick her out? It كان insecure ولا كان في كلام ديدي كلموا لك اللي جرح قلبك أنت قمت كبيته برا أنا ما بعرف. كان explain to us إحنا كلنا قاعدين نسمع. خلاص كلام ده وأنا زميل. ما أنا ما سمعت قاعدين نسمع أنا ما طردوني من الغرفة قبل شوية. كان وريني الكلام ده من جديد. أنا وريته ديدي وريني I already apologize. أنت why don't go back to the same thing. CPI. اسمع جبالك لما أنا قلت رجعوا الفيديو ناس رجعوا ديدي رجعوا. أنت كمان رجع لي فيديو بتاع كلامك بس بسيط. And that's all I want to hear. Ita, why are you apologize? That's a finance going to feel like a Galaga flat. You know, I can hold my weight. It's not a problem. I'm just not that type of person to go back and forth.
No, it's good, brother. It's good that it in the courage. I love that. Like, to make sure I'm makan marapa kunda combination jahis. Hatta zato nas bita soma dena mambiju be ammunition bita marata ninde jain be zarani emotionally captivated. But I want you to be careful. I'm going to work up separatist and I'm going to lab mazon. I'm going to call them hagiga. Fi nas bistahtiruna. Lakin nas التهدي أو في معنا. ما مشكلة. But خلاص معلش. آخر كلام بتاعك 2 minutes and then we find. I'm not going to interrupt you by that.
Thank you. And I apologize, and I just want to let all the separatists know. You guys are South Sudanese at the end of the day, and I respect you guys, and I respect your decision. And anyone who want to separate out, I really do respect them. And hopefully, we just want our people to live in a better place and stop the suffering. So, thank you guys for the opportunity. I enjoyed the conversation. I wish it would be better, much organized. But let's refrain from this chat and focus more on the actual issues. And thank you guys.
Like it, answer me, brother. Later, Nazalta Didi, Khalik Minita, that take it a good decorum words. What the reason it Nazalta Didi can taratu min ghurfa? But this
the important thing. Yeah, sorry. The important thing is like for him to make us sound like we are not organized. That's not true. This is written up here as a royal commission. Royal commission.
I know.
It means hearing. It means hearing. We're holding a hearing because there are multiple things are happening, and then after that, there's a lot of things are happening, and there is a lot of hatred that is being generated around because of these issues that has been going on, and then people started holding tribalist mindset, and then people started, and then there's this allegation here, and this allegation has even caused a lot of separatists to be snared, with it, separatists, agenda, or stuff like that, and this was very bad reputation. And I did this royal commission to clear all the separatists out, because I am a separatist. If that's my quality, you see, then that means that's really hindering their job too, what they're doing, you see. And then there is now people getting reported. We don't know who's reporting people. Straight away after that, everybody getting reported left and right. We don't know who's reporting people. I even had to ask Agut. Agut, can you sit down with your people? Who's reporting people? We need to know, because I don't think that's our Equatorians, because our Equatorians are having trouble too. They've been reported. I'm realizing a lot of people getting reported. That's what the message I sent him. Can you sit down? Can you ask your people around who are those people reporting people? Because we can't report ourselves. Like, it doesn't add up, Jama. Kanita South Sudanese, Kanita Equatorian. It does not add up. It's like if you come here to vocal your concern in the social media, it's good. Italo, I'm happy with separation. Vocal yourself in your platform. It's good. Your reason of why you're not happy. If you are a unionist, you vocal yourself too. We listen to you. If separatists, we come here, we listen to ourselves. You see, that's a good thing. But what we cannot do, we cannot bully each other and corner ourselves into a corner whereby we started removing each other, and then we come back again to in a vendetta of trying to remove you out. ده كده بيقولوا لنا شنو؟ مش احنا سات سودانيز بيقولوا سات سودانيز ده الناس البارا بيشوفوا قال سات سودانيز ده المسؤول الاهالي بتاعهم ده backwards نستاقهم ده حتى ذاته ناس Clubhouse. How are they gonna look at us? This reporting is just coming from one country, that these people came from one country. Yes, we're fighting for Equatoria, but they're gonna see these people. There's a group of Equatorian reporting each other, South Sudanese reporting each other, reporting Equatorians, or Equatorians reporting them. How are we gonna look really? What's our reputation gonna be? We could not handle being in a civil country or in a modern country, or we cannot handle being in the media. Yet the whole people reporting themselves. It doesn't add up, ya Jama. It doesn't add up. Kulu magi makes sense. Either vocal yourself where you are. And the other thing is, like, when my name was brought up in that room, it was not organized. And everybody was coming up, adding to it. And Kalam does more international. Ana zolak but ana didocha. There was no any explanation. There was no room for me to come and vindicate myself. Gali, this is not what. And I was actually going through so much at the time. Even some people, I called them, my voice was really, I was so emotional because I was so disappointed, really. And I was like, just out of respect, I will not go over there and create a stir and fight in the division that people are already in it. I'm not going to add up my voice to it. Just that's why I said, like the Solomon wisdom, let the woman have the child. Just not to divide my child or my children, not divide them. Let the woman have the child. There is another day for a royal commission that we can sit down, we can talk about this. But because when this thing was talked about, it was talked in the public. All people were there. South Sudanese were there. If somebody who's a foreigner wandered there, they were there. It was a public thing. It was a public court. It was a judgment was passed over me. Ukalam Nastanin was different. Kalami was trying to bring people in the middle. That was it. So Nasma you go to Hina Yiktibu, you label Nas, so matter this is a public hearing, just like was the court that was going on public over there. This is a public hearing. So the Inna Binalim, there is quiz, lo galu nas part of a lock room. You're in a lock room. Just a minute. Yeah, I'm going to give you. I'm about to finish. Thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. Don't do that. Asma, don't do that. No. That's disrespect. Asma, listen, don't come and tell me your battery is out. Dama mushkilti ana. Ita mustari ta charge it. Listen, no. You gotta be quiet. You gotta be quiet until request. Jesus. No,
Kalas, let me just conclude it and leave it here. I just want to say, when we are...
Don't give this, because I want the shakhsiyat ali shagalin. Kanu biyar battery ta lo ma can charge. You put it in charger. Why now he want to come up and tell you? Okay, Kalas, charge it. Don't come and complain to me. I'm not the one who didn't know how to charge my phone. Please do not come and tell us this stuff. You know,
let's not fight. Let's calm down. No, that's not good. That's not good. No, Clement, the giga. Clement, that's not good. That's not good. So أنا بس أقول شنو لأننا في lock room كان يكتورين دخلوا في lock room, everything that was said should be there. And whether you want to, for example, to testify that you're the one did not remove that person, you just kind of like, I did not remove them. But because if, for example, I'm the one did this, even the way I was described that my behavior was not good, and I was really appalled by it. What behavior I had modeled that was not good? Relax, my behavior was trying to say that let's acknowledge pain and understanding. I was being positive. Let's acknowledge pain today, and then let's come in the middle. Let's use the same role model that the Cholo has used. Then we will bring these people together. Then we'll bring our brother back. That's what I was trying to say. So I wanted to say that كان في حاجة في الكلوك روم ما أنا وزعوا قدام حسي يا النور جا قاعد يتكلم كلام تاني جايين يثبتوا كاسمه قال هو قال كده. That's not really right. That's not the way we should behave. That's not the way we should behave. We should not be kind of recording each other in order to forward it to people. Galu kida. You see. Then comes the because we serve no purpose. Kulu. We do not serve any purpose to help each other. Yalla kida nas kulu bitiru ma fi zol biji tani fi lock room ma zol. Lana ana kan jit ana gutu kida biji bugulu kida biji, they will hold it on my head. لأنه في كمان حاجات تانيين أنت بتسمع ما بتقال برا أنت بتسكت zip your mouth تقول you don't know. كان في حاجة you don't agree, you disagree with those people. You say that no, this thing is not right. I think my ideas that is. So this is all I want to say. واجهني في محل داك لكن ما تطلع برا في public تجي تواجهني تembarrass me create allegation and then has الناس كله دولة كله عارفين إن أنا جيت عملت لخبطة هنا وهنا وفي النهاية أنا ما عملتها. Not guilty. So this is just a hearing based on what had happened. لأنه جابوا كلام ده من جوا لبرا. That's why we hold a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. أنا مثلا أقول كلي ناس ما يجي complain to us about بطارية بتاعه تلفونه حبوبته ولا جده ولا بيته ولا جنة بتاعه. This is not our problem. أنت جاي في forum ده تتكلم. Prepare yourself to speak, but let the moderator speak. هسا في ناس ما تكلم and they're very respectful. They're waiting patiently. لكن ما يتندري قطع ده يقول لك no أنا تتكلم بطارية أنت أنا كان معك في وقت بيت ما شحنت البطارية بتاعك. That's not my problem, my man. So if you want to talk. I know they got the insult anyway, but I will give you a chance. But please be kind and do not act like before that, let's give him a chance. The UBG, that's his turn. The Umaderiji, that's his problem. I'll give a chance to the next person. Be quiet. ده دور بتاعك انت جات اسمع ده ما جنوب السودان يجيك ده حركات حاجات تاكم ده هنا اعدام وما كلام فارغ قليل الكلام اللي يتكلم يلا بعدين يجي الفونس and then brother Philip يعني تخيل الفونس وفيليب ده ناس عاقلين قاعدين منتظرين باحترام so اتفضل يا كلامن you got 5 minutes to speak yeah, go.
Odysseus, this is a common practice that people do in a clubhouse and it's very you have to listen come on mass marinas. Don't cut people.
اتفضل 5 minutes.
Hey, don't cut people. You have to listen to other people also.
دقيقة يا جماعة دقيقة بس please can you just allow?
What are you trying to say here?
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
دقيقة بس دقيقة can you calm down guys دقيقة ليلى أبو ليلى بس please just can you calm down أبو ليلى دقيقة أبو ليلى أنا ما فاهم إنت زعلان ليه دقيقة just calm down. I don't think there is any allegation against you. إنت تقدر تتكلم yes أنا understand إنت تقدر تتكلم but you know he told you to wait here but you know ما تشتم you know because we're trying to do a hearing ما تشتم you know don't lose the plot just be patient that's what I'm saying. When you come in, just go on speak. لكن ما attack زول personally. ده ما كويس. That's not good. لأن he was just telling you wait. I know you guys never got in the right foot. لكن the way you're projecting yourself towards him all the time when you're in one room, you attack and you insult. ده ما كويس. It's just I'm just telling you as a sister. This is really honestly not good.
Didi. أنا قبل قال سر أنا كنت بدري تايم ماشي لو لأن شنو أنا شغال وما شغل مدي ما تاجا ما تاجا معي تما يصير كم request ناس بيسألوا مرة زول بقول شنو أنا ما شغل جماعة دوني 5 minutes شنو to speak it's a common request that you know people give to people لكن أنت أنا مزول بقول لك request and then you start saying أنا ما قلت لك وأنا ما عملت لك وأنا عملت this is really an insult this shows me أنت ما تري respect ذاته you don't give respect to other people this is wrong. Now let's get to the point here, point of discussion. It was a Royal Commission on hate and tribalism and allegation and reporting, right? I personally am a stronger supporter of John Ushang, right? And a stronger supporter of John Ushang. A lot of reasons I can give to you. Being an Equatorian, I'm not a fake person, all right? I'm not a fake person.
I think Abu Leila, we're not talking about that. No, you got it so wrong. Dagiga. You're going about it the wrong way. We're not talking about whether who's supporting Ochang, why Ochang should not be supported. That's not it. You're changing the whole thing. No, you're twisting the whole thing. Hasa ita kantalet min hina. Ita btamchi fi room ta Ochang ita bitkalam hajat tanin bara. Ita simita what we were doing. It was something that was testified wrongly في room daka. بس في حاجة كلامه wrong هناك.
4 hours, 5 hours, you're talking about John Ushang. And even
let me ask you, أنت حاجة beneficial to talk about it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a beneficial thing.
Not worry about Ochang. Can Ochang the big prophet or whatever? I don't care.
I want to ask you questions. Specifically you.
I think, Clement, you're too angry. You're too angry. I don't think Degiga. You're too angry. Either you're coming to fight, you're coming to project stuff. Degiga. Odysseus Degiga, best Degiga, Odysseus Malish, best Degiga. Degiga, Clement, Degiga, this is not unacceptable. Degiga, just it's not unacceptable. Itamata Degiga, itamata biu gisama gisataki, fidus gisama gisataki tabi bi fidus taki, itaptiji to shakil, utakorkor with the gul and the question for you, even the way the language you're using. It's not acceptable, Clement. It's just not acceptable. You calm down. Just calm down and meet us halfway. ما دي مشكلة دي ما مشكلتك انت ما تعمل حاجة دي تقول دي مشكلة تاكي انت supported to Ochang خلاص it's okay. Wait when Ochang's room is open go هناك خلاص go في room تا Ochang كان فادي go هناك كان هو ما فادي انتظر لما يفتح امشي هناك انا ذاته ما عندي مشكلة مع Ochang. That like I said earlier, let Ochang open, let him talk about public issue to South Sudan. ما في زول عنده مشكلة مع Ochang هنا. انت متى زعلان متى تجي تنبس ناس انت تعمل شنو انت تجي تقول قال شاري ما شاري اول حاجة دقيقة I want to say you always trying to labeling audition something else, okay? Actually he's actually a very دقيقة he's actually a very respectable person that held a very high position in where he is. And he have actually worked many different jobs and he actually has his own degree. He's not somebody that off the street. Yeah, maybe Tama agree more in what he's saying, but maybe make it to belittle him all the time. Just calm down, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. But please, refrain from personal. But go ahead. I'm not going to say I'm ready for it. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say here, and in a managerial personally. Now there are a lot of people who are there who knows exactly what Equatorial is. As I was saying, John Oshong, when he was talking, he was referring to some communities in a vein. There's a lot of evidence that. When John Oshong was saying, in Umadi, Macholi, Kelen Sebu, Nigeria, Taranta, Uganda, Kelen Sebu Karamde, he was right. There's a lot of evidence in that. Some of you, it's a much of Nazil. Like for some of us who have been to these communities and we have seen them, how they react to the issues that affect land of South Sudan, Jonathan was true. Nas bisi bare toman, yamu bijar fi Uganda. My community, I agree tell them, I might be blame my community, but I will blame my community now for Julu. Right? For Julu in our history, the liberation. Nagani shakal maarab de. For Julu majere min mere toman. Majere kulu. For Julu majere in thousands. Hatta zamana, I was there in the refugee camp. The number of Fujulu community in the refugee camp for Ifo were the minority of Equatorian. Were the minority. We are almost 10 families. Only Fujulu. No majority. Now you go to the camp like Bidi. How many thousand Fujulu there? 10,000. Why you're this? Why? He was encouraging my community to stand firm against the enemies. And he was right. He was trying to tell Barry themselves to stand against the enemies. And he was right. He told me land grabbing hustle case. You don't know. Some of you don't know. Land grabbing in 2005, when Muhammad Al-Hajj Babala were mayor of Juba. The first mayor was Muhammad Al-Hajj Babala, the first mayor of Juba. He sold all the land. The Nazi brother. And he was right. Later, he don't go against this person. That's what's telling the truth. It was because of them. They sold all the land.
So I think Anna Besder goes, you know, you're using Anna Bodileta time, but Anna Besder Kalingal, you're using the giga best audition. Anna Besder goes, you know, you're using your time to speak about something completely out of our topic. And then Bijib Zoltani, Biji, the giga Zoltani Biji be counter you, the giga, because fi Zoltani Hinaka al, you know, Indu Kaman, you know his own problem, Biji be counter you, fi Kalam de Yala Biji Bijib John, a Chamfogo, Biji Bijib Kalam Tani, Kalam de Mabishi Gidam. Lakin Kalam de Gibeli.
Very well.
Ma dagiga ana arif no kalam taki de dagiga auditions dagiga leanu hasede who be get angry lo you the one talking dagiga.
My last message to you, you separatists, you should organize yourself. That's one thing that I want to know. I want you to do it. Desperate here, desperate.
I think the giga ita mendo aslan ita mendo anything to help us with this topic. Ita mendo anything to help us. You're not here. We're already done with the conversation that Nader Abraham came. He spoke his mind. We respect him, and he gave his word, and he apologized for what had happened. Yala ita hina gadi towir mashakilat tanin bara. Ita in? Yeah. No, kalam de want to room to Ojono Chang. Honestly, we don't want to go on this.
What I want from you.
This is not the time. This is not the platform for separatists speaking. The giga. Dema time to. Tomorrow we have a topic. Come tomorrow we have a topic. Kalas, but we are holding something else.
Hold on, Didi. Kali Clement is serving his charger for emergency.
Exactly. He's just provoking something else.
Thank you. Huh?
Okay. My message is organize yourself.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Tufisa Mikotoren la yugi namma nzemu la haweka. Tafadhal. Kali finishes 1 minute. Okay, tunazatu. Ochanga benafsa asa kare ochanga kare nasa. Ai data kare harka shabia. De dor bita Alphonse. Ita kaman be haraka shabia bitakum de kare hold on. Maskin bele de kullu. Okay, we give you a chance to respect, but okay, Ochan Zahar, no mushkila. Ochan, as a matter of fact, did that. Okay, Lana said, support and as a not a head, Lanu Gariam desired Katir, Derry Kalam Kalamat, Kal Batari, Gente, Khali, watch about the Batari, because family time maybe need that emergency call. So let me go to Uncle Alphonse or Elder Alphonse. Please, Alphonse, go ahead. I don't even know. Sometimes I can wonder logic that that's why they laugh at us, people. Like if you know the grass I'm going, you know, can they go have Banyangorangirizi Vejai or Yeligolo something like
No, let's move on. No, don't do it. No, don't do it, please.
Hey, be quiet. Haraka Shamia. It's for the Uncle Alphonse, Elder Alphonse.
Thank you. Shukran.
In the next 6 minutes. So go ahead. Agda ganabi bitak kan for unity, separation, wala ochang yaw vejay wala nazatu. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Anyway, أنا دي كلام كتير بس أنا ده يعني نبدأ بموضوع بالأجل طبعا هذا كلام من يقول نقول عن موضوع دي كان سوى drop وأنا كان صار إتاهي كان talking around. Yeah, نفس الروم ده سما ده روم البرا أساسا جبل كل المشاكل ده كله. يعني أنا ذات روم ما كان جرانتين. حتى جري تهيله هو ذات طبعا أنا كان نزلنا عندي كان قول ما جري هو كان يفكرون قبل أبوي. الآن سما أبوي من الناس اللي كنا راجل فترة يلقى في السنة راجل وشان. يلا وقت ده بيجا ممكن back and forth يلا كمان بيجا الحاج دكتور الحاج كمان كان يوصله يلا بيجا الجون ده كم نزلني فطبعا ده وقت ده تما شفت انا كان بعد اساسا طبعا في مره دي بقول له شنو بامبي وشنو ده كان يجيبوا طبعا يوم ده انا يشيل بدون عشان المهم انا كان ماشي مع اساسا انا بس كل ما الروم بتاع دينكات البنات نفس البنات طبعا دايما بيجي في الروم الناس ينقوا وبعدين الناس ياسمين والكلام ده. So أنا كان بس I was because the way they were talking about the Equatorial because of Chang. So I just threw something. بيجا في واحدة مثلا ده بامبي كان هناك and message and insulting me, calling me out, and I was like a sellout and Amara so so here come give the first time actually I become a problem connected to the room. Yeah, Ferran, someone there so Teresa, it's coming back. It's a hero. People were like mourning, like he was blocked and all this stuff. Everybody like it was chaotic. Yeah, someone there, this is the same people like Samabunde. These are people actually who were brought in. They brought it earlier, even month before that one, to actually to block him or to what they call it, to report him, and So because the lady brought me my name up, so I tried to defend myself, but I was not given because the crime was not conducive, even was not welcoming to me. So then I found myself anyway. I dropped when I was actually speaking, something like that. So confront Samabui, they drop him. They drop the FBI, Hawa, they drop her too. Anyway, he called me, he messaged me, he said that he was dropped. I said, yeah, I was also dropped. And then he actually prematurely accused Teresa. So I messaged, I got message Teresa, hey, at the hell say that you drop him or you block him. What happened? And then Teresa denied it. No, she said no, she didn't do that. I said, okay, I'm just reporting. That's what he said. Yeah, actually, that was get the room. Unfortunately, like from there, things become, went south from the same day, Big accusation, anti-accusation, and the yeah, and actually, I become the collateral victim in the between. Yeah, imagine, and I can always attack Jonathan. Yeah, I became a victim. I was demonized. Everybody was, like even the problem, the genesis of my problem was Samarabui, because the very night when I was dropped, he was up there, a moderator, and then he actually, there's a lady, she brought my name, even she doesn't know me, and then Samarabui was defending her when she brought my tribe and all this stuff. I was trying to say, hey, leave my tribe alone. I'm speaking as myself on my behalf, and this time I was defending, like trying to lecture me, like even teaching me like I'm a child, So anyway, the fact is that even brother Abraham Lolly, I believe he said something that actually, like now I keep interpreting it like he was actually, because the climate was like Chang that night. And anyone who was against Jonathan become the enemy. I was one of them. Even though I told Jonathan, I said, hey, I accept your apology. And also he asked me, okay, let me also apologize because I called him out. I said, okay, no problem. But it was not enough that night because the night was actually very, very, very toxic. Anyway. From there, I don't know exactly who was doing that thing of dropping people or blocking people. Actually, not dropping, just blocking. Drop you and not block you at all, And I was actually suspected those moderators at that night, because there were many of them. Most of them were even Chang choose them to be like his next room's admin, and. Now even Brother Abraham, I was actually suspecting too because he actually spoke something negative about me at that night too, But I'm not sure whether really he was one of them. But anyway, I don't know who exactly did that one. Yeah, that's the fact. There was somebody who was dropping people at the night and then blocking them. That's the fact. And then this issue of blocking, dropping and barking become an issue, Until even the other night, Sister Didi, we just chatted, and then we started bringing people, to discuss the same issue. What's going on? What's the problem? Why people, were behaving like that, Like even when you disagree with somebody, why you have to go to the extent that you block person? Why? What's the problem? And that night, yeah, that's the fact, yeah. Like in this kind of attitude, really, we have a big problem. We got to quit it.
You got 20 seconds.
I thank you. I thank you for giving me the chance. Yeah, we got to quit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alphonse, Elder Alphonse, for your point. I know, and one thing about American Clement someone got complain about Pataria Taukan Katir. But one thing he was saying about, I guess, become bit Fajudu, and I got to mix my Fajudu anyway, just for the record. Al-Hassan Fikatori today is not the same in the past, okay? Today, na mandinka ja hukuma tadinka ja masad balada. Taban God has stand up as for his president and his hegemonic power. Good who ya kalam after you. Dinka took over and then they spread around. Equatorial Uptown, they allowed Shakla Ali Muhtarad Equatorial might hold fogu. Dinka took advantage and Dinka also Barnamik the occupation to Equatorial land. And they begin to take over. Yes, Ochang, I'll give you a chance. Just a minute. Just give me a minute. Big head hold forward. So Clement Hina Tabandari Guliaki Wala Nazatu, he's standing with you, Ochang, by the way. He say he support what you say. But I disagree with him. And I thank you for coming up here. I want to go to the bit, allow anybody to speak, and I also allow everybody to speak. But Haji Wahid, I don't agree with you at some point because you speak profanity against our women. But I'll give you the chance to also stand up for yourself. But let me just say, in Hajjana Bedasa, cowards, the way how there is confusion today, Siyasiyin Bitana are not encouraging it. This is my personal point. أنا متذكر في طلوع بتاع ناس قال بوضوح قال يا جنوبيين هي كتنا أمشي في مخيمات you guys run there لأنه شنو there is no way else and I will try to find that record because I remember the first record I got it was he gave a speech تمشي مخيمات and stay there we will fight this fight might not go
you're right yes you're right yeah.
Thank you. Kalamda is right. Kalamda, I know, but Kalamda Kazo leader is not right for you to speak about people leave your home and run away. We will fight, but it's going to continue for years. No. The Kalamda got to happen mujtama tashab. Yani bimana tan khalina zi occupiers and let's run away, but we will get our land back. But when?
No, he mean the old people, not the youth. That's what he mean actually.
That's the interpretation. Yeah. Yeah, Jack, got hold on. Alphonse got it. أنا قلت this is even if the elders إيكاتوريا ما كله old في إيكاتوريا young مفترض كان يشجع قال هسه يوم ذاك أخونا I think Nimeri will speak on that. Now هنا ده اسمه يا أنا سيريس متاو أخونا he's not separatist but he's from Niue but I forgot his name. Deng Tong mentioned something. He said يلا بيتام كله رجعوا من مخيمات ماشين fight back. لما انقتلوا أهلهم في جوبا and here Equatorian leader بيقول Equatorian أمشوا في مخيمات how this encourage Equatorian to fight back so أنا ما أذكر لكن حاجة ده very sad
he mean the elder women and and all the not the youth that's what he mean actually
بالعناني شباب اسمع ده ما مستشفى ولا ده مدرسة الناس يكومبلين كل زول ماشي يوم ماشي مستشفى ماشي انت يا اقعد كده calm down انت ماشي تقابل كير بعد شوية so انا بديك 5 minutes بتاع thank you Uncle Alphonse لكن يلا بعدين وأشان طبعا وأشان كمان قال ماشي إنه أنا ما ماشي إنه وأشان أنت كاتب 24 hours anyway I wonder how you're gonna sleep tonight that's good go ahead
السلام عليكم يا ودلسو one of my best friend Didi, CPI, numeric, my good friend John Wishan, Marial Alphon, with my cousin, numeric, my cousin, desperate. I'm Muslim Kulu, Didi, thank you so much. The other day you shared with me the information when I was reported.
What now you starting another war. Don't call me your cousin.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Just finish.
Just respect yourself
and get out of here.
Yes, respect yourself. In that 4 minutes and a half. Yeah, respect yourself. Do not agitate. That's a been a device. Okay.
I know. Thank you so much. You know, the other day when I was reported, for no reason, I don't fight people. I don't talk negative about people. I don't know why they reported me. But Clubhouse, they know very well. Yeah? They know record of the people, you know. So I'm good. Thank you so much, Didi. And let me go to topic a royal commission on hate, Tribalist, allegation plus reported. If you disagree with the person in politics, PCS, it will let you report people. Why you remove people? Again, this guy, one of my best friends, when he was out of the Clubhouse, I was the one who called him. I want to make sure that he's doing well, you know. And you must see politics, there's no permanent enemy to CS. Even now, I can agree with him when I know I'm going to get my thing. Before I'm later on, I can get rid of him after I get my thing with him, you know. That's CS. So, that's why I've been saying that you know the Madiangi Sagri, you know, because the Madiangi family is a Madiangi. Like in a CS, you need to open your mind. You know, you need to even Joe now, I believe from him, also even from me. You know, and I like to do. That's why I've been accused by my young Daikal of what is the young Russian associate. Now if you see the show, that I get attacked. That Joe is your best friend. I say, yes, my best friend. What's wrong with that? You know, but you know me. So I stop reporting yourself, you know. If you disagree with Lolik, with the boy who's on their week. So don't report them. You disagree with them in politics. Tomorrow it will be your friend, not like you would do. I never report anybody, you know. Even though I disagree with the people, because it isn't your problem. This year, they see the most of the Numeri, or the Wishang, or the Wayne, or the Alpha, or the Mariel. No, it was Arka Shabi and the Akumada. Actually, me, I'm best. Only if I talk against Jalapa, I always do the best work. Like with Jinubin, I don't do well. I do well with Adu. Like with Jinubin, you know, I was in a shock because I don't know what to say, you know, because you're my people, you know. Like in Adu, as a group, but I'm a shock that Jama and Jalapa Zoro, oh, yeah. I say, yeah, because I was on their neck. Kulo at the phone and love me. When I talk big. I don't talk small. Last time, that's when I went to Nigerian show. They said I would talk very big. Now you're confusing us, and I would move from the room. You remember last year ago? So what I'm saying is that let's try to disagree to agree. In the end, you don't want to be Akuma God for us, and I'm not there. Again, for us to come forward, my interest, your interest, and my interest. Who got you cover up attack after these people are gone. After they are gone, because the Shira Zul Kabir and then later on you are a small fish for nothing. I'm a small fish too. Who will come and agree for Ajat and Takwis. Ajama Kada in the Gari Barada. We're supposed to say thank you, God. Lana Yabuna Barazata. Feel more Judna Jumma Yamat, Murtai. Wayne, Machine Barabat, within Hammer, on a BMW, other way, including the automatic, that's the job of smart and actually to California. So instead of fighting ourselves, you know, but in an anger, you're going to pull 3 bob and Nazira, the man to you, but last the back, that's the right up at the look. As the people in this one, that's the right man be paid, you know, it's something real that. If you don't have a girlfriend or a husband or a wife or husband, get yourself somebody. Or call me on the phone. I will come to you tomorrow. You know, I will come and dig you for good. You know. So what I'm saying is, let's try to agree to disagree. What the night? I know Pinas Darali do. Are you agreeing with us? There's no agreement. So currently you tell my boss no kuna one is kalam da bal machine Wayne ana na selva kim mariam machada abu kala tolo lakin malishina sunu tamara bukki me jinu bala kala ida gute bare isi tamaye jinu bala the retirement you go to stay right there mana kuma dangin sa gida so just don't fight yourself, don't report yourself. Reporting is not good, it does not make you better. In fact, it will make you bad because the kawaii the gram the odas the girl build kawaii they are look at the list kul jinubin usmali they are doing this alam natana mama kamda so it makafalin try be some other man kunna makafalin sakit kunna wayi ne basha da jinubda mam na hilfi yo moy wala ce ke da sana zata dalo zaman dalo a jail they education lan fi majangin kiti that illiterate people they don't want to go they don't want to dominate go kway they don't want to mirror the that or they don't wish and today you brought one of the best topic this guy here is my friend. We agree and we disagree. That's why now I've been accused left to right by my young people. But still, I will never disown him because I don't wish him to be Tariq. I'm a Jazat. Svarga Shabi. You know, history will never deny my brother. So do whatever you want to do, man. But if you keep your unity between separatists, you belong to the little injection and the electric chair. I'm not arguing with you, even though I agree with you here, Manasada. But when I get my chance on you finish. You're not going to play a game with me. I'll put you in prison for 20 years. You become Mamush, Lizara, Tazara, Tamalena, legal activation. After 20 years, I will say, guys, this guy time has come. Please put him against the injection, electric chair. Let him see Jesus Christ or Mama's Risola Wakaza. But this whole.
Asma, Haraka Shabir. Working Mantaha, it attacked me.
And let's look at Zebra and let's look at Jack and then the blue thing so my lucky. You
cannot convince me. I'm not Junuban Equatorian. You take the guy, my feet, you are hell of time for Gondo enough.
Now just talk Nakalam one what we can disagree to agree. Reporting a young
we admit no Catalo Equatorian or Catalo Nuer, Catalo Gabailo Kulu, then we come as brothers.
You the Malcolm. So yeah, Malcolm Sudan. So then I want to say thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, my cousin Amiri. Thank you, CPI. Thank you, Didi.
Cousin, get us on Maras, Kev cousin without bigger, I got to know.
Thank you, man. Do what you do, brother. So with the Yaman Baskur, I want to make some money. So with this, your
thank you.
I live in New York. I live in New York, so be careful. I will take you to go and get some whiskey in like 2 days.
It's mafia with SFL and Jim Council. Funny guys. But anyway, let's give it.
Man, take me down, Jack, and my show.
Okay, Ochang, welcome. The man of the controversy. Yabata Mashakil.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Hold on. Let me see my. Oh, yes. Ochang, sorry. It's good. The last, the best. The last is the best. So, the come on. Window meeting my care, so let's hear from him before he go to kill. So it's funny that Mariel did. In that 5 minutes anyway. He to complain about what, or you want a question for us? Anyway, you're welcome. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, brother. Odessa and the rest of moderators. First and foremost, let me to greet my fellow South Sudanese citizens from the Equatorian separatists and the Unionists. And I really enjoy the conversation, by the way, Odessa. And I want to applaud my sister Didi. She stood for herself, and she actually she's my role model as the way she spoke today, defending the women's rights and all those things. We will have to applaud you. And I'm really getting a little bit worried and disappointed. Because there is a dark cloud actually hanging in the skies of Equatoria, which worries me a lot, and it is our responsibility as South Sudanese, concerned citizen, to intervene and to rescue the situation, because the situation doesn't look promising. There's separatists are arguing, and also the unions, and there is a total disarray and confusion here. And I'm really saying, if that is all it's about, then the future of Equatoria, I think, is good to be secure in a democratic South Sudanese country, as we are actually about to go for election in 2 years. In 2 years' time, after we finish the temporary 2 years of revitalizing peace agreement, and all those pain that we are going through, they're going to be settled. So I don't see why will those of Udesas and the rest of separatists, those of CPI, making a lot of noise, And so you guys need to slow down a bit and don't risk the future of our people, because our people actually they're not into we suffer a lot, and we don't want to see people going another drama and another war and so on, And separatists, they should have a clear strategies for people of Equatoria. So I would really recommend to have another strategies than just taking our people into a dark side of of the history. That's something I don't recommend it.
And from Abraham, before you go far, I want to understand, what do you mean by even it wasn't supposed to be a 10? Philip, you'll be after Abraham. After Mayor did, Mayor did. I apologize. I don't know why I called you Abraham. But Mayor did.
What's going on? Did you get
No. Hold on.
Did you get confused?
You just said what? Just listen. Before you blabber out much unclear points. What I'm trying to say is here, why are you talking about we need to have a clear strategy and all that? Who are you to tell us that?
Because who I am, I'm a concerned citizen of South Sudan, and you are still South Sudanese citizen, so I don't want to...
Are you Equatorian?
Well, Equatoria is part of South Sudan, and I have a right. If there's something wrong there, I have
No, you don't have a right. Let me ask you then, in the North, when you were separating from North Sudan, did the North say, I'm concerned of Sudan? The Sudanese ever came to approach you? Please, don't lie to us. No North Sudanese came to us and approached us. Instead, they were just sitting there, rolling.
I think you are not experienced in...
No. Listen. You coming to me, telling me I don't have a strategy. They never even heard about the strategy. They all said, let's come together and work. I've met even Shamali in there, the Northerners, and in a place even we had a big conference with them. Listen. Just let me explain. I'll give you a chance. You don't have to run. Okay. What I want to say to you is that you cannot come here and tell us we don't have a strategy. You don't even know us. You're just coming here to just play propaganda. Come with a logical point and then argue. But don't come up here with propaganda. Listen, you are the one who are running the country. Mayor did. You think whatever. Where do you are from?
I'm just an ordinary South Sudanese, so you don't have to worry about it.
A snake can say that also I'm part of the nature. It's my nature. I'm a snake. Well, listen, brother, you cannot tell us this game, okay? We are separatists. We are separating from you because you are the problem. And you don't want to face your problem. You don't want to even admit it's your part of the problem, but you want to come in here and try to act like you guys are the intellectual. You're not intellectuals. If you're intellectual, you would have run the country well. The country went to the abyss. Let me tell you this. It went down to the hell. Let me show you. You have nothing to offer to the people. You are the most, what I can call a vagabond. Even not that. Let me give you that. You're like the beggars. Even as a what are you doing? You're going there to beg for international to support you. You're still begging. And you want to tell me that Khawaja al-Gadi adak unity adak Junub Sudan. But for us, we're not going to back Khawaja and then find a way how we're going to get it. You know, Khawaja lazim stand with us, not to back him to help us. Let me tell you. In the 2 minutes, I already made it 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Okay, teach yourself how to even be a civilized nation first.
Okay. انت ما ممكن تاخذ الحاجه بالزال and then instead that تخلي المستمعين يستفيدوا يعني انت بتاخذه بالزال يعني is that it started making it a little bit
انا زعلان من كده ورينا زعلان من
انا ده افهم حاجه كان الكلام ده جاي تحول لسيبريشن كيف وبعدين كان في حاجه قالوا هنا I wanted to know, I think when I was coming from outside I heard something to do with that cold. Is there anything that was, what is the meaning of that? لانه هنا هسي if somebody want to talk about separation, come tomorrow, next tomorrow our office will be open for that. So yeah.
ده بالسيبريشن ده يقول قال خلينا نحن نوري الاستراتيجيه بتاعنا طبعا لاني Teresa is not even leader of NAS, my friend. Teresa is member, but she's not leader of NAS. Yellow that it makes it my separatist. When Equatorial nationalism is not one person, it's many group and many people speaking about it. And already in a plan, a strategy, and we don't have to tell it to you. I'm in order to see who's loyal or not. But the point between the guideline and the aggressor, you want to come and tell me, teach me how to? It took a mahawaja nasa magita come up there hajis mudawla. Hawaja haji gablekum hajis takrir masir then.
What is the point of conversation if you cannot allow me to speak?
Yeah. أنا بس داير أقول شنو؟ What is the dark clue? What is the dark clue? Something to do with dark clue. لكن كمان داير أقول شنو? I think let's not encourage him in that part. Oh, the dark cloud. Okay. Sorry, أنا سمعت لما أنا كنت جاي. So.
General المندو جيش ده. Journalism ما يرضي ده كده بس get to the point عليك لا عندك 3 minutes عندك 2 minutes and a half ما نكتر.
لكن دقيقة قبل ما نمشي قدام لأنه أنا Can I just, I will allow you to talk, please. I will allow you to talk. أنا بس want to help you. I want to help you. Okay? أنا بس داير أقول شنو. Before you started talking on the note that you're talking, you're in the wrong note. We're not talking about separation here. So Ita, if you can meet us in the topic that we're talking is good. Like in Ita might come here to disrespect us, to tell us this and that, and you want to talk in a different note. We don't even agree that from any Equatorian. The Giga, we don't even agree that from any Equatorian. We don't take it. So why would he take it from you? Why would we take it from you? We have a different topic we're talking about. Royal Commission hearing on hate, tribalist mind, and false allegations, and reporting people to Clubhouse. That's what we're talking about, period. Because we find out everybody's getting reported left and right. And Anagadigul, let's stop these things.
Oh, Chan, you will get your chance, please. Hold on.
So you speak on this note, and that's it.
Okay, I will agree with you.
Ma'am, give him the 2 minutes, please, quickly. I shall not allow Chan a chance. And then Philip, you will come after Chan. Okay, thank you.
much. There is a little bit of into nasal moderating. You made it even difficult for the people that want to contribute. Lano, I really respect you guys, but when there is a disorganization, you cannot really just say, "Oh, it's okay," because that's what makes it a bit harder. But I will tell you this: Lano nasal biamlo reporting the nasal they're in the minister. When you disagree with someone, you actually should take a courage, speak to someone, get into the point where you can fix your differences, but not about reporting out, because if you're reporting one another, you're not going to get to where you can finalize your differences. So now that then as you can call them nas mind them of your nas kawafin. Okay? Lakini imagine that mugulu shino. And الموضوع اللي انتوا قاعدين تتكلموا فوق من قبل ده نحن في الجنوب نحن لسه الدولة عندنا عمل and عندنا ثقة يعني the old generation now they mess up, but then the young generation we should really have a different approach that we can really make things work in our favor. So now that we are in the Kalamu, separatism, this is just something you should really drop it from your minds. عندنا دولة بتاعنا كلنا from Equatoria to Bahr el Ghazal to Upper Nile, it all belongs to us. لو انت داير تنفصل
يا اخي انت خلي السبريشن، انت خلي نوت السبريشن ده خليه برا، انت تتكلم في التوبيك ده بس. You aggravating us. Just with all the respect. We respect you, we accept you, but just don't speak about the separation. Don't, because you will aggravate all the separatists here. You will aggravate all the separatists and all the Equatorians. You will aggravate them.
I want to sleep. I'm going to work, please. Yeah, دورك جاي. ما خليه زول خليه دفاع الشعبي بتاع حركة شعبية finish. Yeah, go ahead. عندك 1 minute. اسمع بس كده put your point بعدين تيجي ترجع تاني. كان عندك شيء ده تقوله بتقوله later after Ochang or Philip لأنه Philip has been patient. حتى Philip هذا skip him عشان ندي Ochang a chance. أدو Ochang I will wait. Okay, thank you. Ochang, welcome. It's being impatiently here. I don't know what you're trying to say. Taban, for me, I stand really against your behavior, but I have to be honest with you. You're here, and I thank you for being here with us. لكن الحاجات اللي تقوله is very divisive and disrespectful to many Equatorian, Hassan Banata Equatoria. And before we have confronted, but I give you the chance, I give you, the genuine appreciation that it's in the room, and I see the bravery, but also you have to acknowledge if you're really talking for Equatorian, you need to talk frankly. If you're talking for South Sudan, you need to talk frankly, but do not humiliate and insult your people who are suffering. Suffering to Equatoria was not the people of Equatoria, it's the people, the leaders. You to advise me? Give me a chance. Listen. I already understand. Asma, Kibriya, Asma, the dictatorship. Please, Asma, seriously, the kalam bita kuliyon fi room bita mafzo galiji amalek, interruption. So kade khalini kamana na seriously I'm talking here, khalini focus on my point. Am I your baby? I'm not advising you. Inta ana kunta tajana sagayar, ita gada shana pizza, makade calm down. Okay? Calm down. Ana asa dada fursa min zolla kuka mu khalalek fursa. Inga nugulek, ana gada confront you. I'm confront you. You are house nigga. You agree with Dinka. Okay, go shut him, man. End up 5 minutes with that. You respect Maria. No. Let's in the first dagiga. Ochang gabli matokor Koreana house nigga. I'm gonna time you 5 minutes. Go ahead. Put your point. 5 minutes. I understand. You give to Mariel, you say 5 minutes, and then you continue with this. This is a very useless Dinka. This is Mariel. In every room, whether in my room, he came always, he will not come with any solution that will solve the problem of South Sudan. He always come with a defensive, but I'm telling you, Maria, you make me irritating. I would have waited when people talk. But I'm telling you, Maria, Dinka are the problem of South Sudan. Maria, I tell you several times, even today, yesterday, I discussed the topic of tribalism. You came from nowhere, you came and given Dinka. Any topic you are going, wherever you are going, don't fool people here. When people try to respect you, give you a platform to talk in every, whether in separatists, in the unionists, don't say that you are better. You are just useless. You have nothing to offer to the people of South Sudan. Dinga around especially, huh? You don't own the copyright of South Sudan. This time, don't come to my room again, General Mariel. Never again. You have nothing. Better somebody who talk point. Wasting time, sorry.
Then you are useless people outside there will love that Equatoria respect this person. Separatists respect him. Ocean respect him. Never come to my room. If you come to my room, I will kiss your ass. I will kick your ass. I told you said kiss his ass. I don't know, like that. Go ahead. I'm telling you, I will kick you. I don't like people who come when there's a topic, dinka, 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 dinka. You are a criminal. You are a problem of South Sudan. You irritate me. When I see you talking here, negotiating, talking like fooling people, you don't fool us here. Do I deal with separatists? Yes, I deal with them. I deal with them in a strategy, in ideology, in a strategy, but not in the suffering of the people of South Sudan or the suffering of the people of Equatoria. I deal with them in ideology and a strategy and tactic, but not in suffering of the people of South Sudan or the suffering of the people of Equatoria. Anyway, give chance to him later on. Maybe he will be fooling people around here. He have nothing but only the plan, only defend dinka plan. Any topic people talk, you will always come to defend dinka. Nemule. Costume nemule jato. Costume sika nemule jato. If I language, Uncle Chan. Language, please. Can even let people in Nemule jato road. Kakala park here. Now let me come to you, separatists. You don't sit there, my didi. Go ahead on the state. Nesma. Indi jahis, shanta jahis. Asmani. Yeah, Didi. First of all, Didi, you are a very beautiful lady. I love you. I love your voice. You're very beautiful. You have been forget about Odosi. Forget about Didi has been Didi has been a lady whom really trying to from the beginning, even in Facebook, she was really a person. When she talked, she was even about to convince me to be a separatist. But I was fighting with my principle. You know, I was fighting with my principle of being really somebody. And I struggle. I came to say no. I cannot be a separatist in my life. If I am a separatist, the Dinka will climb me on my head. Will say that I'm running from them. No. Ana bogot fi junub, ana be monyo madinka, kanimon katulana, yala mon be jogot be len vitai. I cannot be separate. I struggle with the issue of separatists all this time. From Facebook to Clubhouse, I found I cannot be a separatist. To be honest, Lekum, Equatoria, I cannot be a separatist. And I feel ashamed even to talk about it, and I feel ashamed to turn my back to an enemy like this Dinka. Who are those people? These are cowards. Why should I turn the back to these people? Why should I turn my back to this one? These are cowards. I mean, excuse me, what are you turning your back for? I don't get it. I'm telling you, I cannot turn my back to these guys. Who? To Dinka. Okay. Why? You want to separate because you are turning the back to Dinka. Everything, Dinka are like this, Dinka like this. Ajama, Sudan. Dinka don't have a copyright of South Sudan. We all have the copyright of South Sudan. Ina bilakba tudunia de, una bikaram belede, Dinka niku ina niku Dinka. Dinka katulu ina katulo Dinka. Dinka dofu nunas besekin ina katulo Dinka besekin. Language. No problem. This is my language in my room, everywhere. My principle. You have to abide with it, like the way you abide separation. Dinka bamul, ina bamul le Dinka. dinka biamul sulu ayyaja bisilu nas baale gunas besajar baamul sulu ina bigobru dinka nale go besajar logol fi junu ma bisol bajir gal shakla ita bajir min lologo le konyo min konyo le gumbo le sulu ina bijarjar mako dijuwa obi barra we are South Sudanese min 14 le lologo milologo leki la game miya saba ina bejir mako bijakal yuba abisol bejir begaba tasma Omar is separate. We belong to South Sudan. We are South Sudanese. Separatists are there separate. I don't refuse you. You separate, you go. You can go. You can go.
May I ask a question?
I look at any under the finish under the finish of Bari.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I have a question for you after that. Thank you.
You can ask me. Wait, give me a chance, my friend. You respect this master of you as you as a house nigga. You understand this masters.
Okay, thank you. I give you respect.
Because all of you team against John Ochang, then Abajai, separatists Bajai, and you team against my room, and sometimes you said you cannot forgive me. A true radical separatist team up with this radical one. I'm telling you, let me talk. Thank you. So here, I'm telling you, Anamabajir min agrabezol. Unina mabajir min agrabezol. Equatoria and the right to speak the affairs with the Equatoria. Equatoria must be united and must be strong within the unity of the people of South Sudan. Equatoria must be well organized and united. Obogiv Jeraja. Hey, Tijabta Equatoria al Jaban. Should not talk about Dinka Kida, Mavi. Equatoria must be strong to defend itself within the unity of the people of South Sudan. If Equatoria separated today, Odosi is going to be a problem to me. Because Odosi was all Takebrinepso. Ana Mutalim, Ana Mutalim, Ana Kida. Odosi, it has all Takebrinepso. You have been created as a person of Kebrinepso. Equatoria will never be separated.
I'm sorry.
Because I'm telling you, Equatoria will never be separated because of you. Had you been humble yourself, and you don't claim to own the copyright of Equatoria, Equatoria can be separated. You claim to own, you are going to be the second Dinka in Equatoria. You, with your mentality, you are going to be the second Dinka, like the Dinka become the second Arab in South Sudan. Like the Arab become the second Mudukuru, the second British in Sudan. Mudukuru become the second British in Sudan. And Dinka become the second Mudukuru in South Sudan. So you want to become a second Dinka in Equatoria. Who is going to accept you? We have to fuck ourselves with Dinka. Dinka go to the ground. We go to the ground. The last standing man will live in peace in South Sudan. Never separation. To be again another Dinka, to be born in Equatoria. Never. Kebir nefsiyat. Talis. Ya khali belet. Des shunu. Kebir nefsiyat. Jono Changle. Ana bimut ba Dinka bijunub. Ana bimut ba Dinka bijunub. Itama bagre takulu. Unity tagon ta separatiste matalis kebrinafsiyat or shuru you cannot even agree. Regionalism you cannot agree. So therefore, Ana Bugulek, my brother, my dear this sister Didi, Ana Bugulek, I don't like to lecture too much. I had wanted to say this, but let me conclude by this remark by saying that Separation, you need to have a base. Uganda, Kenya, Congo, Ethiopia, shunu. But the base in Africa today, nobody supports separation. Come with a strategy. I disagree with you with a strategy. If you don't have a strategy, you cannot succeed. You have to have a strategy and tactic. If you need it, allow me one day to give you a tactic and a strategy, but not in public here, but not here. Include some Mariali will understand because they will go and counter you. Give me in your close room. I will give you a tactic, a separatist. I will give you a tactic whereby you will really succeed. Whether you like it or not, you will succeed. If I give you that tactic, you will succeed. I will not tell those tactics here because here, being out here, they will go and counter tactic vital. Uchangono sukira ina bamu kira. Marialde, nas Marialde. They'll nas that they could lekum. Marial doesn't come here to solve any problem. This are denka albigulugali musi Equatorial respect it. I'm sibirum ta jono cham unus nonsense. I'm sibirum ta separatisi unus ina Marial ana gulet. Don't fool me up. Tabi pull and separatist del. Ana askari ya. Vitae either bullet or yes or no. I have only two languages, yes or no. Sit down or stand up. You sit down, you listen. You stand up, you shot on the head. It's straightforward. To kill is not a crime. Especially for me and my culture, to kill is not a crime. To kill a criminal is not a crime. God accepted. The criminal must be killed. We have no Bible. We pray in the God. We have no Bible. We believe in the principle. Respect a human being. You don't respect, you kiss the ground. We are all equal in the image of God. Whether Dinka or whoever. Don't come here and tell us that you're special. You're special because of ruling the country. In my principle. One rule. Sit down or stand up. And this, Mabjol Bajil. Nobody ran. Even my brothers separatists, they are talking it because they are frustrated. But I am appealing to them. Go ahead with your principle, maybe you will succeed. But for me, with the rest of the people, my people is the one. Nobody ran. Wallahi, we in a bitala makum junubde. Najir makum. You rape, we rape. You kill, we kill. Anything you do, we will do accordingly. You need peace, stop killing. You need respect, stop raping. You want to marry Equatorial ladies, stop abusing them. You abusing them, I will tell them, those fucking women, don't marry these people. You want to marry them, respect them. They are human beings, respect them. They are not factories of producing kids for you. They are human beings like your girls. You want to marry them, respect them. Mata silo tagul gali, they mean your door, they mean your muni, they mean your door, muni your door. Ana must be wow. Ana must be malkal. Ajere fi ajere fi bor. Banata kotoro kul tabarin. Do you want to respect us? Starting respecting and people live in peace. Ituma respect, wallahi ara gulekum.
Uncle Ochan, time bita Quran, badala ko tasa sa soal.
To conclude your dossier.
Ita zata ma ita guta da mushkila mai sa ita ma wara di mushkila tak mai shinu. Ita guta did it beautiful. Yeah. Concluded with my me. Yeah. Yeah. Sanda na rubuta malumai.
Okay, most of the time, Odosi, most of the time, on the day when those people talk about when people talk and when my room was closed, Odosi, you were the person who stand together, very firm. You said, Chiang is Kalam Parik, Anna Bestan, Chiang room, Etama Binia, FBI. When FBI, Gale BI. Yeah, Binia. Okay, Gana Sahaya, best Sari, I should take that to conclude. Anna Gulta or John Chang made his bed, so he got to sleep on it. Anna Gulta or Chang, I'm a disrespect and hurt a lot of people, and I'm going to stand whatever it is, or not need to take responsibility. My complaint in another flu, Anna Hagi Maga Faltak, because I don't have to block you. I will listen to you, but I will never join you on your ideas. Zeta got to go to join my ideas. Like in Hajal Magadigbal, get what Jenny Medical Shitting Panat Pitana. Because even I asked you, why do you disrespect our women? It's a kind of mushkila, somebody personal, do not generalize Equatorian women. That is, it doesn't maulud, ain't a kurana mauludin, ain't a kamen mauludin min nasawin. And then you see our women are being disrespected. Hajadiuja. Ana Zatu, Ahal Tai. Habab Tai Katolo, Yalo Uluman, see Habab Tai mean like Yani, I can call her Noana Kanjana Bita Ochtu, Anna Kambukulda, Antiptai. Habab de Kulu Yalo Man, Katolon, Madikadel. Let me be honest, Katolon Kulu, Yala Shino, she died, she have nobody. And then they took her house. Hospital Moloma Kantani Tadika. Yala in the Hina, they insult the Equatorial woman, there is a Kureno Lenas, Equatorial woman, Mashima Dika. Most of the strongest people, the Equatorianas are win. Today, women are standing up. It's a little bit shitty, Masawinda. They have had a magada, Jibiba Kalama. I should get a good task. You make the bed, put the Amata Serena, the Numfogo. So I stood on that. But I never said I encourage him, I'm leg block. So that's why I want you to be careful on that. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Odosi. Odosi, it has to have Kalamata Equatorial women there. These Equatorial women. I'm telling you, I will tell you in front of you, in front of Equatorial women, Jato, room de Jato. I am a survivor who was supposed to be killed because of Equatorial women. Equatorial women should apologize to Equatorial women. How many? Is it one or two? That's Makereni. But I think I got to go to Equatorial women. I got to jump there. That's Makereni. The cool in the Sawinde? That's Makereni. Okay. Women, we talk on a little go to today. Almoim Gulubes Equatoria. Land of this, Venus claim Gali, they own the copyright with the Equatoria. I don't know, they can Equatoria Kulu, Nasawi, the Kulu Jama, Odosi. They are people. Come on, be careful what you're saying, Uncle Ochan. Why are you afraid? Why are you sensitive? My Libyan. No. My got to go to Equatorial woman. Are you serious? Okay. That's not your fault. Yes. They never met you. Do you understand? My listen, first of all, why this guy said this one? Why this one guy said this one? But give me a chance. Go ahead. So when I said Equatorial women were even the people who were supposed to kill me, you understand? Where? In which place? In America? In Canada? This is the question you are supposed to ask me. Uchang, you said Equatorial women. Where? In Canada? In America? Back in Sudan? And then I will explain to you. But when you try to defend, and then you will block the whole information. Let me tell you, these Equatorial women who are talking here, I'm telling you, they think abuse you. Everybody abuse you. You never talk. Only John Ochang. John Ochang abuse Equatorial women. John Ochang now abuse it to deep, including as Uncle Lado. Uncle Lado went directly with Facebook. Video out there. In my room, I will open it live because I'm still on these things with the abuse the Equatorial women. There I'm still. So the Uncle Lado Bini, I will play it tomorrow in my room, openly to public. In which he abused the barrier ladies girl itum banata barrier itum jiblina fadia. Uncle Lado min barrier. That's it. Might explain to me. It might explain to me. To go to Equatorial women almost killed you. Wait. San Gebilia Alfide who batal. Criminal like Uncle Lado who min barrier. Nasbara bigulu gali sitima talk west. Jono chang min latuka. Sitima Vitajano Chang, ya Batale Bari. Ogari Bajana Equatoria, we are united. How are we united? When you separate the criminal, two criminals. Criminal Tabaria, criminal Talotuko, yani Siru criminal Talotuko, yani make it as a cross. A criminal Tabaria set free. Are you right? Are you right? Gali Equatoria.
You're confusing me. Can I get to the point?
No. When you unity with Equatorial,
unity can personal. The grievance does not mean that the okay, this is personal grievance between you and the person. Yeah.
With a unity with Equatorial, and I go like, would crucifying me to me like become a picture lekum.
No.
No, you are crucifying. First of all, let me tell you, you are crucifying my community. Forget my community who are just fakey and American.
I want Ochan, can I run this audio? Anna suggest the audio then. It's a Hampton a good day now, going to conspire against Gabriel Attack. Are you serious? Did you see any separatists advocating for trial? No, because you accuse us falsely. First of all, they are going to look at the good wish at them. It'll be Arabic, you might have to use it.
Odosi.
Yeah, it's about a good, Senesi, or by then, I get this mission there. Therefore, I machines, and I'm going to go against Equatorial, East Equatoria, Berkhas Gabil Attack. Me, there, another part of Gabil Attack. All I know is you. I don't know your tribe. I know you. You are not speaking in for your tribe. You're speaking in yourself. You said that before.
Asmakere. Equatoria, my Equatoria Kulu. We have specific areas al Equatorial Jabanin. There are specific areas. Al Bigul Galana Mas Kenisa, Masunu, and I complain. We see the Clubhouse like a place whereby he can liberate South Sudan. He can liberate his right. The social media is a place of liberation. Monjang ma gasu makalafta liberation to social media. Silu asaya dugu biras. That is the way they understand. And that is the way they are made. They are not made to talk to you in the social media. They will play on your head. Silu asaya dugu biras. Lakini suwa Japan. Alvila nasa nita Equatoria because Mavi dema quest dema UN yatu Jesus yatu open the door, open the window. Jesus Christ opened the window. Was he opened by just he opened the door, he was crucified and he go to heaven. That's a miracle to open the road.
You got 1 minute and a half, Uncle That's a
Gali sikatani mavi ya Yesu. Sikatani mavi ya Yesu ita ya sika. Nurtani mavi ya Yesu ita ya nur meta future tajana after. Kawan. Nur ita ya nur. Ita ya nur ta future bitari. Ta future tajana after. Ita ya sika. Ita ya mifata sika la jana after. Ya kawan. I repeat. Birum bitari ni. Kawan.
Lakin another can Ochanga. What do you have to say about the topic we have up here? Kalama jibu zato ya hoja gofuli ja reportita fogo fi room takere. Kalam de hawulu kalam de kois?
Sorry, Didi, but then I'm going to report that part of the report.
We topic in Didi, my dear Didi. We topic in Tagulgali, a royal commission, whatever. We topic a royal commission
on hate, tribalist mindset. It's supposed to be tribalist mindset because Mahal Mafi.
A royal commission, they good.
Lala, royal commission, that means it's hearing. We are holding a hearing. Means we are holding a hearing on this subject.
Hearing, yes.
Yeah, a public hearing.
So tabani kalamta tribalism Didi ana there no reta kalamta tribalism Male separatist barao. Kalafta tribalism de le video kulu. Ina kulu tribalism. Kandenka, Munu, is all kulu tribalism. Like in what size you in? I look at it. So, Asma Kere, and tribalism, you know, Kulum. Abizoltan al Bugulugali word tribalism. Ana Jono Jangana tribalism. Ita Didi tribalism. Abizol Kulu tribalism. This is one. But the problem here, denying the fact is not good. How to remove the tribalism? A tribalism, you know. Lana, the Dinkas are 5 in the government of South Sudan through promotion of tribalism. And they love people like separatists. Dinka hate me too much. The best friend of Dinka, whom the Dinka love, include the government, they love anybody of Equatorial who says separation. They hate anybody who say union or barring, we kiss the ground together. Because unity will bring headache. That is why they are doing what they are doing. Kick out all Equatoria from South Sudan. And don't come back. You want to come back? They will kick you again. That is what they love. To create war so that you run to Uganda, run to Kenya, run to Congo, but you don't come back. The condition for your return is by accepting the Dinka rule. So I said my things is here. Don't run out. Stay in South Sudan. Don't run out. No bata later, Dalvi Torit, Dalvi Capueta, Amsibi Juba, Amsibi Ye, Amsi Mariri. Matamasi, don't cross the border. Otherwise, coming back, it is difficult for you. Bata later, Vitorit, Amsibi Juba, Amsibi Ye. Hey, Rukon Bukuna Alquest, Amsiangot Fogo. Mata cross the border. Because you are coming back. It's not easy. The border of Tenemule, people are being taken the passport out. You have to accept the Dinka rule. Never run away. Stay in your land. So therefore, my principle that I'm talking, those who claim to be whatever, my dear brothers and sisters, the Dinkas who are here, and the Nuer who are here, anybody who is here, Equatoria who are here, I'm telling you that I'm talking in the form of separatists, pure ardent separatists. The person who is starting separation, it is Orozi, together with Basir Basir. This is a focal repeat. Yeah. It already onye city onye taka. Okay. Yep. Ma deji hata nasime zato fi blood bitter to get kila taka tikani. It does have to become unprepared. So anyway, go ahead. Asmani. Let me tell you. Speaking, you're not supposed to be Loita Mintigata Lotuko, and then you're not supposed to be a separate. Kulu Lotuko, Alijo and Kalangali separate. No, Asma Kereni. Kulu Lotuko, Albijo and Legal separation. De Lotuko, Alma Riali and Eugene. Truly. De Lotuko, Beconi and mixed blood. True Lotuko, Maba support separation. We are ready to die with the Dinka. We are ready to die with Dinka. We never buy you with you. We never back with you. Badin. You know that? Vienna. Badin. Dinka in a mabisibu Dinka. Dero or Madero in a mabisibu. They kill, we kill. They rape, we rape. They slaughter, we slaughter. And thank you. May God bless you. So yeah, that's not the Gulana and a bigger half breed and a Mendy blood with a that's very sad. Anyway, a Golachan, I went to good to ask a Kalinas.
انت بهدلت الناس قريب اي امبارح ولا تمبارح انت قلت خلينا نسمع ينادوك انكل انت ما بتقرب لكن اسمع انت اللي كابتن anyway. I'm proud to say yes I have the Lutuka blood. لكن حاجه اللي بيوجهني هنا انت